Tippoo, Piscapoo, and Tessa Rosa, guys. We are back to doing the Harry Potter book reviews. How you doing? Happy New Year 2026, guys. Hope it is a great one for you. I really, really do. And yes, guys, we're back to the book reviews. And this is a little bit late, guys, as is everything at the moment. I apologise. I basically had to take some days off around Christmas, guys. I was essentially exhausted, and so things did get pushed back. That being said, it did give you guys more chance to get your comments into the book club, and so thank you so much for taking advantage of that. But yes, guys, the channel has been quieter than I wanted it to be. I wanted to get more done for Christmas, but quite honestly, I just couldn't. And also, I've been a little bit ill over the last couple of days, but that seems to have gone away pretty quickly. But guys, thank you so much for the continued support of this series. It's still surreal that we're even doing it this many books into it. But yes, we are going through the Harry Potter books, guys. We are up to Order of the Phoenix, around the halfway point. I think I can't remember how many chapters this has. I think we're around the halfway point of this book. It is a chunky book, of course. And yes, 2 excellent chapters to do today, guys. Now, weirdly enough, upon doing the notes and everything, I thought, okay, so these are both book exclusives. They're not, guys. It took me a while to remember that the second one is pretty much entirely in the movie. Although, that being said, a lot shorter, obviously. But yes, we have lots to talk about, guys. Yes, some big events in this chapter, guys. Events that are and aren't in the movie. So let's get over to it, guys. But before we do, guys, if you want to be a part of the discussion, like I said, people were able to get their comments in at the 11th hour because of my delay and everything. If you want to get your comments read out and in the videos, be a part of the discussion, you can join join the Harry Potter book club, guys. It's you can be a part of it by Okay, so I don't know, right, I should, okay, so one of my Christmas presents was a new monitor, guys, and so I've now got 3 large monitors. Before I was using my my Wacom tablet, which was like a very small screen and everything, and it stopped working properly, and the colours had gone strange and everything. But now I've got another monitor. And so I've shifted everything over here. But now I realise that I'm out of position, because this is where I usually sit. So guys, if you want to be a part of the discussion, you can back the Patreon for as little as $1. If you back it for $1, guys, you get access to everything on there, including all movie reactions, or TV show reactions, movie polls, which we'll be doing soon, guys. The occasional vlog I put out there as well. And you'll also be a part of the book club, guys. Now, this is what we do in the second half of these videos, where I go through the book club comments and read them out and give you my opinion on what you've said and everything. It could be questions, it could be theories, it could be jokes, it could be anything, guys. And so, yeah, no spoilers, of course. And I do ask you to keep it as short as you can. Now, I know I know that people have very, very different interpretations of what that means. But yeah, God bless you for being a part of it either way. In addition, guys, and I'm sure that most of you skipped past this bit, but there is a new bit. There is a new bit to the Patreon blurb. The Harry Potter movie reactions, including the extended edition of Order of the Phoenix and Chamber of Secrets. Right, let's try that again. The Harry Potter movie reactions, including the Philosopher's Stone and the Chamber of Secrets extended editions, are now fully synced. And so, guys, if you want to back the Patreon, you can back it for like I say, just $1, and you get everything on there. You also now have access to full-length movie reactions that are synced up. The entirety of the Harry Potter series has been updated for that. That is also the case for the Lord of the Rings as well. Not the Hobbit yet, but that will be getting done soon, guys. And I've also done the first Fantastic Beasts for it. And so I'm currently going through the process of updating all the videos, so it's a lot. It'll be eternally more easier for you guys to literally just press play and enjoy. And so if that sounds like the sort of thing, guys, you'll be greatly helping out the channel. You also get 2 more episodes of these reviews, guys. And so if you're up to date on YouTube, pardon me, just had some peanut butter on toast, which seems to always be the reason why I do that in videos, isn't it? yeah, so if you're up to date, if you get up to this video and it's the latest one that's on YouTube, guys, over on the Patreon, there are 2 more episodes waiting for you. And so you got essentially, 10 hours of me waffling. And also you get access to being part of the discussion as well. And so if you want to be a part of it, guys, that's there as an option. I thought I'd add in the extra bit about the movies as it is new. I don't think we have any more updates. I'm pretty sure I covered all the comments I was meant to last time. I will be sure to cover the DMs this time as well. Any other Harry Potter news? Oh, apparently the first scene ever filmed from Harry Potter was the last scene from Philosopher's Stone. Let's get into the Harry Potter Order of the Phoenix book review. Thank you so much, Jonas, for the side panels. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries that I read out at the start of these. And we're starting off today with Chapter 19, The Lion and the Serpent and the Wardrobe. One of them isn't correct. So I use what are they called? Sticky notes, what they are on my desktop, guys. I find them very, very useful, and I have all sorts on there of RL stuff, but a lot of stuff for the channel as well. And very often late at night, I'll make notes that I need to remember to remind myself in the morning. Just as I make sure that I do remember to do something and everything. I think it must have been from last night, because I don't remember seeing it earlier. Last night's one says, "You are not a slug." So there you go. I remember a few months ago, because the thing is, I always completely forget them, and then I look at them and I think, what the heck is going on there? A few months ago, I had one which was opened up, so it almost covered the entirety of my main monitor. Curved monitor. I love curved monitors, guys. And it's and I completely forgotten it, and it said take up watercolouring or something like that. It's completely random. Anyway. Enough waffle. Let's get into the summaries. Thank you so much again, Jonas, for the side panels. Oh, I literally only just noticed the chap there. And thank you so much, Max, for the summaries. So, Harry loves the fact that the DA... It's so bizarre it's called the DA, guys. This is obviously a term that you guys... so many people use that term in the book club last time. So it's clearly a term that you guys all knew, but it's brand new to me, though. Anyway, Harry loves the fact that the DA is getting away right under Umbridge, but finds it difficult to schedule time. This is where Hermione gets the idea of making fake galleons be able to send the time and dates of the meetings to all members. With the first Quidditch match coming up, Ron is nervous, and he will lose... he's nervous that he will lose the game for the team. Luna wears supportive headgear, but the Slytherin wearing badges saying Weasley is our king on them, which I'm pretty certain is never in the movies. And if it is in the movies, it wouldn't be in this one, would it? But anyway, we will continue. The match is a quick one, as Harry is very fast to find and catch the golden snitch. This infuriates Draco, who mocks the team so bad that Harry and George give us what we have been waiting 5 books for. Amazing. Draco is pummeled to the ground. I told my brother about that scene, and he actually didn't believe me. He didn't believe there's a scene where Draco gets 7 shades kicked out of him. Which I'm not laughing at that, guys. We will go into it, but it's so interesting. Actually, Max is just about to bring up McGonagall, so let's see what he's written. After it is broken up, McGonagall gives out punishments, but Umbridge comes in and gives a lifetime ban to not only Harry and George, but Fred as well. If that isn't bad enough, Ron wants to quit the team before learning what happened. We do end on a happy note, as Hermione informs the other two that Hagrid has returned. Excellent summary. Thank you so much, Max, for that. And again, side panels from Jonas, always greatly appreciated. So, minutes, guys. Well, that's the wrong one. That's the next chapter. Here we go. Actually, no, I don't use... you see, I was talking about sticky notes. I don't use sticky notes for this. Sorry, guys. This is me being really professional. Okay, I now have my my WordPad document open. High technology over here at the Veggie Gamer Show, guys. The Veggie Gamer Show. We need to get back to gaming, guys. It's insane. I'm called Veggie Gamer and I don't live in game. Anyway, maybe that's something that we can try and do. Stream more often throughout the year. Maybe like, yeah. I'll try, guys. I will try because I really enjoy streaming. I really do. But we used to stream 5 times a week, legit, and I would get you videos as well. Now, granted, the videos that I get you now, I wouldn't say are higher quality, but they take a lot more effort. I'm saying they're not higher quality because I don't want to say that they're higher quality. That's for you to decide, is what I'm saying. But yeah, we used to stream 5 times a week, guys. But you know, life events made it very, very difficult to be able to do it, and so now I'm just out of sorts of it. But we will get back to live streaming. And the problem is it's a good problem to have, really. But Hogwarts Legacy is obviously taking us quite a while. I do need to do some other stuff. It can't just be the same game all the time, guys. But at the same time, I can't let Hogwarts Legacy take even longer than it already has done, because it's already taken an insane amount of time. But I definitely want to whenever, I don't know when the Avatar fighting game is meant to come out. But I definitely want to get on top of that, and we'll cover that on the channel if there is interest. I'm sure there will be. Oh, I'm enjoying Avatar: The Last Airbender, guys. I got to admit that is the highlight of my week at the moment. Now, granted, I love making these videos as well, but these are monthly, and so the highlight of my week is the Avatar reactions, guys. That is such a joyful freaking show, but also really freaking. It's good. It's very, very good. If you have not seen Avatar, go and check it out. I've also got back into Critical Role, the second campaign, guys. Which I know there's a Mighty Nine cartoon series now, isn't there? If I don't think the second series has just come out. So maybe we can check that out eventually. I must admit, right now, because I think I'm on episode 60, in fact. Right now, I do still prefer Vox Machina as a group. But I am still really enjoying the Mighty Nine, I must admit. Caleb's my favourite. Book review. We hear of the DA's successes, guys. Neville has been able to disarm Hermione. I didn't think this scene was in the movie at all, but it is. But it's actually it's Pravati, isn't it? It is Pravati, yeah. That he disarms. Colin has mastered the impediment jinx. Pravati has gotten really good at the reducer curse. And we get the impression that this has been weeks later, so there have been several meetups since. Because there are 3 Quidditch teams participating, it's making the meeting times more difficult. Now, that's actually quite odd. Now, for one, this is our first absolute confirmation that there is literally no Slytherins there. I do feel like... I don't want to say realism, because this is a story about a wizarding school and everything. But it would be nice if just one Slytherin who wasn't, like, a stereotypical scumbag, you know? It's all slug. Oh, Sluggle. I think Sluggle was Slytherin, wasn't he? Or was he Ravenclaw? What house was Slughorn? Should be talking about him because he's not in it yet. He blooming was a Slytherin. Well, there you go, guys. It all makes sense. And it also makes sense with something to say with Tom Riddle, but not really. Anyway. Yeah, so it is a shame there isn't just one Slytherin, but you know, it seems to be that the way that the author writes villains is that they're because apparently she said that that Draco should essentially be irredeemable, and I think that any character that's irredeemable. I don't know if there are many that I think are irredeemable in things. I mean, Theon was one of my absolute favourite characters in Game of Thrones, and my god, he did some frickin' messed up things. Well, one really. No, he did a few, I think. No, he absolutely did a few. No, it's all flooded back now. Anyway, yeah, enough waffle of that. Let's get on with the with my notes. So the 3 Quidditch teams. It does make me think. Well, do they have to be there for every lesson? Because it seems like a lot of it is just practicing the same move over and over again. And so, like, if let's say judo class or something like that, and you phone up saying, sorry, my child can't come this week, they're not going to postpone the entire thing. The lesson's still going to happen. Or at Hogwarts, if someone's too ill to attend a class, it's still going to happen. And so it does seem odd that they don't just say, this is the time, come if you can't. Come if you can, don't if you can't. But it seems like that they all have to be there. Or maybe I've got that wrong. But yes, it's making meetings unpredictable for everyone who's watching, which that's actually very good for them if they're being spied on. Apparently, it would be sus if it is seen that many people from different houses are discussing things in the Great Hall. We've discussed that so many times, guys, so I'm not going to go too much into it. But I got to admit, because I find it a bit sad, guys. You know, the idea that houses were when I was a kid, that would be insane. That would be so pathetic if you didn't talk to someone from a certain house or anything. But obviously, the houses are a lot more significant at Hogwarts. But I got to admit, though, guys, I thought by this point in the books that wouldn't be the case anymore. Now, I guess you could argue that it isn't the case anymore, because the only reason... The thing is, they are people from different houses wanting to meet up with each other to discuss something, which is exactly what I want the school to be more like. But it's still being a suspicious thing to other people is a shame. Yeah, I thought it would get less and less as the books goes on, but it doesn't seem to be that much. Just what Luna kind of being a part of the gang now. Kind of. Not really. Which is why her supporting Gryffindor kind of comes out of nowhere to me, guys. But we will get more in the... It seems to come more out of nowhere in the book than it does in the movie, is what I'm saying, you know. But we will get to it. So... yes, I assumed it would be less by now. Hermione gives out fake galleons. They have normal galleons have a serial number denoting which goblin casted them, which is a very interesting bit of detail there. But she has put a spell on it, so it replaces it with a number that changes for each meeting. I believe Harry's is the main one, and so once that changes, all the rest change to Harry's. I got down here. She is blooming impressive. I mean, even for Hermione. The cool thing with Hermione is that obviously she has the intelligence to do all this stuff. We know that already, but she's risking it for a biscuit because it's a rebellious thing that she's doing, you know. And obviously she's not exactly the biggest rebel. We do have the line in the movie where she says, it's fun, isn't it? Which I like, guys, but I'm pretty sure that is going to be a movie exclusive. But yeah, she is really impressive. She really is. Because I know that a lot of people, going into the books, guys, people said, oh, Ron's much better in the book. And this is all true. This is all true. Ron's much better in the book. Ginny's much better in the books. I still need to hear more from Ginny, but I'm definitely sensing that already. But for me, guys, like, Hermione is so good. I mean, and this is not a criticism of the movie character at all, guys, but the book version, she's freaking brilliant. She won my favourite character of the first book, guys, and so, yeah, for good reason as well. Anyway, come on, let's move on. I got down here, did she learn this from a book or an invention that's already happened? Because it could be something that a secret society had used before, and so it wasn't that she invented it per se, but she had done research and found it, which I think would be more likely for it. But then we find out that no, she actually did invent it because it's based on the Death Eater marks, the dark marker, I should say. It is a protein charm, and when this is announced that it is, like, everyone's like, it's like go silent for a bit, and like someone says that's like, somebody says any WT standard, that it's an any WT standard spell. I don't know what that means. I feel like I should know what that means, guys, but any wizard. I reckon I may have heard it wrong, guys, because the footfalls of doing the audiobooks obviously means that sometimes I may not actually hear what is actually being said. In fact, there's a couple of times in these chapters where I had to go back several times to understand what was being said. WT spell likely refers to standard spell book in the old school RuneScape. No, that's not it. I should read in Harry Potter series, the standard spell refers to... No. Okay. Whatever it is, I think I may have heard it. So it may not be any. It may be AWT. I'm not sure. Anyway. Terry asks why she isn't a Ravenclaw, which is... I kind of like that, guy. It's like calling her out. But then we find out the blooming sword. This is why we need... I know that someone's working on a project, aren't they? But we need, I think, official books for Hermione of the same time at Hogwarts. Seriously, like meeting Luna long before and everything. Had she met Luna? Yeah, I'm pretty sure she had met Luna, because obviously it's Ginny who introduces her in the book. But yeah, we've said it so many times that her perspective is so interesting, and so the fact that the Sorting Hat nearly put her in Ravenclaw is wild. In fact, I wonder if she took exception to not being put in Ravenclaw. I doubt it. I'd love to hear more of these. Yeah, I'd love to hear what the conversation of other ones as well, because I know that Neville's was obviously strangely long. But yeah, I would like to hear the Ron's one. I'd love to hear all the characters, like Draco's. Seriously, I think it'd be fascinating to hear what the Sorting Hat actually said. Harry says that the coins remind him of the Dark Mark, and Hermione said that's where she got the idea. So she actually did invent it. And I got down here. It's kind of weirdly dark. That's where that is where she got the idea for it. Oh, the coins always also heat up when a notification, let's say, is on it. Which brings me over to my other Christmas present that I got, guys. Bloomin' USB hand warmers. They're really they're flipping good, guys. They're really good, you know, because obviously me and Woozle are out and about a lot. They are so good that I worry that if I ever forget them or if I let the battery run out, I'll be miserable without them, because they are really nice at this time of year, because it's actually very icy at the moment over here. That's a short side note. Well done, Veggie. So moving on. Harry says that that the other students may accidentally spend them. This did remind me of a very sad tale, which I was weirdly telling my brother a couple of days ago. Back when I was doing jury duty, guys, one of the worst times. It's absolute hell, guys. And that was when I was still YouTubing as well, guys. I would imagine that none of you were a part of the channel back then. But I was doing YouTube and everything, and I had to do jury duty, guys, and it was and it really affected my noggin. It really did, guys. It was not good for my mental health. Now that being said, you know, I'm not going to tell you the details, obviously, but the crime that was committed against the person obviously had, you know, had gone through much worse than I was going through, guys. Like, it was horrific. But yeah, I can't do it. I can't do it. Now that was actually one of the things that kicked off me getting diagnosed for being autism, because I could tell that, you know, doing jury duty is annoying for some, exciting for some people. In fact, one person who was in my group was gutted when it was all over. Insane. And other people would find it very stressful, you know, being stuck in a room with complete strangers and everything, not being able to use the internet because there was no internet and everything, and so just like nothing to do but talk and everything. But the level that it affected me, I knew that there had to be something else going on. So that was one of the reasons, things that pointed me towards getting diagnosed. But anyway, the reason why I bring that up is because on the first day I was in such a rush to get there because I didn't know how bad it would be if I got there late, what the repercussions of that would be. So I was extremely stressed about getting into the centre of Oxford in time, and so I parked up my car in a place just outside Oxford, outside the centre of Oxford, I should say, and I put loads of coins into the ticket thing. And rushed over there, not realising that I'd accidentally put in my double-headed coin. I had a double-headed £2 coin, guys, and I bloomin' put it into a bloomin' car reader thing. So Harry's concern is correct because I've done it. It was certainly worth more than £2. That's for sure, guys. But yes. So yeah. I think that Harry's worries are actually accurate there, especially if any of the other students get jury duty. Anyway, so Ron says that there's no chance of him doing that because he doesn't have any other Callians to confuse them with. I should say that when Hermione was handing them out, Ron did get really excited. God bless him, guys. He is better in the books. He is much better in the books. Again, not a criticism of the movie character at all. The first Quidditch match is against Slytherin. The DA are on hold for on the build-up to it, of course. McGonagall didn't give out Hogwarts. I presume didn't give out Hogwarts. This is my abbreviation issue, guys. I've got homework and Hogwarts the same. McGonagall isn't giving out homework, presumably just to Gryffindor. My only note here is that Hogwarts is awful. It really is, guys. I'd like to visit, but my goodness, it is so badly run. We then find out that Snape has been looking over the fact that all the Slytherins are apparently hexing the Gryffindor players. It's a bloody nightmare, guys. It's a bloody nightmare. It really is. Alicia has rapidly growing eyebrows, who Pomfrey is able to fix eventually. Snape actually doesn't, and says, I think that he accuses her of doing it to herself to try and get more bushy eyebrows, which I would do, guys. My eyebrows are too thin. I'd like just like temporary stutter point. You know, I don't have I don't want to dye them and everything because I'll get it wrong. I'll get it wrong, and then you guys can all laugh at me. Make some money. That's how you do YouTube, guys. Mess up your eyebrows. Am I blurry? I'm not. What am I on about? Right, so we hear that Miles Bletchley is a Slytherin keeper. I'm going to keep this extremely short, guys, but Bletchley Park. I said I'm going to keep it short. Bletchley Park is pretty close to I think it is Oxfordshire. It must be Oxfordshire. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's not too far away from it. Bletchley Park is where the Enigma machine or the Enigma code. Yeah, the Enigma code was broken during the Second World War. So it's a very important place. I believe there's like an American movie where it's an American who solves it instead. It's cool. Cool. Whatever. But yes, Bletchley Park. It's pretty close to where I am. Gryffindor have never lost to Malfoy's team. It's very interesting that is the way that Harry says it in his head. I think kind of we've gone over this before, where what is written in the book isn't technically exactly what is going on in Harry's head. But I do feel like here, the fact that it's Malfoy's team is specifically, and obviously that means that it's not including the Philosopher's Stone. So yeah, they've never lost to Slytherin, which, you know what, I'm not surprised by. Ron is a massive confidence player, guys. As in, when he is confident, he does seem to be pretty good, but when he isn't confident, it all falls apart. We do hear about one occasion where Ron, to save a goal, swept underneath his broom. Pardon me, and kicked the quaffle all the way through the other end of the goal. Obviously, this is during practice, not during a game. And everyone was amazed by it, saying that it's like Barry Ryan, the Irish keeper. Fred says that that moves like that may make him proud to be Ron's brother, which is a lovely thing to say. And admit that they are related. Now, for half a second I thought, so does this mean, so this is why Fred and George never stand up for Ron, like in any situation. But at the same time, I think it's much more likely to be a joke. And even a joke that they would probably think that Ron would find funny as well, maybe? I think so. I think so. But the Slytherins are definitely getting to Ron, though. We hear about, the things that they're saying and doing and everything. Make his face turn green and his hands turn red. Obviously, his ears turn pink. We know this already. So I'll go down here. Ron really is essentially a Christmas tree, isn't he? He really is. He's constantly changing colours and everything. It's bizarre. We don't know what colour his feet are. There'll be a few chapters dedicated to that one, no doubt. Day of the game, and Ron is essentially ill. I remember this scene being very uncanny, because it's in the next movie, isn't it? It's in Half-Blood Prince, where it just cuts to him in the Great Hall, and then it shows his plate, and then it shows his face, and he just looks completely distraught. And I remember just being completely and utterly baffled by what was going on. I think that is when he's about to play Quidditch, isn't it? But again, all this is going to be in the next book. Sorry. It is in the next movie, I'm pretty sure. There are Slytherins seem to have badges with a crown on them, with presumably a joke about Ron. We find when Harry says, "Hey, what about that time that you swung over and kicked the ball into the other hoop and everything?" And Ron, I appreciate this, admits that it was a complete accident. He just fell off his broom essentially and hit it. And Harry, great line by Harry here, says, "Well, a few more mistakes like that and the game's in the bag." I love that. That you know what? That is Harry being a Ron to Ron. So obviously Harry and Ron are best friends and everything, guys, but they're actually very different. And I would say even especially when it comes to bigging each other up. Because that line there, if you asked me before reading this chapter, guys, what character says to, out of Ron or Harry, which character says this to the other one, a few more mistakes like that and the game's in the bag, I would say Ron. I really would, guys. But then again, maybe not, because obviously Harry's... The whole golden snitch thing, guys. You know what, I'm going to bring it up now, because it comes up every single time that we talk about Quidditch, and then I'll leave it there, and I'll let you give your thoughts in the comments, again, as always, guys. But the golden snitch thing makes the whole game seem completely pointless. It really does, guys. And I know the average game is a lot longer, but essentially, until one team has... I think that if it was a real sport, it would be very odd that there's basically one player who can end the game just like that, opposed to any other player. And there's many other players, but there's two players in the game that can just end the game instantly. Are there any games like that at all? No, there obviously aren't. If there is, guys, let me know in the comments, but I'm pretty sure there is not. And the fact it's a complete separate thing from the rest of the game. It's weird. It's weird, guys. It makes for great reading, but I do feel like from a sports point, it feels so odd. It's like two different games. You know what it is? It's essentially there's a football game over there, right? And say there is a tennis game over there, and the football game's going on, all scoring goals and everything, but as soon as someone wins one set of the tennis game, then the football game ends, and then they keep that score. That's insane. That is completely insane, right? Anyway. Anyway, let's move on, because we have this discussion every single time, guys. I apologise, but I thought I'd give you my latest version of it here. I don't want to be... we're not going to go back to my Quidditch rant days, guys. So I hope that didn't come up as a rant at all. It's just my opinion. Because back in the day, I was miserable when it came to it, so I'm so sorry about that. It's ruined these book reviews to an extent. So, let's move on. Hermione says Ron performs better in his exams when he's nervous. It's very sweet that she pays attention to that. It really is. And it's nice little subtle things here. Lion has... Luna has a lion hat, guys. I didn't look this up, so I'll look this up now. Luna with lion hat? Because I don't think it was a hat in them. No, it's not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so there is a change which I kind of think was pointless. But then again, it's not a big deal, is it? So basically, in the book, the hat is a lion hat on her head. In the movie, it is a helmet, and it's like... Is there a character from Conan who has this? I can't remember, but like, but Luna's head is essentially in the mouth of the lion, so its snout and its I can't think of the term. It starts with M. I'm sure it starts with M. Oh dear, what is my life? What is the front of a dog's face called? Muzzle? It is the muzzle. Okay, I apologise, guys. Muzzle is on top of her head. Now, this thing cannot roar. Or maybe it does in the movie. I don't know, guys. I mean, we'll find out next book, because you know, that's when we'll be seeing it. But looking at this here, there's a really nice artwork of the lion actually being on top, the whole lion's head being on top of Luna, and I think it looks a lot better. I really do. So when it roars, it makes sense that it's able to do it because it has a jaw, you know, whereas it doesn't in the movie. But it's such a minor thing. It's such a minor thing. Essentially, it's an Easter egg anyway, guys, in the movie, so it's not a big deal. Yeah, she has a helmet in the film, which is what I've written down here. It can roar, which is amazing. She wanted to have a serpent for it to chew on, but there wasn't time, which is a lovely little detail there. I think that Luna does give Harry a bit of a boost, the fact that she's doing this. But I got to admit, guys. So in the movies, I think my reaction is like, oh, what's Luna doing there? She's Ravenclaw. And then you guys said, well, yeah, she's Ravenclaw, Veggie, but her friends are Gryffindor. And I thought, yeah, that makes complete sense. But her friends aren't Gryffindor, right? Am I being nasty or something, guys? But she isn't one of the gang by any stretch of the imagination at this point. She hasn't been on any adventures with them or anything. And so I think it actually makes more sense it being in Half-Blood Prince than it does being in Order of the Phoenix. In fact, I'm even surprised it's even happening here. Because I have no idea if there's Quidditch next year. I presume so. Not with Harry, Ron, and... well, probably with Harry, Harry, George, and Fred. But we shall see. So yeah, to me, it doesn't make much sense, guys. It reminds me of a very funny Kevin Smith bit. I'm up and down with Kevin Smith, I must admit, guys. But I do find his opinions on movies very interesting, though. Where he's doing the review of... Was it the last Star Wars movie? The Skywalker movie? So, I won't spoil anything, guys, but our heroes from the prequel trilogy are all there. So no one from like the original trilogy, but the prequel trilogy are there with C-3PO. And essentially, for this mission to work or something, they had to wipe 3PO's memory for some reason. And just before that, like 3PO's just like looking at them and like they say, "What's going on?" And it says, "Oh, nothing. I'm just having one final look at my friends." And it's a really nice line, guys. It's a really nice line. But Kevin Smith rightly pointed out he basically said that Ray or one of the prequel heroes should have said, well, what do you mean R2D2 isn't here? Because these three aren't really 3PO's friends, guys. They barely know each other, is what I'm saying, you know. So it's not if 3PO said that to Luke, Han, Leia, 3PO, and that's probably it. Lando, I don't think he would say it about. Then that would be a really, really freaking touching scene. But the fact is, 3PO doesn't know these people with Jack. So anyway, I thought that was incredibly funny. It's just what do you mean? See, R2D2 isn't here. Anyway, I only seen that movie once, guys. It was a lot. It was a lot. Anyway, sorry, guys. So yeah, Luna being here already for Gryffindor. I guess just must mean that she just likes Gryffindor. It can't be because of no, maybe it's because of Ginny. That's it, isn't it? It ain't because of Hermione. That's for flipping sure. It's certainly not for Ron or Harry. It's for Ginny, isn't it? For Ginny. That line from Lord of the Rings. It is. It's for Ginny, isn't it? That's sweet. Right? Ginny and Luna. They are friends, aren't they? I guess that's why she's wearing it, because I don't understand why she's wearing I'm getting really repetitive, guys. In the next movie, I fully understand it, because she's a part of the group. She's had a chat with Harry about the fish straws and everything. She's exposed stuff about her life and everything, and she has fought alongside our heroes. I understand why she's wearing the lion helmet in the movie, but her wearing the lion hat here, I can only imagine it's because she's friends with Ginny. Or she's rebelling against Ravenclaw and just choosing anyone. So she could have chosen Slytherin. Or maybe she maybe she wants to be brave, maybe she considers herself as brave as Gryffindor. Yeah, I don't really get why she's wearing it, guys. It makes more sense in the movies. It just does. Sorry, guys. I'm getting very repetitive, guys, but I want to express my confusion over that. And I think I did it quite a few times. Hermione gives Ron a kiss. This seems to help Ron, but it also just completely baffles him. He's like not really understanding what's happening. We find out the badges say Weasley is our king. Which I misspelt Weasley there twice, brilliantly. And I presume that is because he's most likely to be the one to lose the game for Gryffindor. We'll obviously get that confirmed in a bit, but my notes say that is what I'm presuming. Oh, I have got it down here. I didn't think I had this note down here, but yes, in the book I get less why Luna is supporting Gryffindor. There we go. I'm glad I brought that up, but right now, just off the top of my head, I presume it's because of Ginny. Sliv's still picking, and because she isn't liked amongst most other Ravenclaws, but I guess it. But even then, I don't understand why it's Gryffindor, and I guess that might be because Luna, maybe. Slytherin are still picking. Oh yeah, so Slytherin players have had a couple of players released, but they still always go for like the gorilla players, which is the way that it brings it up in here. I brought that up again, guys. I'm not going to bring it up. I don't really like that, to be honest. But anyway, Ang. Oh, Angelina, not Ang. Sorry, Angelina says, Crab and Goyle are the new beaters, and it's so cool, guys. She like says, "Oh, I don't really know who they are," and it just shows how. I'd say every single book review, guys, how Draco lives rent free in Harry's head, guys. Because the fact is. The fact that Angelina doesn't know who they are, it's like, what really? Have you not been paying attention? Have you not seen all the fights? Have you not seen all the sneaking about and everything, all the backhanded comments that they make about each other and everything? No, she hasn't, because she's got her own life. And so when she said, don't really know who they are, I was like, really? Have you not read the books? I was very confused for a second, but it makes complete sense. Really interesting how characters that live rent-free in Harry, Ron, and Hermione's head aren't known by others. So there we go. There's another way of wording what I just said. I'm good at saving time in these videos. Montgomery is the new Slytherin captain. And he is also a gorilla, apparently. It does feel like being large is a character trait here. But we talked about that ad nauseum, guys. Let's move on. And I really appreciate your takes on it, guys, because I do feel, because the thing is, guys, very often I will say, and even when I'm repetitive, I'll say something which I think, and then I'll read your comments, and sometimes I'll think, you know what, I don't fully agree with that, but you know what, I see it from a completely different angle now, or sometimes I actually get convinced otherwise, guys, but I just don't. We talked about it so many times about the physical representation of Slytherin. Let's move on. Hooch is back. It feels like a hot minute since we've seen Hooch, guys. I think it's been a hot minute since anyone said hot minute as well. Okay, we are going to talk about it a little bit more, if that's okay, guys, because over Christmas, I completed Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on Nintendo, guys. Now, it wasn't for the first time. And this time I actually used the save feature that comes with the mini NES, or NES as everyone else apparently calls it. But yeah, when we were kids, I completed it, without saves and everything, guys. Which, having played this Christmas, I've absolutely no idea how I did that, because it is an insanely difficult game. But this whole slithering thing did remind me of. Donatello was always my favourite. One, because he's purple, my favourite colour. But two, because he's a really intelligent guy, but he's also just as capable at everything else as the rest of the gang. I loved that about him, guys. I think it's really cool. He's the intelligent character, but he's not a stereotype. And from what I gather, in later versions of Turtles, and also he's buff, he's as buff as the rest of them. I thought that was really cool. But in later versions of the Turtles, they've made him by far the skinniest and have glasses. Now, I think that there might be an argument to say, yeah, why can't an intelligent person have glasses and be skinny? That's fine, but it is also backing up stereotypes that are we kind of past those sort of stereotypes now, right? Having glasses means you're more intelligent and everything. That must be why I have 20/20 vision. And him being skinnier than the rest. I find it a shame, guys. But then again, it's not for me. I haven't seen a single episode of this new Turtles where Donatello is like that. And so I do feel like it's the same. But I do feel like having Slytherin being all gorillas in their teams and all the girls looking like pigs and everything, or whatever it is that Harry comes up with in Zed, it's kind of outdated. But at the same time, it's what Harry is thinking, though. And so Harry would... He's biased. I think that. We've talked about all this before. Let's move on. Seriously, I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry that we bring up this sort of thing all the time. But whenever it does come up, it does hurt a little bit. It's like, oh, are they all really gorillas? Okay, fine. They don't have like a really fast but evil character as well. Well, I guess that'd be Draco, wouldn't it? Well, because of his money. But yeah. Anyway. Sorry about the rant, guys. It wasn't a rant, guys. It's just what came up in my head when I was going through this. So the captains shake hands. I think that's new. I don't remember there being handshakes before. I'm sure there were. Montgomery. Harry believes that Montgomery is trying to crush Angelina's hand, but Angelina no-sells it completely. Lee says, saying. On commentary that so the game has now started, and Lee says that he's been asking Angelina out for years on the commentary. Bit distracting, but also not great thing to say on commentary. But that's Lee, though, isn't it? We're back to McGonagall having a go at him, which is a throwback, guys. That has only happened in one other book, right? I'm pretty sure that was the Philosopher's Stone. So 5 books later, and she's still having to have a go at Lee. It's fantastic. I don't know if it's come up since. It may have done. So it says the crowd, but presumably it's just Slytherin, are saying Weasley cannot save a thing. He cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherins all sing Weasley is our king. Weasley was born in a bin. We can presume who came up with that line. He always lets the quaffle in. Weasley will make sure we win. Weasley is our king. in a sort of football chance sort of way. Obviously, football chants in RL can be. I mean, they're very funny, guys. You can look up funny British football chants, which are very, very funny. But also, they're pretty unpleasant as well, and very often extremely derogatory and everything. But yeah, so this is basically what that is. This is basically what the Slytherins are doing here. I don't know if I actually. No, I'm pretty sure I do have a note for it, so I'll bring it up later on. 40 minutes. Lee's trying to drown it out by like constantly commentating and everything, but Harry has actually stopped searching for the quaffle because of the song, and I think it goes to Ron or something. I'm not sure. I think he's going to go to Ron because a Slytherin player is heading straight towards the goals. Lee's trying to big up Ron, and I think that when he does that, Slytherin actually cheer, and so that's a real like bullying thing there. It's horrible. Slytherin score first. I got down here. Harry needs to get back to searching for the snitch, but he seems to be taken out more out of the game by the chant than Ron is, in my opinion. Surely a quarter of the... Oh, yes, so it says that the crowd is actually drowning out the commentary. Now, I'm not sure if that's true, guys, because apparently the crowd are now deafening, which is the word that he uses, with this chant. Surely, it is only the Slytherins who are singing it. So a quarter of the crowd are deafening the stadium. I think there might be some sort of projection spell here. I really like that, because it doesn't make sense mathematically to me, but we're in the Wizarding world, so there could be a thing where the badges make you sing louder. There we go. So yeah, that is definitely my headcanon. Let me know what you think, guys. But a quarter of the crowd deafening the stadium? I'm not sure. Guys, unless you're like the Seattle Seahawks who cheat with their stadium. They don't cheat. Like, each area has their own advantages, guys. Green Bay play in the snow all the time, so they're more used to playing in the snow now. But yes, Seattle cheat. Sorry, I'm a Rams fan. Anyway, so yeah, that's my headcanon. I got to admit, guys, I don't know if I presume it isn't this bad at all in the book, but in the audio, my God, it gets repetitive, and on purpose, guys. But at some point I was thinking about skipping forward, because we hear the chants, and it doesn't just say we hear the chants. It says the chant over and over and over and over again, and it gets so annoying. It's so frustrating, but that's kind of the point, though. And so in a way, it's worked brilliantly. But it was getting very annoying, I must admit. Harry's been stood floating still for over a minute, when I think Angelina says, "What are you doing?" something. He's just watching the match. Huge effort by Harry here, absolutely massive. Which I appreciate, because it's very rare that he makes mistakes in Quidditch. Is it Malfoy singing the bin line? Yes, I think it is. I usually call it. Put D instead of M, but yeah, it's Draco who's singing the bin line. Again, I'm pretty sure he came up with that. Lee says, it's a nice play by George, or is it Fred? Oh, who cares? So it seems like Lee's starting to panic as well, which is brilliant. But even that's making Ron feel even worse. He's let in 4 by now. Gryffindor do get 1 back, so it's now 40-10. Snitch appears both Draco and Harry see it. So there's obviously a big race between Harry and Draco to get to it. Harry does indeed get it, though. As soon as his hand closes around it, a bludger knocks him off, which was knocked by... I'm pretty sure it's Crab, isn't it? We're going to be getting to rules and stuff soon, guys, because there is a very interesting discussion that's going to be coming up in a second. And Gryffindor win, which, to be honest, guys, I actually didn't think it was going to happen, but, you know, it's Harry Potter. Because Gryffindor's going to win. But that wasn't going to be true. sorry. I do this. You know what, guys? In many series and everything, I often worry about giving my honest opinions. And whenever I say, hey guys, is it okay if I give my honest opinion here? People say, yeah, that's the whole point, Veggie. But yeah, we've gone into it before. You know what? Yeah. Okay, I'll word it like this. If Gryffindor lost more, or if there were more teams, because the thing is, there's only 3 blooming teams, guys, and so, if you're going to win the championship, you basically have to win each game. But if there were more repeats, so you played each other several times a year or everything, or like say 4 or 5 times each team plays each team, and if Gryffindor lost more of those, not for Harry's fault, then it would make the games much more exciting for me. There we go. That's the way I'll put it. I'll leave it like that. Because the thing is, I never read a sports fiction book, guys. I presume they exist. But if our hero's team essentially wins... then again, no, Hurricanes, they always won, didn't they? Cartoon series, football team, wasn't very good. As I remember, it may have been good, actually. I don't remember. Had a good theme tune. But I'm pretty sure that the Hurricanes always won. Yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, come on, move on. Champion spirit is here to stay. Sorry. So was it a girl who, like, gets a... She like, wins a football team or something? I don't know. Anyway. Gryffindor wins. Draco is immediately mocking, actually talking to Harry, not actually talking to Ron, but talking to Harry, mocking Ron and how useless he is and everything. And I got down here. Obviously, it wasn't going to work because Gryffindor just won. So that's me being naive there, because I was thinking, Draco, that just ain't going to work. You just lost your team's game. Your words ain't going to work at this point. I got that blooming wrong. So Harry sees Ron walking off to the locker room and everything. I think that if that didn't happen, then what's about to follow wouldn't have happened either. I will apologise one more time, guys. Sorry about my Quidditch rant. I do it every single time. I apologise. Why have I put M so many times? I usually put D. Draco says they wanted to include a verse about Arthur and Molly. Fred and George hear this up and like start to come over. Draco says that Harry spends the holidays with him, with their family, and like saying how they stink and everything. And I got down here, how does he know that Harry spends the holidays at the Burrow? I can only presume it's because Percy's passed that information out onto Lucius, and Lucius just basically telling everything to Draco? Maybe with the intent of him bullying Harry? I don't know about that. I don't know about that, actually. But why is Lucius passing all his information onto his son, though? But yeah, I presume it's because of Percy, because I don't know when else he would have heard that Harry spends the holidays with them. Unless there's a bigger spy situation going on, of course. So the bludger at the end, which I'm pretty sure was hit by Crabbe, was illegal. I think, and this isn't to defend him. This isn't to defend him in the slightest, guys. But I do think that Crabbe could argue. Oh, hang on. I've got I could have a look at the book, but it'll take me too long. Are bludgers allowed to hit seekers in Quidditch? Beaters are explicitly allowed and even encouraged to target seekers with bludgers. Okay, so the fact that he hit a seeker is not what was legal here. It is purely, and this is an important part of my thinking. So it was purely the fact that it was a late hit. I think that Crabbe could easily argue that he tried to hit him before his hand closed around it. Because it's like his hand closed around it, and then he's instantly knocked off his broom. So it's like in boxing, guys, where someone's like, goes for an extra swing at the end of the round and everything. Sure, the referee like say, hey, that was a late hit and everything, but it's not like, okay, end the game. Like, not even end the game, but giving. No, I think you can get a penalty for late punches. I don't know, guys. Boxing's such a circus now. Anyway, I don't watch it. It's all just novelty fights now, isn't it? But yeah, I feel like Crabbe could easily argue, I was just doing my job. I just hit it. I didn't know he was going to grab it that quickly. There we go. I'm not defending him. I feel like that's, and the reason why I bring that up is because it's compared to what Harry and George now do, which is a huge difference, guys. It really is. So Hooch is having to go at Crabbe. Draco says how the Burrow stinks, and maybe Harry it reminds him of his mother. Who obviously was Half-Blood. Right? Oh, she was Muggle-born. Yes, Lady was Muggle-born. Ignore me. Yes, of course. Harry, at this point, is already holding George back from attacking, and it says that Harry doesn't remember letting go of George. But I'm pretty sure he actually is also the one who lays in the first hit. So he punches, and it specifically says, without time to get for his wand, he just punches Draco straight in the gut. George also goes over and attacks. We don't have a play-by-play at this point, because we just presume it's red mist at this point of George and Harry beating on Draco, but it feels like it goes on for long. It shouldn't happen at all, but it feels like it goes on for a long time, to be honest. So Hooch comes over, uses an impediment jinx on Harry. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong. George's got a swollen lip, I presume from just flailing. I can't imagine Draco gave him that. Or maybe he did. Maybe he did. It doesn't sound like it, though, because Draco is whimpering. And that isn't me mocking him, guys. He's just been beaten by two people, including one who's old, who is a couple of years older than him. So this is no laughing matter. You know what? I'm very interested to read the book review here, guys. What did Max say in the summary? Because I reckon I might be in the minority here. Harry and George give us what we've been waiting for 5 books. Okay, so this is very interesting. That is not my take. That is not my take, guys. I think that it's really bad what George and Fred... George and Harry. It's so unusual to not say Fred and George. Harry and George do here. I think it's horrific. It reminds me of a very, very notable scene where a bad guy gets their comeuppance in Game of Thrones. And it's so interesting watching some people's reacting like, yeah, like this and everything. But then other actors like going, oh my goodness, this is horrible. And I'm in the later one there as well. Popcorn in Bed was as well, which I'm not surprised about. She was like kind of, I think she said she found it incredibly disturbing. Whereas other people literally are jumping out of their seats when it's happening. If you know, you know, guys. You know what scene I'm talking about. Okay, just in case you don't know, my favourite colour is a clue. But yeah, so I'm fascinated to read the book. Now, granted, Draco was literally asking for it. He was literally asking for it. And I'm not saying Harry and George should be held to a higher example and everything, but at the same time, it is two people, including one who was a couple of years older than him, beating him up. So that's my take on it, guys. But that isn't me trying to kill the mood or anything. If you guys find it hilarious in the book club, that's great. And I'm looking forward to reading your takes on it. Have I been a miserable veggie in this video? I feel like I'm moaning a lot. I don't know. I don't think I'm moaning here. I certainly got a bit of satisfaction from Draco being beaten, but the entire time I was thinking, this is great, Harry, but it's going to end up much worse for you. The entire time I was thinking that. yeah, we'll get into it, because we got the punishment discussion coming up, which I find absolutely fascinating, so we'll get into that. Harry and George sent off to McGonagall's office. McGonagall's obviously there, but so she's obviously power walking her way to the office as well. Harry still has the snitch in the hand that he punched with, which I think is slightly swollen when he... Yeah, because it said that he punched... yeah, at this point we find out that he'd punched Draco in the face. And so this is why I'm saying that this fight is not a couple of seconds of... like this. No, Draco is on the ground, and they are putting in many hits into him. And it makes me sad even saying it, guys. It does. I do not like Draco, guys. I do not. What he just said was disgusting. But I do, and the entire beating is going to hurt Draco in the short term. Like, Harry he's playing into Umbridge's hands, you guys. We'll get into it. But he really is. So, and again, I'm not sure if any of this would have happened if Ron hadn't walked off. I'm not passing blame, guys. But I think if there is any blame to be had, it's on Harry and George. The most. That's honestly my opinion, guys. And the thing is, I hope I'm not bringing down the mood. The book club is all people saying, yeah, Draco got everything. That's brilliant. I'm delighted by that, guys. But this was my in the moment reaction to that moment. There we go. So. God, I'm a miserable veggie. I'm not, guys. I'm in a really good mood. I went to sleep early last night, guys. That never happens. Oh my goodness. No, I'm a happy veggie, I think. I think I am. So yeah, I hope that it's these Quidditch chapters, guys. It seems to just bring out the worst to me, doesn't it? It's constantly complaining. Sorry, guys. I really am. If you stick with me this far, I really appreciate it. I really do. So, this is I found this scene fascinating, guys. I really did. So, does the snitch actually try to avoid players? Oh, yeah, so I've got this down here. I don't really know. I don't think we've ever actually discussed the science behind... Oh, no, science is not exactly the right word, but the science behind the snitch. Is the snitch programmed or spell-casted or whatever to avoid the players, or is it completely random movement? So we presume it's random at first, or does it actually hide? So can it like go behind a beam and just stay there? Because it can be stationary. At least it can in the movies. I'm not sure about in the books. Or is it literally programmed to move as far away from everyone as possible? And so, if all the other players went to one end of the pitch, would the snitch just naturally just go in the other direction? There would be one way of finding it easier, wouldn't it? But yeah, I doubt it's ever explained. But I do. This is the first time after 5 books me questioning actually what the programming for the snitch actually is. Because the first time we've ever seen it outside of the Quidditch pitch, quite frankly. That isn't true, is it? There was a message inside it. Or is that yet to happen? I think it's yet to happen, isn't it? Oh, God. Hang on a second. I've asked so many questions today. What book has the snitch with a secret message in? Or does that even ever happen? We've got a while to wait. Right, I apologise, guys. For some reason I was thinking it was Philosopher's Stone, but no. Anyway. I shouldn't be looking up future stuff like that. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I'll save you a comment. And I'll say that I won't be looking at future stuff like that. But I just couldn't remember. What I should have asked is has it happened at this point yet or not? And it has not. So, does it ever stop still or hide? But then we get into McGonagall's rage, which is the interesting part here. So, Harry says that Draco provoked them. McGonagall, just kind of fathomed this and says that she makes a great point and says he had just lost. He had just lost, so anything that he said shouldn't have had any effect on you. And I'll be honest, guys, I'm with her. I am with her. Even with the Lily thing, guys, I am. If Harry just turned and says, "You just lost the game for your team, Draco. Go back to the locker room with your players who now absolutely despise you," then that Lily line would have done nothing. He would have absolutely humiliated Draco in that moment. We know that book Harry would have done that sort of thing. Imagine this scene being in the movie, guys. That would never happen. It would have been Fred and George beating him. It would not have been Harry. So yeah, I am with McGonagall here. She gets some things wrong here, in my opinion. But it's like he had just lost Harry. She said that that it should have been reported to Hooch. It's very interesting. I didn't really realise you could report that sort of thing. Because it's meant to be a I don't want to say gentleman, but a sportsman gang with the handshaking and everything. McGonagall, this is not great actually, guys. Refers to the fight as a Muggle duel. That's kind of that's not great, guys. It's basically calling Muggles animals, right? Right? Am I mad? Because Harry isn't a Muggle. He just did it. So yeah, it's kind of if I was a Muggle in that room, I'd be like, hang on, what? You can't say that. And we know that physical, getting physical and everything is obviously a lot less of a regular thing in the Western world. But calling it Muggle dueling, that doesn't feel right. It feels like there's something offensive going on there. But God down here is punching really that rare in the Wizarding world. I wouldn't have thought it would be that rare, especially at schools. Especially with them blooming Muggle born. I'm joking. The Umbridge cough. Asks if she can help to add any authority to the situation, and McGonagall takes this as you'd expect. McGonagall has given specifically Harry and George a week's worth of detention both. Umbridge says she thinks that they deserve more. McGonagall, tried to smile back, says, well, but unfortunately, it is what I think that counts. Which is also not great. Which is also not a great thing for McGonagall to say, and we'll find out why in a second. I got to admit, a week's worth of detention. I don't know what the rule. Weirdly, I know the rules more in America than I do in the UK for current schools, guys. But I'm pretty sure if you are in a fight in an American school, that's you're now looking for another school, right? Any Americans watching, let me know if that's true or not. But I'm pretty sure that is at least the case now. That if you are in a physical fight, or at least engaged in the fight first, which in my opinion, George and Harry absolutely did. I don't think Draco did. I don't. And I'm really looking forward to the book club on this, guys, because I'm looking forward to seeing the other takes on that. I can't remember what point I'm making. Yeah, I do feel like a week's worth of detention is quite light. I actually do. Umbridge then says that she's been speaking with Cornelius and this. Oh, sorry. Mr. Fudge, or the Minister, which is such a purposely put in their mistake, as in for Umbridge's purpose. It's saying, yeah, my best friend, the Minister, sent a new decree, number 25, response to McGonagall's overruling Umbridge's decision on practice. Oh, that's different, because that happened before McGonagall's assessment, wasn't it? What I'm basically going to say is that despite the fact that I love the way that McGonagall was talking back to Umbridge, McGonagall was not doing herself any favours by doing it. In the same way that Harry is not doing himself any favours by doing half the things he's done in this book, let alone beating on Draco like that with another student. I can't wait to read the other opinions in the club, guys. But yeah, did this decree coming in because McGonagall got overruled specifically on Umbridge? No, no, it's not fair. I was never going to say it's fair. Sorry, I was going to say is it understandable from any standpoint? It isn't understandable because it's one group being done. But now Umbridge has the fuel to say, you see how the Gryffindor players are behaving. Of course, I wasn't going to let them practice. And she can now do that. And so Harry and McGonagall, in my opinion, keep walking into... Well, Harry more than McGonagall, keep walking into things which are justifying the draconian measures that Umbridge is doing. If you see what I mean. Yeah. Having supreme authority over all punishments of students is now Umbridge's thing. Accidentally or maybe on purpose calling Cornelius bans Harry and George from ever playing again. Now, what does that mean, guys? Because I'm a little bit confused by that. Because she refers to it as a lifelong ban. Does that mean that once they leave school, they still can't play Quidditch? To what capacity? Are they allowed to play it at home at the borough? Or is it that they're not allowed to join any official teams? Or does it just mean until the end of school? Which is what I presume it means. But the fact that she specifically says lifelong ban is very odd. I gotta say though, guys, Harry actually takes this weirdly well. He actually does. Yeah. I feel like he actually does take this surprisingly well. I'm not sure. We'll discuss it anyway. Because it will come up again, I'm sure. Oh, Fred is also included in this discussion, in this decision. Now, again, that is a draconian measure, but Umbridge has been given the fuel to defend that decision. Because even Fred says, it's not my fault I wasn't beating him up. In this chapter, in fact, that is in this chapter that he says that. So yeah. I'm not deleting the right messages. The players, the three, I should say, that their broomsticks will be confiscated. When Umbridge, yeah, and this is the point which I was just making. When Umbridge does bad things, people often make it so she can say that it's justified. And I think this is just another example of that. But there have been other examples of it, you know, where Umbridge has like a draconian rule, and then someone does something, and then she can say, "Yep, that's why I got it." And so yeah, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. I'm certainly more frustrated by book Umbridge than movie. Although movie, she's so good in that, guys. Anyway, so back at the common room, the tone is obviously pretty miserable. Snitch is flying about. Ron has not been seen since the game. Somebody brings up the fact that Crabbe is not banned for an illegal hit. I don't think he would be. I think that he could easily justify that it was a mistake. Unless he said, no, I'm glad I knocked him off, which I don't think he would have done. I think even Crabbe and Goyle are smart enough to not do that. And you'll get down here, there's a difference between an attack and a full hit. I think whoever said that was kind of killing themselves. Because there is no comparison between what... They're just... Well, we'll see in the book club, guys, but in my opinion, there is no comparison between what Crabbe did and what Harry and George did. Alicia says Fred was banned even though he didn't do anything, and Fred replies that wasn't my fault, which is brilliant, and that he would have also been beating on Draco. We're getting there, guys. We're very near the end. This has been a long chapter, though, guys. Aaron Quarter. Only Harry and Hermione left after everyone goes to bed. Just after asking where Ron is, he then appears through the door. He'd been out walking. His clothes were all wet from snow and everything. Says sorry to Harry for thinking that he can play. oh, God bless him. That's such a human thing to say, guys. And that says that he's going to resign. And Harry says, well, that's going to leave very few players and everything. He doesn't know about the ruling at this point. Harry fills him in on what happened, and Ron instantly blames himself. In fact, I think it may be Hermione who fills him in. So after like a bit of a silence, Hermione walks up to the window, and Ron says, "This is the worst I've ever felt in my life." And Harry replies, "Join the club." No. I believe that it could be the worst Ron's ever felt, because the entire school was mocking him. And, in his unfortunate opinion, rightfully so here. In his opinion. Harry's been through worse than this. Harry's been through worse than this, in my opinion. Hermione says she can think of something that will cheer them both up whilst looking at the window, and says Hagrid's back, which is such a lovely end to the chapter, guys. Oh, we needed it as well. Brilliant chapter, guys. Sorry about my usual Quidditch waffle. Or quaffle. But you know what I'm like. I did really enjoy the chapters, but very often when I get reminded of a certain take that I have, I like to just briefly revisit it. I feel like this time I didn't briefly do it. I kept on saying the same thing over and over again, and I'm sorry. The worst I've ever felt, guys. Either way, let's get into chapter 20, which again, I don't know if I said at the start, guys, but I had basically no memory of this scene being in the movie, apart from a couple of lines which reminded me. Let's get into chapter 20, Hagrid's Tale. Not like, The Dursley Child. Actually, I think it's been pointed out to me before, so I should clarify again. Quidditch does seem very unusual because it's a Wizarding World sport. That's the entire point, Veggie. It's meant to feel uncanny. Because it's something from a society that is very different from my own. Okay. Chapter 20, Hagrid's Tale. Bit of a spoiler. Not a bit of a spoiler, it's a huge spoiler. Yeah, I did see, like last month when I made the post for taking the notes and everything, that, and think, okay, well, I now know that Hagrid's back then. Because obviously it happens in a different point in the movie. I had to search forward quite a bit just to get to it, in fact. So Quidditch is no longer important to the trio, who rushed to see Hagrid immediately. He doesn't want to talk about where he has been, but due to the condition he is in, the world's greatest detective Hermione figures out that he has gone to see the Giants. He tells them how him and Maxime went there and convinced the Giants to help, but then there was an uprising with a new Gurg. I spelled it completely differently. And he sides with the Death Eaters who and killed all who disagree. We also learn that Hagrid had gotten word that his mother had died years ago. Yeah, that was such a sad little addition to this. It really is. Horrors. Heartbreaking. Before we can answer anyone's questions about what happened next, there is a knock at the door, and it's Umbridge ruining everything yet again. She questions Hagrid's whereabouts and informs him of who she is and what she is there to do. Yeah, we missed that little introduction part in the movie version, don't we? After she leaves, they tell Hagrid to be careful about what he teaches, as Trelawney has already been put on probation. And he says he's got something interesting for class. Yeah, yeah, we'll get to that, but that's really, it's a very frustrating Hagrid moment. It's like saying, oh, I've got something very good for you. That's quite a good impression. Okay, so, Hagrid's tale notes, guys. So Hermione puts on some gloves and a scarf because it's so cold outside, and puts on one of the elf hats, which is amazing. You'd think that out of everyone in the world, Hermione would have worked out a stay warm spell, or at least a spell that makes a fire that you can stay to try and stay warm. But apparently not, though. Then she's excited, isn't she? Maybe she does. She doesn't think of it. Maybe. They pass nearly headless Nick, who they think they might be whistling Weasley is our king, which is horrible. Harry calls through the door to Hagrid. Risky business, because it may not be Hagrid, guys. The only reason why Hermione said Hagrid's back is because the lights are on in his hut. Very interesting that Gryffindor Tower can see. It's a tower, isn't it? So it would be able to see most of the ground, wouldn't it? But yeah, it can see Hagrid's hut. Hagrid sticks his head through the door, tells him to quiet down and everything, and Hermione instantly starts screaming. Which I love the fact it doesn't explain why. Like, I mean, it really doesn't explain why until they're actually in the room and everything, with the door closed and everything. And Hagrid's hair is completely matted in blood. His left eye is closed off. Swollen, closed off. And yeah, it's an absolute picture. I am not surprised for a second that he is not in as bad a condition as this in. I just got a really stupid theory. I just got a really stupid theory that maybe if any damage that's done to Draco, Hagrid feels, and that's insane. Ignore me, guys, because it actually doesn't explain how he is actually all messed up like this, bizarrely. And I can't remember if it's ever explained at all. I'm pretty sure it isn't. If it isn't, if it is, then I can't think of why. But yeah, that I'm sure it'll be covered in the future chapters. So yeah, I'm really not surprised he doesn't look at this bad in the movie. Ron says, "Why would you say it was nothing if someone Oh yeah, so Hagrid says it's nothing. Don't worry about me. I think, and Ron says, "Would you say it was nothing if one of us turned up with a pound of mincemeat for a face?" Not the politest way of putting it, but there you go. Hagrid goes to get a green-tinged steak, which turned out to be dragon meat, and slaps it on his face. Really horrible imagery, guys. It really is. Hagrid calls. Hagrid actually calls them out and calls them nosy and interfering. It's amazing for Hagrid to say that to them, but it's not incorrect, is it? And yeah, so he then admits. So what? I'm sure I had a note down here. Maybe I accidentally just deleted it or something. But Harry. Oh no, yeah, it is down here. So obviously it's just in a different order than I remember. So Hagrid does admit that he'd gone to see the giants and everything, and like, you know, Ron, Hermione, and Harry are like, well, yeah, obviously. And whereas in the movie it's like, giants. Whereas in the book they've already worked it out. And it is pretty obvious, you know, hearing the discussion between Dumbledore and Hagrid previously in the. Or I don't know if Hagrid was there. He probably would have been in the hospital wing. So yeah, I think Hermione does like say, "How did he find them?" and everything. I don't know. It says something about finding giants, and Hagrid says, "Well, it's quite easy. I mean, they're so big and everything." And that was the first moment where I thought, hang on, is this actually in the movies? Maybe not even specifically this one, but the movies. Because honestly, I'd completely forgotten this scene happened. I really had, guys, and it's a really good scene as well. It's done better in the book, but that's, you know, that's not exactly a rarity, is it? So apparently, a lot of Muggles come across the giants by accident, obviously, but their deaths are put down to mountaineering, which means that all humans that have ever seen giants in the Alps, or the mountains at least, have been killed. Maybe, well, maybe there's some people who've been considered mad, maybe. I've got down here, would Ron know what mountaineering is? Because I presume probably not. Probably not. Ron says Hagrid can tell them about the giants, and Harry can tell them about the Dementors. I assumed that he would have already known about the Dementors, but he really has been on his own side mission with Maxime. And Harry says that he was also expelled, but then doesn't explain how he got back, which is very clever of Harry. Because I thought, oh yeah, I got expelled as well. So you want to know how I'm still here? You're going to tell this story? It's very. I appreciate that line from Harry. I thought that was really cool. Apparently, Maxime is very good at roughing it, according to Hagrid. Wizards don't care about giants as long as they are far away. We learn about, obviously, when you're on an island in the UK, or in Great Britain, I should say, that's less easy. It took them a month to get to the encampment. Ron is like just astonished by this. He's like, oh, wait, how I love it because Ron's expression is like, how could it take a month for you to get there? As in, he cannot comprehend the idea of any journey being that long. Whereas Hermione and Harry are probably like, Harry, I presume are more like, that is a long time. Whereas Ron is like completely baffled by it. I really appreciate that. You know, the whole Wizarding World connection. You had to act like a muggle all the way, which is, again, not a great... I guess that isn't too bad, actually. I mean, they certainly wouldn't have been using muggle transport. I presume that they just used a boat across the channel. The channel is the sea between the UK and France, I should say, and Belgium. I think that's it. I guess you could also technically say Spain and Portugal, maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. But yeah, I presume that because we know that Hagrid can do that because he used the boat when he went to the lighthouse, didn't he? They knew that they were being tailed throughout the journey. They went to Dijon, home of the mustard, I presume. And Hermione immediately gets excited and says, "Oh, I've been there. Did you see?" And then like realizes what she's doing and everything. But I mean, Ron gives her a stink eye or something. But I really liked the fact that she got excited about that. Obviously, we knew about her holidays in France. Ran into mad trolls at the Belgian border. Had a disagreement with Vampire in Minsk. I got on here how... I'm not sure exactly. Maybe vampires are just more prolific in Europe, because I'm pretty sure it was in Europe that Quirrell interacted with one, right? I don't know about Lockhart, but obviously that vastly didn't actually happen, so... but yeah, I wonder how actually rare vampires actually are. Because, you know, he just said we had a disagreement with a vampire, and like, Ron, Harry, and Hermione are like, what? And nothing like that. Which I kind of would have expected them to. So yeah, it seems like vampires are probably more common than I actually imagined. They avoid using magic around giants for obvious reasons. Giants are very untrustworthy of wizards. So and this is what I've got down here. Have all muggles that have ever seen a giant been killed, or maybe they've seen it tell people and people just don't believe them? Maybe. There are around 70 to 80 giants left. I presume this is in the world. I'm pretty sure it is. There used to be over 100 tribes worldwide, and so there was presumably a bit of a network going on. Some were killed by wizards, but apparently mostly they're killed by each others. This is the thing when it comes to the orcs in Warhammer 40k. Apparently, if they got their S together and worked as an army, they could easily take over the universe, but because they spend more time fighting each other than they do anything else, and so... But apparently this wasn't the case before before they were exiled, though, according to Dumbledore at least. So that's very interesting to me. That this actually wasn't the case before they started to be exiled, presumably from the UK, but maybe other places as well. Maybe. Their snore when they got there, their snoring would cause avalanches. Apparently, oh no, I did spell the Gurg the same. The Gurg means chief, and when you approach a Gurg, this is Dumbledore's plan. In fact, you are meant to approach with a gift and, like, ignore the rest of the giants and everything, because the Gurg is generally pretty selfish, and so he only really cares if he's getting a gift or not, and then back away and just leave it at that, and don't engage in any discussions too early and everything. You can tell the Gurg by being the biggest, ugliest, and laziest, but we know that isn't true because of what comes up later in this chapter. But generally, they tend to be the biggest, ugliest, and laziest. The current one, and I say current, it's like current Mrs. Wogan. The current Gurg is Callus, which I thought I misheard. This is one of the times where I had to go back and listen to it. Oh, does the noodle want it in? I think so. Do you want it in, Monkey Noodle? Come on, in again, quickly. I'm making good progress with this chapter, so it shouldn't be too long before the noodle gets to go out. You okay? Have you had a good one? She was just sunbathing, guys, because I said it was it's icy outside. It's very bright as well, though, and so she's able to lie in certain places to get warm. I'm not sure if you got anything, Woozy. Oh, you have got one thing. Got one little thing. I'll refill that later. There you go, monkey. What a sweetie. What a sweet girl you are. You were very good with those dogs a couple of days ago. Me and my brother and Woozle had a New Year's Day walk around Oxford. And there's one part where we're in the university parks where they have an American football field, in fact. And yeah, there were just so many dogs around that I had to let her off the lead. Because I can't have dogs running up to her and her feeling defenseless, and so I let her off the lead, and she was great. She was absolutely brilliant. She didn't go running up to any. She wasn't too scared of larger ones, which is often the case as well. Oh, blimey. Gotcha. Don't have my wand. So yeah, she was very good. You can have a nice snooze whilst I finish this off, Woozle. We're making pretty good progress. I feel like that last chapter took longer than it should have done, guys, because I was so repetitive. I'm sorry, guys. Like I said, I'm recovering from an illness at the moment, but it doesn't mean I can let these videos get way too long. Ron is amazed that they weren't killed when they're approaching. Apparently the giants like magic because the gifts that they are given are generally magical, but they just don't like wizards specifically. So Dumbledore gave Hagrid a everlasting fire, which I presume has been burning the entire time. Because it's everlasting, you can't switch it off, and so I presume it's been burning the entire time. Maybe Hagrid's got a special bag that he can put it in or something. But yeah, it's constantly on fire, which for a giant would obviously be invaluable. Will literally burn forever, no matter what. I got a question here. So if you throw it into a river, it would still be burning, presumably. Callus. Sorry. Oh, Carcass, sorry, not Callus. Carcass didn't know English, but a couple of the other giants did there, so they're able to translate. They give them gifts daily until they are trusted. The second day was a indestructible battle helmet. Oh no, Carcass. There we go. I got just down to see here. Carcass had actually heard of Dumbledore. Apparently, Dumbledore had spoken out for the giants when the British wizards, I should say, started to kill them. Are they considered British? Oh god, that's never actually come up before, has it? Yeah, because I'm pretty sure it said the British wizards here. So they are considered British. Okay. Apparently one night a fight took place, which went on for hours. The next morning, Carcass's blood had made the snow all around scarlet, which is brutal imagery, guys. I presume we're not going to see that in the TV show. And his head thrown into the bottom of the lake by Golgamath, which is a heck of a name, who is one of the largest remaining. So again, so this is my point, guys. It isn't always the largest giant, which I actually assumed it would be, because again, going back to 40k, the orcs, the what do they call them? I can't remember. It's like a very British term. I can't remember, but I guess, is it the big boy? No, it's not. Like the chief, that like the lead orc, is always the biggest, and that is just how it always works. It is literally always the largest orc. Roll of dragon skin. Right, Hagrid picked up by his feet. What? Oh, okay. So, okay, sorry. So they approach Golgamath with a roll of dragon skin. But Hagrid is then picked up and held upside down by a couple of other giants. There's an image. Maxime immediately starts casting magic, who apparently she's an awesome duelist, which is good to know. And they both just leg it. In fact, Hagrid actually uses that term, which made me happy. They then see one night Death Eaters approaching Golgamath and doing the daily gift thing. So this is very interesting that it was Dumbledore's suggestion to Hagrid that they do this, but now the Death Eaters are doing it as well. So I don't know if that's any sort of like leak or anything, or this is generally what people do when approaching giants. Maybe it's kind of a known thing, and Dumbledore let them know. But yeah, you'd presume it's it. One of the Death Eaters that is approaching is McNair, guys, who is certainly getting more airtime than I was ever expecting after the movies. Hagrid says that he enjoys killing, which if that is true, which I presume it is true, it could just be sour grapes from Hagrid, of course, after their history. But if that is true, they shouldn't have that job. You shouldn't enjoy. It's like the Green Mile, you know. You shouldn't enjoy doing it, and you know, unfortunately, there is a guy in Green Mile who enjoys it, and that's not great. Is what I'm saying. So yeah, you shouldn't have sadists having jobs like that. You know, that's my take. Harry and Hagrid and Maxime, started talking to the ones that don't like Gilgamath. Generally, the ones that have been beaten up and avoiding the main group now and everything. McMahon and the others are now looking for them. So presumably, Gilgamath has said that there are these half giants who came. But I don't think if they ever did. Oh no! So that they said that you knew Dumbledore, so yeah, they had mentioned Dumbledore to them. So they know that said that Dumbledore has sent a couple of people. I presume Gilgamath would have known that. Hagrid says that Maxime is very fiery when she's angry, and he says it's probably because she's French, which is an amazing line. I'm not a big fan. Something that really annoys me, guys. This only ever happens in like TV shows and everything. I guess it probably happens in real life as well, where people justify their behaviour by saying where they're from. So I feel like in America, every single state has that. It's like, well, hey, I'm from Texas. I'm from New York. All these, as if that justifies being rude. That's all I'm saying, you know. Then again, Maxine's being fiery because she's blooming angry here. But yeah, like saying, oh, I've just got a Latin temper and all this sort of thing. It's like, oh, yeah, or you could just try and be nice. You know? Anyway, I'm being stupid. But yeah, that does frustrate me a little bit when people kind of basically say that they are like they are because of where they're from, which is something possibly true to an extent, but it shouldn't be used as an excuse. Is what I'm saying. Anyway, which I'm sure it isn't. What am I on about, Weasel? Thank you very much, Nick the Quick. You just become a patron. Very kind of you. Great name. Blah, 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 blah. So, Hagrid and Maxime do find 3 wounded ones. It's very interesting that they're speaking English, because I would have thought that French, particularly in Central Europe, would have been a more common language. Oh, I'm not sure, guys, because French is the most spoken language in the world. I think that is still the case. See, I'm kind of surprised that Maxime isn't leading the conversation. Also because Maxime seems to be more on the ball than Hagrid as well, no offense. But Dumbledore trusts Hagrid more, of course. Up to about... Oh yes, so they actually convinced around 6 or 7 of them to get on board with what they're saying, but then Golgamath had them raided, and the ones that survived that, so presumably not many, no longer wanted to have anything to do with them, which is very brutal, heartbreaking, and very real as well. I do appreciate this chapter; it's very good. But Hagrid is still hopeful because he still got to say his pitch for Dumbledore, and so when it comes to it, they may actually remember and act accordingly, possibly. Oh dear. So Hermione asks if Hagrid heard anything about his mother, and he very sadly says that she died, and maybe it's just the audiobook. The way that Hermione says, "I'm really sorry." It actually kind of broke my heart. I think guys really did. So apparently, I must have just forgotten this, guys, because we would have covered it in the book review, I'm sure. That apparently Sirius Black has said that Maxime had gotten back ages ago, and told the Golden Trio this. I don't remember that, guys. I'm so sorry. So I was a little bit confused by that. But for some reason, Hagrid has been taking even longer, like much longer. There is a sudden bang at the door. Of course, it's Umbridge. You can just tell it's going to be Umbridge. Hagrid still hasn't said where his injuries are from. He's clearly holding that off until last, clearly. And he doesn't in the movie either. I just, right in my brain, I just can't think what it is. It's going to be nice to rediscover it, though. So the Golden Trio get under the invisibility blanket. Hagrid, like they'd say, Hagrid hide the mugs and everything. Hermione dropped her mug when the knocking came a knocking on the door. Yeah, I got down here. I'm not sure if at this point in my notes, I wasn't sure if we ever get an interaction between Umbridge and Hagrid, which is bizarre, guys. It really is, but I genuinely couldn't remember. Because that would make this the book where his half brother is in, right? I'm not sure. You know what? I'm looking forward to finding out. You get your arsey monkey. We'll get out of this soon, I promise. Fang tries to lick Umbridge as she comes through the door, which is amazing. Oh yeah, Fang was going nuts when the Golden Trio arrived. Hagrid says, I don't mean to be rude, but who the ruddy hell are you? Which I think is really funny, guys. I would have loved that line to be in the movie, but it's done the other way around, isn't it? Where the trio arrive where Umbridge is there, rather than the other way around. So it's like mid-conversation. I don't know how often the H word is used in the book, guys. I'm going to be looking up for it in the future because for some reason that really stuck out to me as being quite strong. But obviously we've had some stronger words than that. Umbridge is looking around, and he actually recognises. I think he recognises her name and says, "Don't you work for Fudge?" And she says that she was the senior undersecretary of the minister. Umbridge says that she is the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and Hagrid says, "Oh wow, you're brave," which is amazing. I really like that because that's the great thing. Hagrid would have put that 2 and 2 together. I don't think about the fact that because I wouldn't have done, guys. So each Dark Arts teacher, it doesn't end well. Let's word it like that. But he certainly would have been hearing it in the pubs. That was the case. Umbridge asks about the smashed mug. Yeah, I can't remember what Hagrid says about the smashed mug, but I think he basically blames himself. Oh no, that's right. He says, "Oh yeah, I actually accidentally smashed that one, so that's why I'm using this one," which is a nice little detail. But I absolutely would have said, "Well, yeah, it's when some idiot came knocking at my door in the middle of the night." That's what I would have said, and then get expelled, not expelled, fired. But yeah, I would have blamed her personally for the breakage. Umbridge says she heard voices. It's definitely more tense this way around, isn't it? With the fact that she actually heard voices. I mean, she could have looked for it from the window first, guys. Hagrid says that he was talking to Fang. Umbridge asked if Fang spoke back, which is amazing. You just said, yeah, magic dog. He did. I sometimes say Fang is near enough human. I bloomin' know the feeling. Umbridge points out the footprints, guys. I got down here. That is such a schoolboy error, and you would think, because when she says that, Hermione's like that, and you'd think that out of the three, Hermione would have been the one on top of that, or maybe not. Actually, maybe Harry should have been on top of it. Him being how can I put this? An honorary marauder should have thought of that. I feel like the marauders would have thought of this, guys. Definitely when sneaking up to the Shrieky Shack. Got down here, Bob. Why have I got Bob? Oh, I know why, Bob Mortimer. So Bob Mortimer is a much beloved comedian in the UK, guys. He had a double act with Vic Reeves as Reeves and Mortimer, which was the era which I watched the most of him. But nowadays, Bob Mortimer is absolutely beloved. He does lots of really good things. He's always fantastic when he's on Would I Lie to You? And he also has a thing with the person who played Cadogan, Sir Cadogan, in the deleted scene. Oh, and is also playing Filch. He has so Bob Mortimer has a show with the person who's going to be playing Filch in the TV series, Paul Whitehouse, who I've brought up before in these videos, definitely. So Bob Mortimer is a most beloved person, but I listened to his podcast for a while. He did with someone else, and he told of this time where, as a teenager, him and his friends stole a keg of beer from a bar, and they were like rolling it through the streets at night and everything. And they got it to their home and everything. I thought, yeah, we did it and everything. Says no one saw us and everything. They went to sleep. Next day, there's police at the door, and they say, "Where's the keg that was stolen?" And they couldn't work out how they'd followed them, apart from the fact that it had heavily snowed the day before, and so they're rolling it through the snow and leaving this absolute path to their house. Amazing. I think I don't think he had a rough childhood, but his dad died when he was very young, and so that's not to excuse theft. Obviously, theft is theft, but at the same time, I think most teenage boys at this sort of age would have done similar things. Let's put it like that. That's certainly not saying it's okay, guys. So, I thought I'd just tell that story, because that instantly reminded me that, and I'm surprised how I didn't think of it. But again, like I say, Harry should have been the one who should have been all over that. And Ron, yeah, but they were so excited to get down to Hagrid, so it's understandable. Umbridge not asking about. Oh yes, I got down here. Umbridge hasn't asked about Hagrid's injury. She then asks him about the injuries. Umbridge is straight up just searching around the hut. She's not even trying to be subtle in the slightest. Again, very tense scene, guys. Very tense scene. I'm actually surprised this wasn't the way that it was done round in the. I guess because they don't like to have Harry breaking the rules too much in the movies. Maybe that's it, because they're just going down to Hagrid's hut, which I think they're allowed to do, right? I'm not sure, because we had all the rules popping up, and which were not shown for long enough for me to read. But anyway, She finally asks about the injuries. I got to hear that Hagrid... I mean, Hagrid presumably is planning on going to Pomfrey at some point, right? Right? Maybe? Or maybe he wants to get the worst off before he walks into the school, possibly. But yeah, I'm surprised that with how bad he is, I'm surprised he didn't go straight there. But maybe he wanted to say hello to Fang. I'm not sure if Fang went with him. I don't think he did. Presumably Plank was feeding him, maybe. I'm surprised Plank wasn't in the movies as well, you know, guys. Because when Hagrid's back, I feel like it's the first time we've really thought about the fact that he's been away, right? To me, it is anyway. I feel like because obviously the absence of Hagrid not being there is felt really heavily in the book. Whereas in the movie, it just kind of isn't. So I'm sure there is a line saying, oh yeah, Hagrid's off doing something. But we don't get Harry, Ron and Hermione actively missing him. Which we have, all three of them actively missed him. Up until this point. So Hagrid says that he tripped over, apparently. For some reason, he then talks about... oh, that's right, yeah, he tripped over a broom and says about how he can't fly brooms because he's not allowed and everything. But he says that he has ridden a Broxian horse, which have wings, which I should look up in Fantastic Beasts sometime. You get the impression that he's just like, you know, just blurting out rubbish at this point to try and like buy himself time, maybe, because he's obviously quite nervous about what's going on with the Golden Trio being in the room. That is obviously his main focus. Umbridge asks where he's been. I got down here. Surely, Hagrid, Maxime, and Dumbledore would have thought about having an alibi for Hagrid. Nothing. Absolutely nothing, guys. It's just outrageous. So yeah, Hagrid just has to think on his feet, which obviously doesn't end that well. Harry can nearly see Hagrid's brain working as he's trying to come up with something. He had over a month, guy. He had months. No, has it been months? He's at least had a month to come up with something, and he didn't come up with anything. But then again, he didn't know that Umbridge was going to be there, and so yeah. Says he's been away for health. Says that he wants to, that he was away for fresh air. And Umbridge says, as a gamekeeper, I'm sure fresh air is very difficult to come by. And that was the moment where I thought, hang on, this is in the movie, because I remember finding that line incredibly funny. To be fair though, it's a figure of speech, and so you know it's getting to. Going somewhere for fresh air does not mean you're literally going there for fresh air. It's for a change of air, which Hagrid then says a change of scene is what he meant. But yeah, it is a figure of speech. Umbridge, that is your real name. That line is in the film, definitely. I've got it written down here. So suddenly I start to remember things from this scene. So bizarre that I did remember it though. Because the thing is, Hagrid's state, I was thinking I definitely would have remembered that if it was in the movie. And he is in a mess, guys, but nowhere near as messy as he is in the book. Umbridge asks if it was if he'd visited mountains. So she's basically saying, I know what you've been doing. MF. Oh. And Hagrid says, no, it's the south of France. Now, to be fair, there are mountains in the south of France, guys. The only place I've been in the south of France was Albertville and Annecy. Incredibly beautiful place, guys. I'm sure I brought that up before in these videos. I'm not sure why I would have done, but I'm sure I would have. Oh yeah, when Hermione said about her French holidays, I definitely would have done. But Albertville, what a gorgeous place that is. Seriously, unbelievable. Really is. Like surrounded by mountains as well, much like where the giants are. I didn't see any of them. Umbridge asks. So. But yeah, that is the Alps, isn't it, in south of France, I'm pretty sure, because the Alps cover several different countries. Span many countries. Umbridge says she will tell Fudge about his late return. It's interesting because in the movie she's like saying, "Oh yeah, well, you probably shouldn't even bother unpacking." So she's basically like really on the nose saying you are going to lose your job now. But no, not so much in the book. Not so much in the book. You get the feeling that she's more frustrated in the book by not being able to find the Golden Trio and so on, and dealing with what Hagrid is saying. Whereas Book Umbridge, I feel that Book Umbridge in general tends to have the upper hand. Yeah, because even with their first conversation between her and McGonagall, she had the upper hand, didn't she? Literally, instead, the high ground. Revenge of the Sith. But yeah, her saying that she's going to be telling Fudge about his late return is a knowing threat. So I feel like she knows what that is going to mean for Hagrid being a part of the organisation that he's a part of. Umbridge leaves. Harry goes to instantly remove the cloak, and Hermione stops him. I got down here. I am amazed that Harry would be that stupid, because it's so stupid. It'd be absolutely asking for trouble. Just instantly, oh, good, that's over. Hey, it's like, there are windows here, dude. It reminds me of one of my favourite bits from Buffy with a villain called Ethan, who's like the foil to Giles on it. And there's a bit where Giles is like looking in like this catacomb for someone, because he thinks that there's like something may have gone in here, or something might be hiding in there and everything. He doesn't think it's Ethan in the slightest. And so after looking around, he like walks down and says, I wonder who was here, or something like that. And then he walks out, door closes, and Ethan comes up from the shadows, and he says to himself, "Oh, you'll be finding out who it was very soon, my friend. And I got a lot of plans." And all of a sudden, Giles walked back and he says, "Oh God, I thought you'd gone." I mean, that was Ethan's last episode as well. I don't know if he comes back. We're in the last season of Buffy right now. I hope he comes back. No spoilers, obviously. But Ethan, one of the best villains, guys. The voice of the villain from Galaxy Quest, bizarrely. Well, actually, the IMDb says that he played him, so maybe he puppeteered the costume as well. Hello, Bubba. Can you see her? She's just out of shot. Who is he? Yeah. Who's up? There we go. Now we can see the doodle. Are you okay? Bet you need a big wee and a poo, right? You've already had one today, will you? Your breath is better than usual. Because she had some tartar on her teeth, guys, and the vet said that it's going to need to be professionally removed. And they gave me this stuff which was like healthy bacteria for her mouth, which she is now having in her meals without any issue. I was putting grated C, because I can't say the C word in front of her, not that one. But yes, grated C in there to make her more convinced to eat it. But now she's just having the food on its own, which is good with the medicine. But she does like that C though. And I got her a little dog toothbrush, which she doesn't enjoy, but she lets me do it. She doesn't enjoy it though. And after like a few weeks of her having this good bacteria stuff, and me brushing her teeth daily, whilst I was brushing, suddenly this very thin but like fairly large bit of tartar came off on the brush. So I was like, okay, that's awesome, because I didn't think that was a thing. I'd been told by 2 vets that basically the bacteria will reduce it, but it won't get rid of the tartar. It will get rid of the plaque, I should say, but it won't get rid of the tartar. So obviously, for whatever reason, this stuff and the brush had actually loosened the tartar off, and so it wasn't exactly very nice, but I used my fingernail to see what I could remove off, and now she barely has any left. So I'm so delighted with that powder that they gave me, guys. That stuff clearly worked wonders. Hey? And I think I'm going to continue getting it anyway, because it really helps your breath, because your breath is often quite bad. When I first got her teeth were quite bad, actually, guys, but obviously they've gotten back worse since. So that saved me like at least 500 quid, because that's how much it would have cost for the vet to remove it. Okay? Still would have paid it, of course. Instead, we're gonna spend it on dog treats, aren't we? Right, so... Yeah, so Harry's an idiot for instantly getting trying to get out under there. So yeah, Hermione's like, hang on, just wait a couple of seconds. In fact, I think even Hagrid like says, hang on. She hasn't gone yet, you idiot, Harry. He doesn't say that, but seriously, should have done. And so yeah, they then come out from under the blanket when the coast is clear, and they start talking about what's going to happen next and everything. So Hagrid says that he's got his care for magical creatures lessons all planned out and everything. I got down here, you planned out the lessons, but you didn't plan out an alibi. My goodness, Hagrid. Jeez. Hermione warns Hagrid not to introduce any dangerous beasts. That's a great point, because I wouldn't have thought for that for a second, but that is so smart. She supports portlocks, and also discussing the differences between canines and hedgehogs. And says, teach us something dull. And Hagrid is essentially ignoring her throughout this. So it's the most frustrating side of Hagrid, where he just doesn't see the dangers in what he is doing. He actually pats Hermione on the head and actually knocks her to the ground accidentally, which is amazing. Oh, I hope that's in the TV series, because that is absolutely brilliant. I think Hermione's brilliant, guys. She's such a well-written character. I mean, she's so, unintentionally funny at times. I can just imagine Hagrid like going bump and then just going bump. Anyway, they hide their tracks on the way back with a obliteration charm. Again, I'm surprised they didn't think of that at the time going there, but they were excited, weren't they? They're so excited that they've forgotten about the Quidditch situation, so that's how much happy they were to see him. Hermione's going to plan out Hagrid's lessons. She's such a hard worker, guys. It's insane. She has so much on. Looking after other people as well. I don't care. Oh yeah, and she says to the others, I don't care if they get rid of Trelawney, which is a bit harsh, Hermione. But she says, but Umbridge is not going to get rid of Hagrid. Which is, I love that line so much, because often we you know what it is, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. This might be a bit controversial. I don't think that Hagrid is that good a friend to Hermione and Ron in the movies. I get the feeling that it is much more just Harry. Like, even in the movie scene here, he looks out the window and says, there's a storm coming, Harry. What, not to Ron and Hermione as well? And so sorry, I'll reword that, because saying that not a friend to them is obviously insane. There isn't that connection between Ron and Hermione. And in the movies, I think that Ron and Hermione would help out Hagrid mainly because he's Harry's friend, rather than actually... I don't know if that's true. I feel like I'm waffling now, guys. But anyway, we got through the notes in good time there, so we should be just over the 2-hour point, which should give us plenty of time to read out your thoughts. I cannot wait to read your thoughts on the punishment side of it, guys, and your opinion of Draco getting beaten up. Yeah. And if they're differing in mind, that's good. That's the whole point of this, guys. If you had exactly the same opinions in mind, there'd be no point in doing this. But I hope that my opinion hasn't dampened your enjoyment of it, if you know what I mean. And also, I'm sorry about the usual Quidditch waffle, guys. I really am. It's because we get so few... It's the first Quidditch match that we've had for ages. So these little memories of my thoughts and everything came back and everything. But I hope that I kept them short enough. And I hope I didn't come off as being miserable like I was before. Because I thoroughly enjoyed these chapters. They were brilliant. So let's find out what you thought over in the book club. Imagine if you all hated the chapters. Did I say that last time? I feel like I did. Anyway, let's find out. And here is your turn, guys. Here is the book club as aforementioned at the start. I think there are fewer comments this time because it's Christmas, because a lot of people comment their comments towards the end. of the period that we usually do these videos, and obviously with Christmas that would have like hampered a lot of people. I'll say this though, guys, I don't think it's going to change the length of the video though, because there are some chunky comments this time. I don't know why. It seems like almost all, maybe not almost all, but a lot of you have a lot to say in these chapters. Now, I do say in the blurb and at the start of these videos, if you could try and keep them shorter. At the same time, if it's your first comment, go for it, guys. Seriously, because obviously it's lovely to introduce you to the project. Oh, there's me. I was going to, because it was Christmas, I decided to have just like a normal thumbnail like that, well, as normal as my face is. But I was, if it wasn't December, I would have put loads of hats like stacked on top of each other as a reference to Dobby, but I decided to go with the, maybe next time Dobby shows up. So yeah, guys, and then again, we've had it in the past where I think a comment is just going to be really long, but then it's like a really personal story about what the book's meant to them, all that sort of stuff. So please do leave them long if it's something personal like that and everything, guys. If it's your run-of-the-mill comment, what I recommend doing is typing it out as you are and then going back over it and seeing what you can shorten or remove, because I think that can actually do wonders. Because like I say, there's less comments, but my goodness, the vast majority of it are chunky, and so we're going to get through it. I don't know how much I'm going to be able to comment per point, because like I usually say that if your comment is longer, I can spend less time scrutinizing it. I can do that for the shorter comments, I can scrutinize it for longer, but if your comment is long, I can only pick a few parts of it to actually reply to, if you know what I mean. So that's my waffle. Sorry for bringing it up. I have to, guys, because this time there are some chunky comments. There really are. But like I say, guys, if there's mitigating circumstances or a reason why it is long, and that's clear in the comment, then that's fine. Like I say, if it's a first comment in the book club, absolutely fill your boots. Not Ron, because that would take ages. We've already made that joke, I think, a couple of episodes ago. Alias kicks us off. Hi Veggie. You were asking why Fred and George didn't step in to defend Ron from the Slytherins. Turns out it was because they couldn't let anyone know they were related. I'm pretty sure Fred was joking when he said this to Harry. I think he was, and I think he actually, in a weird way, meant it, because he certainly would have wanted Ron to overhear it, definitely. I think that he meant it in an affectionate way to Ron as well. Is that a bit of a stretch? Fred and George are such fascinating characters to try and break down, guys. I mean try, because they're very difficult to do. To work out how serious they're being at certain points, what their ethics are. We definitely had that discussed many times. Such fascinating characters, they really are. They do react when Draco starts insulting their entire family, though, especially their mother. Yeah, that was the crossing point. I think, because they say something about Arthur, don't they? I think they basically say he's useless or something. He says he's useless, sorry. But they say that Molly stinks. I think that if it had just been the Arthur line, I think they probably would have already heard Slytherins talking about him like that. Talking about Arthur like that, maybe. But obviously when it's the mother, that is a line that is crossed, and even Fred, afterwards, that there is no regret, and that's actually worrying, Yeah, there's absolutely no regret in Fred, George, or Harry. I'm really looking forward to hearing everyone's thoughts on the Draco situation here, guys. Because I bet it's going to be a blooming spectrum. I really do. I think there's going to be lots of different takes for it. Harry might pretend he's mad at Umbridge for banning him from playing Quidditch, but we all know he's secretly glad to have an excuse not to play against Hufflepuff and risk losing a second time in a row. Absolutely. It is a second time in a row as well. That's crazy. That's going back to that video where I blew and screamed stupidly. Yeah, I didn't think that through. I apologise, guys. I understand why the movie skipped Hagrid's story with the giants, since it didn't work out in the end. But it would have been really cool to see. Oh, to see a montage of his trip with Madame Maxime. Yeah, he doesn't even mention Madame Maxime in the movie, and I'm pretty sure, and of their encounter with the giants and the Death Eaters that were there. You know what, Alias? I would add to that. I presume each episode's going to be around 40 minutes long. I presume. I would dedicate an episode to Hagrid and Maxine's journey. I think that'd be so cool. Oh, wow. Like, we don't even stop in at Hogwarts, guys. I think that'd be awesome. Maybe have them turning up in France, maybe, and then have this situation with the trolls, have this situation with the vampires, and then, I mean, even one episode, if they wanted it properly, is going to be quite tight. But I think that they could. I think that they won't do that. I put money on them not doing that. But if they did, that'd be blooming awesome. But they're not going to, especially with the violence. They're not going to show all the blood in the snow and the head at the bottom of the lake and everything. So it is just easy to just have Hagrid explain it. But I'd be very impressed if they did it like that, though. So P.S. This is the 50th Harry Potter book review video. What? We must have done more than 50. 50? No, because you think about how long that is in years. That absolutely blooming computes. Wow, you know what, Alice? I thought we were way over that. I don't know why, but no. Thank you for checking out, because there's no official playlist, guys. It's stupid, isn't it? I should really fix that. Over on YouTube, there is a Harry Potter reaction list, and because I'm so lazy, I haven't added an additional extra book review list. And so if you want to check out my Harry Potter videos, you have to check out everything Harry Potter. Just stupid, isn't it? I think there might be unofficial ones. I think there must be. And if you made those, thank you. I appreciate it. And sorry for being so lazy. It's the word for it, guys. I don't know. There's certain things that I just put off all the time. You know, I need to change that, guys. I want 2025 should have been a lot better if it wasn't for one thing, which I'm not going to mention, but it basically ruined the entire year. Which is a shame, because everything else in the year was fantastic. Me and Woozle got out walking so much. It's crazy how much walking we got done last year. This year, I really want to work on myself and stop and not being so lazy when it comes to... Because all of you guys have supported this series so much, and I can't just make a blooming playlist. With 50 videos in, that's not going to take very long. And also, you can search book review on my channel. I can search book review on my channel, and then just click all and make the list just like that. It would take 2 minutes. God, I'm miserable in this video. I'm sorry, guys. I'm complaining a lot, I know. Because I'm complaining about myself here. Anyway. Depending on how many single chapter videos you decide to do, yeah, we are going to try and avoid doing too many, but the chapters in this book are so flipping long. You might reach 100 videos by the end of the series, so we're about halfway through. Imagine if we landed on 100, guys. That would be absolutely wild. I just thank you so much for your analysis. That was meant to rhyme, but it didn't. Slim, sorry. Hope you had a wonderful Christmas, Veggie. I hope you did too, if you celebrate a Slim. Hermione counterfeiting... That's a good point. That word did not come across my mind at all when listening to the audiobooks. But yeah, counterfeiting, that's a very good point. Hermione counterfeiting Goblin Gold might land her in real trouble. Yes! People often compare Rowling's description of the goblins to certain racial stereotypes, but to me they seem more analog. analogous to organised crime. Well, certainly in Fantastic Beasts, although we only really meet one gangster goblin, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Ludo Bagman crossed them, and he hasn't been heard of since. Good point. He might even be sleeping with the fishes. There must be a Harry Potter reference we can use there. I'm going to try and improve your comment there, just real quick. Hope there's a picture of a fish in here. Right, it is the right book. I can't think of any aquatic. Wow, gnomes have massive heads. Sleeping with a Kelpie. That'll do. It's not a fish, but it'll do. This is Harry's 5th year at Hogwarts and the 4th year playing Quidditch. But he's only played against Ravenclaw once in this time. Crazy, huh? Well, he has been out of action a lot, isn't he? But that is actually quite bizarre, isn't it? 5 years or 4 years. Hagrid mentions that Carcass... Oh, is that how it's spelled? Okay. Carcass was decapitated by Golgamath, which I did spell right. Oh, I spell it Golgamath. Who then threw his head in the lake. In biblical Greek, Gilgamath roughly translates to the skull lesson. Just goes to show the level of detail in these books. Wow, that is an amazing detail. Thank you, Slam. As we are recording, aren't we? I always get worried about that. As is tradition, there's a quick fire. Here's your quick fire questions. Oh, brilliant. Okay. Do you think anyone we know will replace Harry and the twins on the team? Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that would be shocking, but I know that Ginny eventually becomes part of the team, presumably, if the movies are correct. I, in a weird way, expect Harry to get back on the team somehow. I don't know how it's going to happen, but for some reason, in my head, I'm thinking that he will still be playing this year, which is obviously incorrect. So yeah, Ginny and the twins... hang on, what are Pravati and Padma are Ravenclaw, aren't they? I always get confused. In the movie, they look like they're both Gryffindor, I believe. So I doubt it's going to be Labta and Pravati. They seem, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's like Seamus and Dean, and maybe even Lee if he wants to give up the mic. Great question. You said quick fire, so I need to give quick answers. Do you think anyone in Gryffindor will try and get revenge on Malfoy for his antics in the match? He got his head kicked in. I think he's already that revenge has already played out. You know. So no. My honest answer at this point is no. I don't know if the question is foreshadowing anything, but right now I do not think that is going to happen. Does Umbridge know where Hagrid has been? Yes. Well, no, I think that she is 99.9% sure through her contacts that she knows where. But they said that they were being followed. Yeah, she knows where he was. +1 to a Silence of the Lambs reaction. Oh yes, we mentioned that last time. A lot of criticism of it comes from people not correctly understanding one of the characters in it. Hopkins' Academy Award is well deserved, although the film itself is an acquired taste. Very interesting. Okay, Slim, I'm going to put my cards on the table here because I didn't give you the whole might edit you say at the end as well. Need to include that bit. That's a joke. I'm gonna basically explain what it is that I have heard about Silence of the Lambs. You can tell me if it's correct or not. I have absolutely no idea, guys. Okay, and so I'm gonna say what I have heard through parody, what it is like, because the comic strip did a parody of it when it must have been a pretty new movie. the comic strip was a comedy group, which then went on to split up into French and Saunders, which we mentioned many times in this. Rick Mail and Adrian Emerson, like loads of Robbie Coltrane was in it. Hagrid, and so yeah, there's a lot of some degrees of Kevin Bacon when it comes to the comic strip and Harry Potter, and also just comedy in the 90s in general. But they did a parody of Silence of the Lambs, where someone I think they'd seen the movie try to reenact what, I can't remember his name, so I'm going to call him Hillbilly Jim. I know it's not Hillbilly Jim, but it's something like that, isn't it? The antagonist in it, which I'd imagine Hopkins is also. I have absolutely no idea if he's an antagonist. I would imagine so. I believe he's a canon in it. What is it's like Bucking Bronco or something like that. I can't remember. This proves that it's in the blooming movie. But whatever it is, like trying to do what he does in it, and he messes it up and everything because he's like a very weak person and everything. And from what I gather, because I've seen documentaries about the parody, is that the thing that the writers of it didn't like about Silence of the Lambs was that it portrays women as being kind of weak and following and being kind of defenseless. I have absolutely zero reason to believe that is true outside of me watching that parody of Silence of the Lambs. Now, the comic strip was meant to be quite anarchic and everything, and so it would often, go the extra level when mocking something, if you know what I mean. So it's very possible that was an incorrect analysis of Silence of the Lambs. It could be that I misconstrued or misremembered the comic strip parody of it. It's not very good, as I remember. The comic strip is very hit or miss. The best comic strips are fantastic. The worst are not even worth watching, in my opinion. Anything with Rick Mail and Adrian Emerson, I will usually appreciate, though. Either way, wow, that was a lot of waffle. So, yes, so there we go. I thought I'd explain it, because I didn't explain it last time. I just basically said I've heard some bad things about it. And I feel like I have heard other comments about it, but I can't remember what they are. I'm trying to remember the character's name in it, and I can't. It's something like Bucking Bronco, but it's not Bucking Bronco. Anyway, thank you, Slim. Great question. So, Jake. So my Wedgie. Wedgel, sorry. Chapter 19. It would look suspicious if people from different houses kept crossing the Great Hall to talk to each other. The house system is really toxic. Yeah, we brought it up before, but that at this point in the books, I genuinely thought it wouldn't be the case anymore. But it's that line, and obviously it means with the fact that they're being really scrutinised and watched and everything, but the fact that would seem suspicious, even under the eye of Umbridge, is still. That's very sad, in my opinion. For all Dumbledore's talk of unity at the end of the last year, students aren't encouraged to fraternise outside of their house. Yeah, and their house heads aren't actually helping that, are they? That rhymed. Well, it didn't rhyme. It's 3 H's. Triple H. Imagine being in Hufflepuff and forced to talk to Zachariah Smith every day just because a patchy old hat decided you had similar traits. Well, let's say Luna and that as well. I don't know. I don't know how unhappy Luna actually is. Actually, that's actually a very good question because she's obviously a very hard character to read. Yeah. Speaking of toxic, Umbridge, I'm going to say, is at it again. Her Severus Snape-like tunnel vision in only punishing the Gryffindors, despite others having witnessed. Severus Snape. Yeah, sorry. Witnessed at the very least Crabbe's attack is infuriating, despite others having witnessed. At the very least, Crabbe's attack. I think that Crabbe's attack is so much less than what Harry and George did. I really do, and I like Harry and George. I don't like Crabbe and Draco. I'd suggest Hogwarts seriously needs an Ofsted inspection, yeah. But given the state of the Wizarding government at the moment, I'm not sure it'd help. Well, that's actually, it's essentially getting one, isn't it, in a way? Quote of the chapter goes to McGonagall, though not another one. I honestly don't remember when that is. Oh, the decrees, of course. Chapter 20. Oh, look, Ron's feet have cropped up again. Oh, good point. Very good point. And also they're involved in the him kicking the ball through the other thing, Bobby. Is Hagrid's tale of wizarding equivalent of a holiday snaps presentation? Well, yeah, I guess it would be. Yeah, maybe that's what they're going to do in the TV show. The most important question, though, where was Dozy Fang all this time? No, not left with Aragog, I hope. Wish you both the very best and Happy New Year. I presume that Plank was maybe looking after him. Maybe. Because it definitely doesn't seem like he went with Hagrid. Or maybe Dumbledore was looking after him. There we go. That's the simplest answer, isn't it? Jake, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Or maybe in the Wizarding World, dogs can look after themselves. VEGGIEKNIGHTS. Greetings, Veggie. Hope you had a great Christmas and here's to a wonderful new year. Thank you very much, VEGGIEKNIGHTS. I hope you did too. Chapter 19. Does anyone... And even, what I'm going to say is, I'm going to say, I hope you did too. And that means, even if you don't celebrate Christmas. There we go. So rather than me, having to say, if you celebrate every single time. Does creating fake galleons count as counterfeit money? It has to do. Because, Harry's worried that they're going to be blooming spending them. So, yeah. I think, and the inaccuracy of the number ain't going to cut it. That's still illegal, Not everyone is checking every single serial number when they're paying with cash. I think Harry and George were wrong to respond to Draco's taunts, but I also think that none of the teachers would have done anything about it. Well, Snape certainly would have done, and it would have been Snape that would have been giving him the detention, wouldn't it? What are you giving him the punishment, I should say? Yeah, it's out of Hooch's... No, it's not out of Hooch's hand, because Umbridge gave Harry detention, didn't she? Yes, so they can give other students detentions. Would have Hooch? I would like to think that she would. I don't know if we've ever heard of anyone getting punishments for words that are said. I'm sure there have been ones. Well, obviously Harry speaking up in class and everything, but what's the term? Name calling. There we go. I'm not so sure. I'm pretty sure there hasn't. So you might be right. They didn't seem to have any problem with the lyrics in the song that was being sung. The born in the bin thing is by far the worst line. Like saying he's going to help us win, and he's not, and he can't block anything. You can't give someone a punishment for saying that. The bin stuff. As long as the teacher knows the context of it, and Draco, I guess, could argue that that wasn't the intent in the lyric. That is bad, though. And I say bad, guys. I've mentioned it before. I'll mention it again. Ron is poor in the most middle-class way of all time. He really is. But either way, come on, let's move on. Chapter 20. Hagrid's story about the giants is so interesting. And bless him, but he is not much... he is no match for Umbridge. Well, he kind of gets away with it. He doesn't let anything slip. You know what he's been like in the previous books, where he just blurts out stuff that he shouldn't, and so he kind of, and also he was able to not mention, and mentioned that the Golden Trio was there. As always, thanks for all you do for us. Thank you, Badger. That's very kind of you. Greatly appreciate. I hope you have a wonderful New Year. Felipeluz. Hi Veggie, I'm watching your reviews on YouTube once per month because I'm not sure how long I will stay a patron. That's fine. So I'm behind. Just saw the Percy one where I made my first comment. But I will comment in advance when I have something to say. By the way, I love how you pronounce my name. Oh God, it's actually just a junction of my first name and surname. Oh, I see. Felipe Lizardi. Is it Felipe or is it Philippe? I think it's Felipe. Felipe Luzardi. That is undoubtedly one of the greatest names I've heard for a long time. That is unbelievable. Lizardi. I love that blooming surname. I'm also the one who sent the tie covers for the cover reviews. Oh, thank you very much for doing those. Those are such a treat every time. On to the comment. I love Madame Hooch's character and personality. I really do. But you have to say, she sucks as an umpire. Every single time something went wrong in Quidditch, like Harry's jinxed broom in book 1, Dobby's jinxed bludger in book 2. Dobby's jinxed bludger in book 2, yeah. And of course the bludger. And Draco's Dementor prank in book 3. She never did anything. And here as well, she was away talking with Crabbe when the whole thing happened. Well, in her defense, she was talking to Crabbe. And so she has done something. But yeah, I see your point. I get the impression that she's just focused on Quidditch and really loves Quidditch, and it's just focused in watching and umpiring a fun game. And when it comes to the minor details, is kind of like forgetting about it because she's just enjoying herself so much. That's my interpretation of the character. And that would be fitting with the average professor at Hogwarts, let's face it. And here as well, McGonagall said that Harry and George should have let Hooch handle the situation. And while I don't condone what they did, Hooch was not even hearing what Draco was saying. And by the time she came close, it would have stopped. Yeah. I think that what McGonagall is saying is that Harry should have reported him to Hooch. And I think you're right. I think you're right that it's very likely that Hooch wouldn't have done anything. I think even McGonagall knows that. What McGonagall is saying is that you should have followed protocol. And if you follow protocol and nothing happens, that's life. But they didn't. They decided to beat up a fellow student 2-on-1. And so I think even McGonagall is saying you should have reported to Hooch. Even she would know that Hooch would probably not do anything, but that is the correct way of going about things, not swinging fists and everything, you know. That's my interpretation. Then again, in Philosopher's Stone, Game Boy Advance game, there is a moment when she comments that her broom was stinged during the was singed during the Great War. Assuming the Great War does refer to World War I, she might be very old by now. Perhaps it's time to start thinking about retirement. Maybe her replacement could be Oliver Wood. Well, I think Oliver Wood has bigger fish to fry, which isn't very vegan. But no, I think Oliver Wood's... It's like saying if you're a really talented musician, well, you could be a music teacher. Talented musicians don't want to be a music teacher, guys. It's the same as artists. They don't want to be art teachers. They want to be artists, you know. And so, yeah. I don't think Oliver would be appropriate. He would be great at it. But I think that he's too good a player. in my interpretation, what I'm saying is I think he's going to play in the league, maybe. Because he's had tryouts, I'm pretty sure, hasn't he? The Great War is very interesting that it's referred to as that. Because when you say Great War, my first thought was, oh, it must mean the first war with against Voldemort. But no, the Great War does specifically mean the First World War in Muggle talk. So, yeah, that's very interesting. What a detail. Thank you very much for your comment, Felipe. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Greatly appreciate. Goo. As always, I apologise. Hello, Veggie and Woozle. The first of Gryffindor. The future of Gryffindor Quidditch just got interesting in this book. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, but. Queen song. You and me, we are destined, you'll see, to spend the rest of our lives with each other. Lovely song. I've heard that for ages. Sorry. I'm sorry, but I'm about to make everyone who hasn't played or ever seriously watched a competitive team sport angry. Umbridge is completely right here. I mean, okay, it depends on the sport. Oh, I don't know, actually. I feel like I haven't watched soccer, football, for so long that maybe it has really changed. But I remember when I used to watch it, you could scream in the referee's face, you could like push each other about and everything, get a yellow card rather than red and everything. In American football, if you actually get into a proper fight, and I don't mean fisticuffs or just like a little punch or a little push or anything. If you do that, you're off the field anyway. But if you actually start fighting, actually trying to do damage and everything, which is tough when you're wearing armor, then I think that you will be in serious bother. Lifetime, maybe not, but you would be in serious bother. So, Gugu, I know what you're saying here. Harry had better make it as an aura because he is too soft for professional Quidditch. That goes for Fred and George too, but with the joke shop in their case. I will say this: Fred and George, the insult was a lot less because he wasn't talking about someone who had died. Yeah, I feel like Harry, it was more of an offence than to Fred and George, in my opinion. That wasn't even a particularly good trash talk by Draco. It wasn't after the game. Just standard predictable and obvious baiting. Yeah, and it was very petty. It was. It was desperate, in fact. It's even worse because Harry's on the winning team, and not even during the heat of the game. But so the punishment absolutely should be extra harsh for Gryffindor. We on the winning team, even during the heat of the game, and not even during the heat of the game. Okay, yeah. I don't agree. I don't even disagree with Crabbe getting off with light just because he added insult to injury to Gryffindor, and that's exactly what they deserve here. Yeah, I'm fine with Crabbe getting off light. I really am, guys. I see. Is the fact that it happened right at the end of the game. It's very, very bad sportsmanship, and it's obviously, and Crabbe could say it was clumsiness, but it's nowhere near as bad as what Fred every time Harry and George did, and Fred wanted to. Harry was lucky Umbridge was for some reason merciful enough to only give him Quidditch ban at a real school. He would have been expelled. This happened to one of my high school teammates after a similar post-game fight, and considering Umbridge voted for Harry's expulsion in the trial earlier, the only reason he wasn't expelled was probably plot armor, considering Harry just gave her a golden opportunity to chuck him out of school. I can't disagree with that. It almost does feel like plot armor, doesn't it? There might be another reason for it. But it really what? It depends. It depends, Gugu, because obviously your example is Muggles, no offense. In the Wizarding world, maybe these sort of fights do happen and they are just like given a week's worth of detention. You also have to remember this is the 90s as well. I don't know when you were at school, Gugu, or where you were at school, but in the 90s would that have happened? Because there were fights in my school all the blooming time, guys, and you certainly wouldn't get even a week's worth of detention for it. So yeah, the timing might be significant as well. Anyway, let's continue. Even Fred deserved his ban too. There's a rule in the NBA and NFL where you get automatically suspended if you even get off the bench and just go onto the field court during a fight, let alone needing to be restrained to make the assault 3-on-1. He only had 2 games left in his Hogwarts Quidditch career anyway, because Quidditch is only a free game season. And sorry, it was his final year there. Yeah, fair point. That's very interesting about getting off the bench. I mean, it makes blooming sense, doesn't it? I guess a player could argue that they were trying to break it up. But I like the ruling of if it kicks off, you stay where you are and let the officials do the job. I actually really like that. In fact, yeah, I do wish there were more games of Quidditch each year. No, just rematches. You know, you have any odds on Angelina attempting to Avada Kedavra Harry or George in one of these upcoming chapters? I don't know. I mean, they are in the wrong, guys. They were absolutely in the wrong. We haven't had anyone defend them yet, but yeah, we shall see. But I don't think so, though. Regarding Angelina, we have some really good chapters coming up, by the way, especially 22 and 23. Well, I heard 21 was excellent, or maybe I got that wrong. I know there is like at least one very good chapter coming up. I'll never forget the movies. I'll forget the movies for omitting certain parts of these chapters, and I'm saying that right after a fantastic book exclusive chapter in Hagrid's Tale. In the case of what? I'm saying that right after a fantastic book exclusive chapter in Hagrid's Tale, though in the case of Hagrid's Tale, I get why it wasn't in the movie. It was in the movie. It's obviously it's extremely brief, but we have Umbridge turning up and then the Golden Trio talking a bit about giants, but the actual tale is missing though. Yes. Gogo, thank you so much for your comment. Moving on to Andrew. Hi, Veggie. This is my favourite Quidditch chapter. Oh, although this isn't this isn't a hard task. The fight between Harry, the twins, and Malfoy seems so different to what we usually see. Oh, absolutely. No wands, no spells, straight up fists. By God, that was a Snobbalocker. Excellent JR reference there. I like how Fred and George actually get separated for a change, and Harry shares a scene with just one of the twins when he's with George in McGonagall's office. Yeah, it almost feels surreal when we get little moments with just one of them. It really does. Fred and George sometimes feel like one half of the same person, so it was nice to see them as individuals. I completely agree. I absolutely love Hagrid's Tale. The descriptions are very vivid, and the giant culture and society is really interesting. Yeah, it packs a lot in, doesn't it? I feel like I was in the room with the trio listening to Hagrid tell his story. That's a lovely way of putting it. Andrew, great comment, great JR reference, and thank you so much for the comment as always. Alex, hello, Woozle Pup and Vegistrator? Registator? Ignore me, you then say. This is a hard one. Oh, I need to remember to do the DMs. I need to remember to do the DMs. Right, yes, I'm just reminding myself this. This is a hard one to talk about. I was 12 when this book was released. During my early years at school, secondary school, I was bullied a lot in some extremely cruel, horrible ways. I remember celebrating the act of violence against Malfoy in this chapter. The desire for revenge was real. To this day, I mentally associate the face of someone very real within. To this day, I mentally associate the face of someone very, very real within this chapter. Wow, very. I remember celebrating the act of violence against Malfoy. This is the sort of discussion I was really looking forward to, guys. It really is. It's a big. I'm interested to hear other takes on it. My mum taught me an important lesson from this about not wishing violence against others. An eye for an eye, and one day we will all be blind. Yeah, which I believe is a misquote from Gandhi. I think, because I know in the movie he says an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind, but I think he actually didn't say it. It's a great saying though, it really is. And you know what? The thing is, I don't think it even is an eye for an eye. I think this is Retribution. I mean, we've had Harry talk about Draco's mum before. We actually have, guys, bizarrely. Which was a big... That was a massive character moment, which I was not expecting in the books, guys. Yeah, that blew my mind. I'm sorry, guys. What Draco did is not as bad as what Jordan and Harry did. So it's retribution. It's not revenge, in my estimation. I'm not sure. Let me know what you think about it in the comments. In the end, all of these experiences made me stronger and who I am today. That's excellent. That's good to hear. But it's surprising how strongly these feelings came back when I just listened to these chapters. Yeah, well, that's the thing. The thing is, this is a story about being at school, essentially. And I didn't have a great school life, you know, in lessons and out of lessons. And I remember hearing about Harry Potter and hearing that it's like about like this kid who goes to school and everything, but it's a magical school, and thinking that's probably going to bring back some bad memories for me, and it probably has done. I don't think I've brought up many. I brought up teachers a lot, I think. Yes, I have. I absolutely have. But yeah, I mean that's almost kind of the point of these kind of books, as it's about school, to associate your own school life with them. So yeah, I can imagine it can be tough for some, because I thought it was going to be tough for me. It hasn't been as tough as I thought it would be, though, to be honest. Sorry for the long comment, but but on a slightly happier note, I love Hagrid's tale and look forward to seeing your notes. Well, at this point, actually, you probably have, unless you're one of these people who jumps forward to your comment first. But great, thank you so much for your comment. Believe me, your comment is nowhere near as long as some of them that we got today. So thank you, Alex, either way. I hope you're doing well. Here you go. Veggie. I absolutely love that. The members of the DA are really impressed with Hermione. I don't know if that's a female reference. Victor reference. Sorry. I absolutely love that the members of the DA are really impressed with Hermione doing newt level spells with galleons. Yeah, they're almost not impressed, because they're like, that's a really difficult spell, and it's like, why aren't you Ravenclaw? There's no well done, Hermione, or anything like that. So yeah, I see what you mean though. She really deserves more respect for her prowess. I've been saying it 5 books. She really does. Also, this is the first time I noticed that Umbridge is wearing green during the Quidditch match. Oh, is she? I think you might have that wrong, Digo. I think that she's wearing green in Hagrid's tail. I don't think that we hear about what she's wearing. She's definitely wearing green when she goes to see Hagrid, because he's got like a hat with like ear covers. Do we hear what she's wearing during the Quidditch? You know what, Digo? I'm going to take your word for it. I'm going to take your word for it that she does. But I remember specifically that we hear it when she turns up a Hagrid thing, unless I've got it completely backwards. Either way, I'm taking your word for it. Notice that she's wearing green during the Quidditch match. So does that mean she's openly supporting Slytherin? Well, Snape and McGonagall aren't exactly being subtle about it, are they? So I think that's fine. I'm not sure if you're saying that's an issue or not. Also, by the life of me, I've pictured Umbridge in anything else. I can't imagine Umbridge in anything else than pink. Imelda Staunton's look in the movie is just so iconic to me. Yeah, well, to be honest, I agree. Her look is perfect in the movie. It really is. I got to admit, 70-80% of the time, I'm not imagining Imelda Staunton in the book. And that is something which I work on to try and not do it, guys, because obviously Alan Rickman effect. That was which I've passed now. So it is something that I actively do. But yeah, with Umbridge, I must admit, I don't really imagine Imelda Staunton. You know what I imagine? I think I've said this before. I imagine something from Spirited Away. I don't want to spoil it. I won't spoil anything. Events in Spirited Away, guys. You owe it to yourself to check out some Studio Ghibli. Or Ghibli, as I refer to it. But Spirited Away is a good entry point for Studio Ghibli. I'm going to say Studio Ghibli just because that's what I've always called it. But yeah, Spirited Away. My favourite is The Cat Returns. It's probably not best to start with that one, but I absolutely love it. Oh, no, I take that back. If you like cats, guys, start with The Cat Returned. And you can, I'll say this, the dubs are always great with Studio Ghibli, so if you want to listen to it, the original audio, do. If you want to listen to this, to the American voiceover versions, they're both fantastic in all Studio Ghiblis that I've seen. Kiki's Delivery Service. But anyway, yeah, there are so many good Studio Ghiblis, and some which I have not seen. In fact, Howl's Moving Castle we checked out on here, which you can now check out in full, synced up on the Patreon. But yeah, I imagine, I don't want to, I'm not going to, okay, there are certain female characters in A Spirited Away that I imagine Umbridge looking like, from the description, you know, and I think if you know, you know, you know. But I don't want to give anything away from Spirited Away, because it's actually, how it introduces the plot is very, very good. Anyway. Neo, thank you so much for your comment. I did finish it, didn't I? I did. Matty Kuma. Sorry, that took me a little moment there. Wesley, when he cuts the same thing, he cannot block a single ring. That's why Slytherin or Sing, Weasley is our king. I kind of think Harry attacking Draco would feel more in character, feel more in character to me if Harry had just lost the match, since it would add an extra layer of anger. Yeah. I even yeah. I agree, but I do feel like it is. I do think it's still in character though. But yeah, I agree. Like he's never let Malfoy's insults get to him before, but here he is physically beating him over words. Well, this is the furthest that Draco's ever gone regarding Lily. I'm pretty certain it is. But then again, Harry's brought up his mother before, so I've heard J.K. Rowling get bored of writing Quidditch scenes, so she kept coming up with ways to not include them, and Harry's life ban would definitely do the trick. Well, I don't know if that sticks, but that's interesting if that's so. I admit I'm not a fan of the giant subplot. I tend to skip this chapter on rereading. That said, what sort of magical creature do you think Hagrid has planned to show the class? Well, I'm hoping not a blooming half giant, because we know he knows one going on in the movies. Which it wouldn't be a half giant, of course it wouldn't. Oh no, sorry, giant, sorry. It's going to be something dangerous. I'm not sure if it will be something dangerous. I think it might be something from Fantastic Beasts, in fact. I'm going to say the little monkey guys, who's like seeing the future 3 seconds or what it is. Sometimes. That never really paid off. I thought that was going to come back in each movie. But then Newt was in the movies less and less as they went on, wasn't it? Yeah, it's good to hear your take on the Giants thing, because obviously it's not for everyone, but yeah, and I can kind of almost understand skipping it, because once you know all the information, there's not much character building in it, apart from Hagrid finding out that his mother's died, of course, and of course the Umbridge stuff, which I think is very good in it. But yeah, very interesting. Madakuma, thank you so much for your comments. Akiri. Hi Veggie. Always nice to hear people liking my name. Thanks. Yes, that was your first comment last time, wasn't it? Yes. This is such a nice start to especially this particular chapter. Harry having positive vibes about the DA classes and all the accomplishments that his friends and classmates have made. Yeah, I've got to say, despite the fact this year being brutal for Harry, he has had several moments of just being completely blissfully happy. Oh yeah, with Cho and everything like that. It's nice that he's able to find the light there. Going back to my last comment, this again shows what I like about these chapters, that Harry has interactions and or thoughts about other students than his main friend group. While he's had it before, I feel not to this extent, with Harry taking on more of a leader role in the DA. Well, quite absolutely. You know what it is? Each time I say DA, I think of something else, guys. I realise what it is. I'm thinking of TA, which is the Territorial Army, which is like a call-up army thing, I think. My dad was in it, I believe. Yeah, I just realised that. Anyway, Hermione casually admitting that the Death Eater tattoos are a nice way of communicating, but going, see, I used Go Coins instead. It's just funny to me. Yeah, it's interesting that you said that she does it casually, because I think that she broaches it slightly gently with Harry. But the fact is, she's done it, and so it is pretty casual. Part of me wants to admit that Harry and George were okay, here we go. Part of me wants to admit that Harry and George were right, and to some extent, I feel like they were. Draco having been a douche for nearly 5 years. You can't use physical violence against a douche, though. Okay, I'll read your comment. With every year seeming to get more rough and, frankly, even more sadistic at times. Well, definitely with what he said this time, yes. I can't blame them too much. You know what? Then again, the Golden Trio were violent with Draco for words at the end of the last book. Yes, they were. Yeah, interesting. I didn't think about that until now, actually. I cannot blame them too much. Still, physical violence is hard, impossible, to justify in any case involving simple taunts and mental teasing, especially from a troublemaker who just lost the game. You know what? There is a line that can be crossed when it comes to words. There obviously is, guys. And if you don't believe there is, I think you need more life experience. So, what I would have liked and it wasn't in this chapter, I'm pretty certain, and Harry wouldn't have done this anyway, because it's Harry, but Harry to actually say what it was Draco said about his mother to McGonagall, because that would have at least given McGonagall pause for thought. She would have taken a moment and then said, you still cannot do this. But he didn't say that, and so it's just, all he said was, he said something horrible to me. And so I got with my friend and beat him. So yeah, I feel like it's, how can I word this? The fact that they turned violent is softened by the level of what Draco said, but turning violent is still a level above what Draco said. It just is, in my opinion. Lovely hearing your take on it, though. I do understand the teacher's reaction. However, and for once, seeing McGonagall genuinely furious is actually interesting. Umbridge, though, being a jerk, mildly put, absolutely. But it's seriously But if you seriously break the rules, even in real life sports, you don't get to play. That's the part I get. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, when this, I mean, the thing is, guys, when this was set, there was a very famous footballer called Vinnie Jones. He wasn't famous for being a really good footballer. He was known for being bloomin' violent on the pitch, and he had an entire career. And so I think it's the time that this was set as well as a big part of it. And also it's a Wizarding World. Hagrid's tale is actually super interesting, and I feel it's safe to say the giants reside in the Ural mountain range deep within Russia. Oh wow, that's fascinating. Wow, I'll have to look that up. They go down to France to lose the ministry's followers. Ah, I see. Then up through Europe to the Polish border and Minsk. I thought, is it Polish border? I said Belgian, didn't I? Balls. Yeah, that's a big difference. That is a huge difference. And then Minsk. Yeah, sorry, I said Belgium, didn't I? Yeah, Poland is definitely a lot deeper into Central Europe. I've been to both. Where Hagrid apparently had a pub fight with a vampire. Such a funny little detail. Yeah, absolutely. We don't get much description of it either. So logically, they would continue east, as Hagrid had said that the rest of the trip wasn't all that bad. That's awesome that you've been able to work out where that is. That really is. That's absolutely blooming fascinating. Generally, two very solid chapters in my mind. Please tell me what you think of the length of this comment. Hope you feel well and can't wait for the next book club. Thank you very, very much. So Kiri, thank you so much for your comment. Obviously, last time it was your first comment and everything. This is long. I will say this is long, but I appreciate you asking what I think about it, because then we can work out exactly what is appropriate. But I'd say next time if you could make it shorter, which I'm sure you will do anyway. But I appreciate you asking. I really, really do. Kira, thank you so much for your comment. Appreciate it as of last time, and hopefully next time. So. Don't remember that. Josh. Honestly, I always forget how much of an insufferable insert swear word here Draco is until I reread the books. Yeah, I can imagine that would be easy to forget. I hope the show is actually accurate about this, particularly his behaviour towards Hermione and Ron is much worse in the books. Something I'm sure you have noticed as you've been reading them. Yeah, I think you can get away with more in a book rather than a movie. And also, Draco's scenes tend to be rather short with Harry, I feel. And so they had to kind of rush through it. But yeah, I think Draco's going to be great in the series. I really do. We better see these fights in the TV show. It still bothers me that they cut basically every physical alteration with the Malfoy family. Well, with the Malfoy family in the films. Very interesting. Of course, Arthur and Lucius, of course. I mean, who doesn't want to watch Arthur and Draco's moronic father get into a fist fight? Yes, in a bookshop as well. Second book, yeah. They deserve it. They deserve it, honestly, with their pure blood mania. Ron mentions in the second book how ridiculous it is saying that if wizards and witches hadn't started marrying muggles, they'd have died out by now. So it really seems like magical population is dwindled by a large amount by Harry's generation. There is a lot in that, Josh, and I really appreciate it. One, it's very interesting that Harry would have watched Arthur attack Lucius in the bookshop, and now he is attacking Draco for 4 words. Monkey see, monkey do, maybe. So that's bad parenting on Arthur again. Not again, but it is bad. But you can't get into a fight over words in front of your children and other people's children. Yeah, which I didn't have that take on at the time at all. But you know, here's Harry doing exactly the same thing. The pure blood mentality thing. I think that is to an extent that if Muggles were more intertwined with wizard folk and the bloodlines were weakened and everything, Lucius and his family would certainly lose power and probably lose money. And so I think that is actually a practical reason why they are against the mixing as well. And that's then backed up with them thinking that Muggles are disgusting and everything. I do disagree that someone who believes in pure blood mania deserves to be attacked. It's difficult, guys. It's difficult. Because, you know, there's like an amazing mural that I've been to a couple of times in London where the black shirts, which were the far-right party in the 40s in the UK, or maybe in the 30s, 40s. So bizarre that it's nearly 100 years ago now. Organised a march down down a street which had a lot of immigration in. Essentially, the march was saying, we are going to get rid of you. And the public turned out and just beat the living bobbins out of them. And it's this incredible mural of this absolute pandemonium of this march of these essential soldiers. Like they were dressed like soldiers, they weren't actually soldiers, marching down the street saying, we are going to get rid of you and everything. I guess it's similar to what happens in Ireland as well. I may be missing parts of the history there, guys, but it's an incredible mural, though. I said it's, but at the end of the day, Draco. Yeah, I'm gonna say this, guys. Draco was saying that Lily smelled. Now, yeah, sure, Harry's dead mother smelled. That's not as bad as saying we are going to eliminate all Muggle-borns. And so, I don't think Draco deserves it. I really don't. This is a great discussion. This is what I was hoping for. This is exactly what I was hoping for in this chapter. I really was. So that's my take, but it's fascinating hearing your take. So it really seems... Speaking as someone who has a lifetime ban from a particular college, don't worry, I graduated from somewhere else. Oh, that good for you. I felt Gryffindor outrage, and just in case you asked, the college, the college totally overacted. Oh, I completely believe that. They just kept recommending new anxiety medication instead of helping me manage it properly and caused serious health and behavioural problems. I'm so sorry to hear this, Josh. It's terrible that they didn't blooming help you for this. It was a long time ago, and I'm perfectly healthy now. Good for you. But the point is, I relate to Harry's problems this year. Sometimes we just reach a point where everything is pulled up, and so it's easy to lose control over emotions when we don't understand how to deal with them. Oh, I've absolutely been there countless times as well, Josh. Thank you, Josh. And thank you to the person earlier on. It was Alex, wasn't it? This is you know what? I didn't expect this discussion. This discussion of associating this fight with and the punishments, I should say, with your own academic careers. I didn't, but I'm really appreciating it though, guys. Thank you. Seriously, it's a fascinating read. Maria. Hi, Veggie. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Same to you too, Maria. I love Hagrid's story, but about going to visit the Giants. I feel like that could have been a book all on its own. Oh wow, Hagrid and Maxine's adventures. Imagine that. Yeah, that'd be cool. I also think there's a subtle message in the story about how wizards treat non-human magical beings. Yes, very, very true. I found that how wizards treat non-human magical beings. Okay, and how that kind of abuse backfires on them. For example, the fear of giants have of wizards using magic. And this sort of thing is an underlying theme in these books. I wish JKR explored it in more detail. Yeah, I like the fact it's kept subtle, but I would like a separate document which goes into it deeply. You know, so like I said before, I'd love a separate book which basically like these books. Which goes over the ministry rules and the history behind them and why they're there and how they're enacted and how they play out in modern society and everything. They could be a book about. I mean, I guess it would be in a weird way a sequel to the Fantastic Beasts with the giants, wouldn't it? With their relationship with are giants in here? I'm not even sure if they're considered Fantastic Beasts, are they? I would guess no. Yeah, no giants. Yeah, well there you go. Makes sense. So yeah, okay. So it would be about the relationship between giants, goblins, and wizards, and I'm sure other things. I don't know if vampires are in here. I can't imagine they are. So it would be like intelligent life forms, I guess. It would be, wouldn't it? What's that? These Selkies of Scotland and the Merrows of Ireland are less beautiful. And Harry has put a line through that and written ugly next to it. Anyway, put that down. Yeah, that'd be cool to have like a separate document about going into the history of that sort of thing. In regards to the fight between Draco and Harry and George, I agree that Harry and George should have been punished, but a lifetime ban is too excessive. I think it is as well, but I think that Harry, but it's. I'd say it's too excessive. I don't think it's way too excessive. That's probably the best way I can put it, because this is not good. We cannot have this happening during Quidditch matches. I also think it's wild that none of the Slytherin players were punished for their actions in these chapters. I don't. I really don't. We hear earlier in chapter 19 that Gryffindor players... Oh, I see! Yes, players are being hexed in the corridors leading up to the game, but Snape refuses to punish any Slytherins or accept evidence that they were responsible. Yeah, which is horrendous, but that is purely on Snape. That is absolutely purely on Snape. And McGonagall should be giving Gryffindor homework, guys. This is an absolute joke of a school. Yeah. No, yeah, you said Slytherin players, though. I can see Crabbe getting away with what he did. I really do. I don't agree with it, but I can see it, though. No one was punished for the Badges song insulting Ron or the bludger that hit Harry, and I doubt Malfoy would have punished would have punished for his insult. I don't think he would have done either. I must put my hands up and admit that. So I do think Gryffindor are being treated unfairly. Maybe I wonder if they were punished more harshly because they engaged in Muggle dueling. Maybe if they had used a spell, they would have gotten just a detention. Absolument. What I was about to say, mid-comment, Maria, is that Gryffindor, they see that Slytherin are getting away with all this. They can just do exactly the same. Now, with Umbridge being around, maybe there is going to be some unfairness, but they can come up with their own songs. Are they going to get a punishment from Umbridge for having a song? The hexing in the corridor, I think they probably would get into trouble with. But, you know, the fact is that they're not giving as good as they're getting. But starting to throw hands is not a response, in my opinion. Or Muggle dueling, as McGonagall refers to it. Also, I love Luna's lion hat. She's so creative. However, I'm glad she skipped putting the snake in the mouth. Yeah, well, the thing is that would have been giving as good as the game. You said that would have actually had, and she's not even Gryffindor, but that would have had some sort of bite back to what the Slytherins were doing. So good for her. She's the only bloomin' one, right? She's the only one who's biting back against Slytherin. Anyway, thank you. Literally, well, almost literally in her case. Maria, thank you so much for your comment. Really appreciate it. Florent. Hi, Veggie. Chapter 19. We have another example of Snape being a bad teacher, and McGonagall. I'm not going to let McGonagall slip that one. She's being a bad teacher as well. There is Snape is being worse, but McGonagall, you're not giving homework to... come on now. There is a legendary German YouTuber by the name of Cold Mirror. I love that name. Who did a lot of Harry Potter stuff. Who came up with a mock theory of how it came to be for Snape to be such a bad person to hero he is described in the later books. When cast in Philosopher's Stone, Alan Rickman asked J.K. Rowling what she had in mind for Snape later, so he could do a good portrayal of the character. This is how it went according to theory. Okay, this is all theory. Okay, so Alan. So where does this hatred from Harry come from? Why does he torment this small child? I'm sure you as an author did think of a good reason and didn't create evil to be evil for these to be a nemesis, right, Miss Rowling? Well, I'm going to pause right there and say maybe that's where she got the idea. You never know, because Draco never gets redeemed, does he? Apparently. JK. Well, he was in love with Harry's mum. Alan. Yeah, but Jacob, wait. Harry's dad took her away from him. Alan. Still, Harry's dad took her away from him. Oh, I see. Yes. Alan. Still, no reason to treat a small child. JK. Oh, and I'm having trouble reading this, guys. I'm sorry. JK. Oh, and he was also trying to... also a target of mobbing by him and his friends, and only everything he sees, Harry is remembering this. And oh, I see. Did he have a bad childhood as well? JK. Oh yes, really bad childhood. I was about to say that led him to become evil and indirectly responsible for the deaths of Harry's mother, and because he loved her, Alan feels overwhelmed by guilt. JK, oh yeah, a lot of guilt. Such a tortured soul and deep character, Alan. Okay, then that is the way I'll portray him, and I will tell everyone, tell no one. Don't worry. Alan leaves the room. JK, damn it! Now I had to write this. Okay, I thought that was the direction it was going. That's amazing. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that a lot of the characters' paths weren't set in stone at the start, guys. I mean, if the first book bombed, I'm not sure she would have. Maybe she would have continued. I don't know how books really work when it comes to that. But yeah, not to that extent. But I do feel like there are going to be some things that weren't set in stone. Philosopher's Stone. From the start. Philosopher's Stone. Either way, Flon, thank you so much for your comment. Natasha. Hey, Veggie. How did you feel when you read this chapter? Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that. How did you feel when you read this chapter? I remember vividly my feelings reading it for the first time as a teenager. Absolute bliss when Hermione kissed Ron on the cheek. And his reaction to it, I know we barely mentioned that, haven't we? Then hatred towards the Slytherins when I read the lyrics to the song. And finally, Umbridge, do you remember people telling you that you will reach another level of hatred towards her in the books? Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, like, since the moment. I was gonna say the moment that I posted my Order of the Phoenix reaction. I'm gonna say Goblet of Fire. When I posted Goblet of Fire, I was getting comments saying, "Hey Veggie, next movie, God, there's a character, and they're even worse in the books." So yeah, it's and it's true. It's absolutely and unequivocally true. So yeah, that definitely was a thing. That's in the films. She is not a something in Russian, I believe, as she. I'm going to translate that on a different page so you can't see it. I'm fascinated to see what it says. In English. Oh, I can say that. Disgusting and unbearable, but maybe it's a stronger term in Russian. Or maybe it's just a term in Russian. As she is in the books. Now you see why readers hate her even more. I cannot express another. Well, I won't translate that one. That I was feeling. I wish we had these moments in the films. I hope we get them in the series. We must. We will. No, she is going to be the main focus of whatever season that will be. So yeah, I'm sure we will get all of this. I don't know if we will get Harry and George beating up on Draco. They might use magic instead. That's one prediction I'm going to put out there. Because having your... Obviously, there are many examples of heroes being pushed too far in something. It happens in one of the movies. I swear it does. Doesn't Draco get frozen and then something really horrible happen? I can't remember. It's on the Hogwarts Express when he's wearing his snazzy suit. Yeah, I think it's at the start of Half-Blood Prince. I can't remember what happens. I honestly can't. Anyway, Natasha, thank you so much for your comment. I did get through the whole thing, didn't I? I did. Carrie. Hi, Veggie. Happy Christmas and New Year. You too. Just going to discuss 19 and 20 was interesting to learn about the Giants, but I don't have anything to add. That's fine. We've covered a lot of it already. Chapter 19. I love the next movie, including Luna, with the lion head in the book. From the book, I should say. Absolutely. And it makes more sense in the movie. It really does to me. I don't know, guys. I remember in the book, book one, you had said Ron. Oh, really? I remember in book one, you had said Ron is the king. Oh, I'm guessing in chess, because he is actually the knight, isn't he? Playing the king would be the worst position to be in that. And I had commented, Wesley is our king. No way! Not knowing if you had gotten to that part yet. No, what we just got here now. You hadn't, so you didn't know. I quoted a later book. Sorry about the almost spoiler back then. Oh, that's not a spoiler, Carrie. That's not. Yeah, yeah. That's not a spoiler at all. I don't really need to worry about that. That's brilliant. Has it got any likes? I'm interested to look it up because that's gonna be lots of people going like that in the comments. That's brilliant. I love that. That's an Easter egg in the comment section of one of my videos, guys. That's brilliant. I was so mad when I read this for the first time. This was when I realised that Umbridge could be hated more than she was in the movies. So you watched the movies first, good to know. Absolutely. How is it possible for her to take their brooms being that they... How... Okay, I'm sorry. How is it possible for her to take their brooms, being that they are their own property purchase with their own money? I was fuming. I'm sure that students can have their phones confiscated at schools. And like if someone has like a pocket radio, which is obviously quite a dated thing now, that could get confiscated. Talking about dated things, guys. My goodness, on New Year's Day, I said like me and my brother and Woozle went for a walk around Oxford. Big walk actually. We covered a lot. It was weird because obviously I've been to Oxford countless times, but different areas of Oxford, and this was the first time that I'd ever associated the JR Hospital, which I know that one of you was born in as well, the JR Hospital, with the centre of Oxford. And Headington, and so normally I'd go to one pocket and then leave via that pocket, but to connect all the dots was actually really surreal. Never done that before. But one story he told me. Well, shall I tell you this detail? Okay, where we were looking for a pub because I was desperate for a wee. I'll just add that little nuance to the story. He was saying about how he teaches Hunger Games, which I've told you before, in English to his students, because he's a teacher, I should say. And this wasn't the entire lesson, obviously, but he was going to play a bit of the movie on a DVD for the class. And so he got it all ready, put the DVD in and everything, sat down, and started doing notes like whilst they were watching the scenes and everything. And you could hear this like really epic music and everything. And I know for a fact that the movie doesn't start with epic music. And so he's listening to epic music and everything. And then after a few minutes, like I think after a while, in fact, he actually got up and looked at the TV, and he had actually pressed play on it. It was still on the DVD menu, or on the main menu screen. I should put it like that. And bizarrely, obviously that is his fault. But he turned to the class and said, "Why didn't you tell me that it was on the main menu?" And all this shit. Now this is going to be depressing, guys. Okay, be careful going into what I'm about to say. But all the students like looked really confused and everything. Looked at each other, and one student said, "Sir, what's the main menu?" So they have no concept of what a DVD is. Oh god, that's wild. That was wild. Anyway, that's strange. That is. Anyway, yeah, I think that having your broom being confiscated is a legit thing. It depends. I think that in this case, there was no need for it because it wasn't the brooms that were the issue. Maybe it's because they don't want them practicing with Gryffindors secretly. Maybe that's the reason. But I can see I can't see in this reason why they're confiscated, but I could see in other reasons them being confiscated, even if they paid with their own money, I'm afraid. But anyway, Carrie, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated, as always. So I'm glad that I'm bringing this up onto much shorter comments, guys, because I don't want it to sound like I'm picking anyone in particular. But it is noteworthy that we have been going for an hour and a half, almost, in the book club, and we've done 16 comments. And so, if you could try and shorten your comments down. Like I say, the best thing to do is put your comment down, what you want, and then try to reduce it as much as you can. Then again, I know it's a pain in the bum, isn't it, guys? And you know, you guys are supporting this. You're making this possible, you know. And so I hate bringing up rules and everything. I really do. Let's do a dad joke real quick. These tend to be blooming good, guys. They're certainly better than the Harry Potter joke book. We'll do one of them at the end. How do you cut an ocean in two? With a seesaw. I mean, it'll do. It'll do, quite frankly. I should really do the DM one as well. I'm worried about forgetting about the DM, so I'm going to quickly open the DMs now, and we'll do that there. I know Hobbits has left one. It's nice having 3 big monsters, guys. Seriously, like that. I'll show you actually. It's probably a bit dusty, so I apologise in advance. But this is a Wacom tablet that I bought eons ago when I used to do a lot more drawing. Can we get a quick? I don't know if you can see me, but I'm giving it a quick shimmy because it is a mess. I got this years ago. Wacom tablet. Believe it or not, guys, this cost 700 quid. So it was when I was actually trying to get into drawing, you know. I was never very good. Hence YouTube. But yeah, so I've been using that for the longest time as a third monitor. And as you can tell, that's pretty small. It doesn't work as... Windows 10, I think, stopped it from working as a tablet, which sucks. That's 700 quid down the Swanee. Though, to be fair, I got it over a decade ago, so I did get a lot of work out of it. What point am I making? Oh yeah, and when when Windows 10, so I think Windows 9 stopped it from working. Windows 10, for some reason, the colours all went bizarre on it and everything. So I always had it like way over there as my email showing monitor, and that was it. Whereas now I've got 3 big monitors, I can dedicate half of one of them to my emails, and so I've got so much more room for more stuff. Live streaming is going to be so much easier now. It really is. It's going to be so much easier now. So that's a great... That's a thumbs up. I think the person who bought it for me... I can say it's one of my brothers. I think he spent more than he should have done on it. I don't think you can get a monitor. Because a while ago, he I don't know why I'm bringing this up, but he suggested that we have like a certain limit of value, or you know, money limit on how much you spend on each brother, because there's 3 of us, of course. I think he must have exceeded his own one, because it's a blooming monitor, guys. Anyway, and then the other brother got me hand warmers. I told that other brother actually on Christmas Day we went for a walk with Woozle. And I said, I've definitely won this Christmas. And he thought, this is how little he thinks of me, guys. He thought I meant I gave out the best presents. I wouldn't say that. I would never say that. Jeez, what a narcissist I would have to be to say that. No, what I meant is, I got the best presents. I think I definitely did. I got him a book about Portland, because the Isle of Portland, not the place in America, because him and I walked it at the start of last year. Muggins here doing all the driving because he doesn't drive. But it was awesome, and it's really fascinating. He said it many times. It's a very bizarre place. It's like a very strange place. You're not allowed to say the word rabbit. You'll get chucked out of pubs if you say rabbit on the Isle of Portland. We definitely talked about Watership Down during our walk as well, so we were playing with fire at one point. But yeah, he said many times since we did that, like how strange a place it is, and so I brought him a book about the mythos of the Isle of Portland. I got him a little badge because he's collecting badges for his tie that he wears sometimes at school. I got him the luck dragon from the Neverending Story, and when he opened it, it's like, oh wow, he named it. I thought he was just called the Luck Dragon. I had no idea that he had a name. I'll admit, guys, I ain't seen Neverending Story much. I think you'll know why. There's a certain scene near the start. Why would I want to watch a movie like that? Upset me, really upset me. It certainly upset me more than Watership Down did. And Watership Down has some dark moments in it, but I love the story so much. It's so good. Chocolate orange, because Mum would always get us chocolate oranges, and me obviously something different, and her, because she was vegan as well. And I got him. I don't know why okay, let's get through this, Veggie. You're complaining about the comments being so long. Now you're doing this. And a little while ago, he said that he really likes using Vitalite spread, which is like a, I guess you'd say it's like a margarine sort of thing, I guess. He really likes it, but he really misses the boxes that we had when we were kids in the 90s, where they were like round flat ones. Now, I bizarrely have a couple of those old boxes, and so what I got was a box of new Vitalite and put it, after cleaning up the box obviously, and then put it into the old box, and I gave it that to him as his main present. He was delighted about that. He was absolutely delighted about it. It's such a strange thing to do. I posted a picture of it on Twitter and Blue Sky, if you want to say, guys. And I got to my other brother, some whiskey glasses which have the like Mount Everest in the middle, which he seemed to really like as well. So there you go. But yeah, I certainly won out with the monitor and the hand warmers, though, guys. I'm using them both, like, daily. Fantastic. So I was complaining about you guys taking too long on your comments. I'm sorry, guys. I'm such a blooming hypocrite. How we doing? Happy holidays, Veggie, and to all who celebrate. Thank you very much. And a tree. Chapter 17. How much can you say about this Harry receiving a lifetime ban and Fred somehow getting kicked off the team for not doing anything? Wesley is... Why am I calling him Wesley today? It's because I've been watching Angel. Weasley is our king. Maybe a bit cruel, but also gives me a bit of a chuckle every time. Oh, really? Oh, that's interesting. No, I'm glad you're honest with that. Lifetime, not doing anything. I mean, he had intent, and I think if Fred was also brought to the attention, and McGonagall said, okay, Harry and George, you're getting punished. Fred, you didn't get involved, but watch yourself. And then Umbridge said, well, no, Fred was going to get involved in it. I think that Fred would have actually said, yes, that is actually true. I think he actually would in that moment with their adrenaline's kicking through and everything. I think he would have actually said that. So, careful! Hit my blooming watch. Sorry. Chapter 18. Absolutely loved this chapter where you a bit were you a bit surprised about how much more detail this chapter had in the book? The book, J.K. does such a wonderful job of making you feel in the story. I remember reading this part for the first time and really feel there with Hagrid. Sorry, I wasn't breaking it up properly. I remember reading at the time. It was very atmospheric. I absolutely pictured it the whole way. It was actually, and the fact that it dedicated such a long time to it, I really appreciate. Because it's been a big mystery for the Golden Trio, kind of. They knew it was giants, but for us to get such a payoff was rewarding. You know, getting to this point. The Gurg. Getting taken down and having to deal with the new Gurg, most specific favourite part of the whole chapter. Yeah, and it feels like, I mean, it's the sort of thing which, I mean, it's in Game of Thrones, isn't it, where you had to challenge the, not the Khaleesi, the other one, the king, the Khaleesi's king, I can't remember. Carl, there we go. Yeah, so it's, but yeah, the whole thing was excellent, I do agree. Thank you so much for your comment, how are we doing? Dara. Hi Veggie, Woozle, and everyone. That's gonna cover everyone, right? Before I do some smallish comments, I remember I already excused. I'm sorry. Okay, before I make the small comments, I already excused typing mistakes. I recently had eye surgery. Oh my goodness. And my sight is still poor. Sadly, well, I see like 40%. So I try to focus hard, but small typing is not that good. Oh my goodness, Dara. I mean, if there's ever an excuse for typing, I mean, I'm awful with spelling mistakes, but my goodness, if there's ever an excuse for it. Seriously, I hope you're okay. Love your Tyrolean cosplay, by the way, as always. Oh my goodness, I hope, I mean, it sounds like it went well. But yeah, I hope you're recovering okay. I mean, this was 4 weeks ago, but still. Chapter 19. Is Luna not the best? I wanted it that had chewed up a serpent to represent Slytherin. That's pretty dark, actually, for a non-Slytherin thing to say. Even when even with me being Slytherpuff, I love her so much. Showing support to her Gryffindor friends, absolutely. But I don't think that she is friend. This is the weirdest thing, guys. This is the sort of thing which I would expect to be in the movie, where a character is introduced, it's like, oh, they're now one of the team and everything. That seems to be what the book is doing here. It's really odd. She's not one of the team, guys. I mean, Hermione actively despises her. Yeah, so it's really strange. Maybe it's because she's anti-Slytherin. That could be it. But yeah, it's very interesting. Also, I wish they had included... in a movie, it makes more sense. There's so many types. I'm sorry. Also, I wish they had included a single part of the song in the movies. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it would be an easy thing to do, wouldn't it? It'd be in the next one, wouldn't it? Movie-wise. Chapter 20. What do you think of Umbridge, Evil Grin? Well, in general, that's quite a big time. I think she's a brilliantly written villain. I think she's brilliantly written, and you can feel the power that she has over Hogwarts. You really can. Like the little bit where she coughs when McGonagall's scolding George and Harry is, yeah, he's like, oh, here we go again, you know. I think she is a brilliantly written character. Well, there you go. Just say no. Dara. The reason why we all, I don't know, actually, is it go away heat for anyone? Let me know in the comments. Does anyone actually not enjoy this book because of Umbridge? You can not enjoy moments, but do not enjoy the book, because obviously I believe there is going to be a payoff. And so, is it the case that this blooming Umbridge, I can't wait for her to get taken down a peg or two, or is it Umbridge chapter again? Okay, get through it. Let me know, guys. I'd be fascinated to know if there's go away heat for Umbridge. Because for me, it's kayfabe heat. It's legit heat. I despise her. I can't. And you know what? Keep on giving me little moments where she's gonna give like Harry a lifelong ban and taking their brooms and all this sort of stuff, and scolding, interrogating Hagrid and everything. Just keep giving me that, because I can't wait for it to pay off. That's how it is for me. And so I'd be very interested to hear if it's different for anyone else. I'd be very interested to hear if it's different for anyone else. Dara, get well soon. My goodness. Joe. There we go. Hi, Veggie. If I'm repeating someone's point, feel free to skip that part. You know what? I'll read through it, and any parts that are repeats, I will continue through. But I will read through it, though. I have a dog at home now. That's definitely not a repeat. I found him in such a state that I was 99% sure he was dead. Oh my god! But he will recover. Okay. He's a white ratcha, with some brown patches. No idea what to name him. I've never had a dog before. What about something from Harry Potter? It's a him, is it? Yeah, it could be something from Harry Potter. Maybe Winter? You know what? I heard a lovely name for a dog a couple of days ago. Cheddar. I think I might use that in the future, to be honest. Not for Woozle, of course. I'd love to get Woozle a sister. I really would. Imagine that. Woozle and Cheddar. I mean, Heffalump would be the accurate, the obvious path, wasn't it? But that's too many syllables, guys. You want 2 syllables. Woozle. Cheddar. I think those are right. You want 2 syllables with dogs because they find it easier to hear. So if you add too many syllables, Heffalump. Yeah, that's 3. You should really go for 2. I wouldn't want to call it Heffalump anyway. Can't call a sight hound a Heffalump, really, can you? You've got him a Slytherin player. Sorry. Cheddar is a lovely name, but maybe something from Harry Potter, and it doesn't have to be like Harry or Ron or anything like that. It could be. Can you hear that? There's some screaming outside, guys and kids. Snitch. Sorting hat doesn't really work. Yeah, it could be an item. Deathly Hollows the dog. That'd be amazing. Yeah, maybe something Harry Potter related. I mean, so it sounds like you found it in the street then. I hope you're able to get its boosters and everything. God bless you though, Joe. Well done for. It sounds like it was near 99% death. So. Congratulations. Good for you. Good for you. Chapter 19. If I were a captain, I wouldn't pick Ron for the team. The captain is supposed to make the most effective team. He's the opposite of Harry. Harry loves flying so much that even during the task when with the dragon, the moment he was in the air, his anxiety melted away. Absolutely. I think with sports teams at school, generally, if someone said, "Hey, I've got a friend who wants to be a part of it," although he didn't do that though. Ron actually put in for himself, didn't he? Maybe he's the best keeper that they have. I mean, they had tryouts, so presumably they had other players. Maybe Ron actually is the best Gryffindor 1 right now. Maybe. The Slytherin should have been removed from the stadium for singing that song. Do you think? Teachers, as all authorities, are supposed to avoid escalation. Allowing this to go on allowed for escalation. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't Ron who got into the fight, but I do agree with you. The line about the bin definitely shouldn't have been in there. Everything else. Yeah, no. If I was a teacher, I'd say, "Hey, come on, guys, put an end to that now." Yeah. Removing from the stadium seems draconian because I think that like if Snape was doing his job, it isn't Snape's job. If any of the professors was doing the job and said, "Hey, you need to," then but okay, I'll say this in a joke. Should Lee be allowed to commentate? And I think. Let me know if I'm wrong here. I think you'll agree Lee shouldn't be commentating then, right? Literally saying, "Come on, Gryffindor!" You know, Lee shouldn't be commentating. If Slytherin can't sing a song, maybe that's their argument. It's like maybe someone did go up to them and say, "Hey guys, stop singing that." And said, "Oh yeah, so we'll just listen to Lee Jordan literally beg Gryffindor to win." But then again, they're mocking someone. Lee wasn't, or was Lee mocking someone? I'm sure Lee has gone over the line sometimes while talking about other players, hasn't he? Because he tends to only talk about Gryffindor. I don't think Lee should be commentating. I don't think they should be removed from the stadium. I do think that teacher should have been stepping in and saying, "Hey, come on now. Hey, come on." Sorry. So, a game called Raw? No, it's Growl, is it? I think it's called Growl. Yes, Growl. Really, really awesome arcade game. And whenever you put a coin in, it says, "Hey, come on." Every single time. It's kind of annoying. It's one of these weird games, guys, which is set like in like I think it's like set in like the 30s because it's meant to be like an Indiana Jones sort of thing. And so you have everyone like dressed as Indiana Jones. You have like villains who are old, like your old crooks and everything, and railway workers and everything, and like Middle Eastern people with like with like head with their faces covered and everything, all this sort of thing. But because it's a 90s arcade game, all the women look like they're 80s. I don't know how to word this. I don't know how to word this, but it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, all these like the entire thing is set like it's in Indiana Jones times, but all the women are like wearing like leather jackets with bulked shoulders and like short skirts and everything. It's like, what is this? Video games were so weird back then. They still kind of are to an extent. It is weird to think how sexist video games were back in the day compared to how they are now, because they have massively improved that, guys. They really have. Because it was every single game, and I remember like it not really sinking into me until someone pointed it out. I was like saying, I remember really enjoying. I love the Sands of Time game, but the second Prince of Persia PlayStation 2 game, yes. I said that I really like. I said that I really liked them all, and this Skill Gamer, is a friend of mine, said, "Oh yeah, I liked them apart from the second one." And I said, "Oh, I liked the second one. I'm sure it was a lot darker and everything." And she said, "Well, yeah, but the first boss, Veggie, the first boss is a woman, it's essentially in bondage." And I didn't even think about it because I've been conditioned to it. I've been completely conditioned to it, especially at that time, like the mid 2000s. It seemed like it's the cliche, isn't it? It's the cliche of all the guys in armor covering every single inch of them, and then the women just have like two little bits of armor there, and a slit up the back. It's horrendous. It was if you look back now, it's outrageous how it was, and thank goodness that has now changed. It's probably. I mean, League of Legends, they are actively going through their characters and changing them all because they were all like that. They weren't all like that. But they are revamping characters like LeBlanc, which is a character who we kind of meet in Arcane, who had this ridiculous armor, who now just looks like a very cool witch-like character. Anyway, side waffle. Did that have anything to do with your comment at all? I didn't. I'm sorry. That was too much waffle. It's because I said, "Hey, come on." Good game though. The last boss is weird. Sorry, Joe. My goodness. I did get a comment on one of my older book clubs saying, "Veggie, you need to stop with the side tangents." I'm thinking like Prisoner of Azkaban or something like that. Yeah, I ain't learned, have I? Anyway, come on. I need to get Woozle out of it. So, as you mentioned, Umbridge is more comedic in the film. Yes, absolutely. And I think Malfoy is as well. Oh, 100%. Yeah, I completely agree. And like I say, his scenes are always much shorter, aren't they? In the book, both of them are properly nasty. Which version do you find more interesting, the book or the film? I think there's only one answer to that. Because you said the word interesting. The interesting ones are certainly the book versions. I'll say this, Draco in the movie is more entertaining, I think. Because I think that the actor did a great job. And I know that he's back, apparently, as Draco, which is very exciting. Umbridge is such a good performance. So, yeah, if you'd said entertaining, I would say it's actually quite hard to say. Interesting, because you used the word interesting, certainly the book version. Chapter 20. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on the Giant's Law. I'll just ask, which of the gifts Hagrid gave would you like best? Certainly not the always burning fire. That's the sort of thing which would be awesome for a giant. Then again, so with the helmet. Dragon. I wouldn't want the dragon skin. No, it'll be the helmet. I'll put it in I'm planning on getting glass cabinets to put like some things in, which I'll put next to my arcade, which I built. And that would go in there. Or it'd probably be absolutely huge. The helmet. I'm going with the helmet. Probably be worth the most as well. No, probably not. Actually, the fire would probably be worth those. But that is something that is going to be so useful for giants, as is the dragon skin. Whereas the ornament-wise, the helmet would be all day for me. Hagrid's father always gives me nails on a chalkboard feelings. Hang on, what? Hagrid's father always gives me nails on a chalkboard feelings. If giants behave like this, how on earth are you meant to get into a romance with one? No, sir, no. That's a fair point. I mean, but Dobby is like a... What's that term? An edge... What is that term where you are different from the average version or something? Edge case? It's not edge. It's another word. It's another word like edge. Yes. So you're like, yeah, when you're different from everyone else. So maybe Hagrid's mother was completely different from these savages. Sandwiches. Maybe. Poor Hermione, not Hagrid causing her more work. Again, I know, it's insane! It's insane how much work Hermione does for everyone, seriously. Thank you so much, Joe. Great comment as always. Jolt. Hi, V and W. I want to clarify something from the last book club. When I said I don't believe we get an indication that Harry explained to Hermione what was happening with Dobby, paraphrasing, I meant we don't get any indication in those chapters. Okay, fair enough. I wasn't making a statement about whether or not Hermione ever finds out, and I apologise, and I'm not going to confirm or I'm not going to confirm or deny neither whether it happens in the future either. I apologise for the apologies. Joel, it's absolutely fine. I appreciate that clarification. I really do. I think my mind went in that way because Hermione then wasn't in the chapter again. But obviously, because we're cutting this into blocks, you reading the books and everything, it's going to be very different from me focusing on certain sections, So that's absolutely fine. You weren't the only one, and I've had them also give that same clarification as well. So it's absolutely fine, Jolt. I really appreciate you mentioning that. Thank you. Chapter 19. Veggie finally gets what he wants. He's always wanted. An overrated try-hard Gryffindor seeker is out of the way, and an overrated try-hard Gryffindor seeker is out of the way, and he no longer gets preferential treatment. Now the field is clear for Hufflepuff to dominate the Quidditch Cup for the next decade. Sarcasm. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Because obviously they've lost a star player as well. God. Sad, isn't it, guys? I'd like to know who the new captain is. Yeah, I don't think we've heard that. I bet it's going to be Zacharias. Yeah, I'd like to meet the new captain. Overrated tryhard. I don't know if I would say that's how I see Harry in Quidditch games, but you know what it is, guys? Is that, when Harry saw the Golden Snitch, he was the first one to see it, and then Draco saw it. As soon as that happened, I thought, okay, so Draco is going to be in between them, and Harry's going to somehow get there before it. And what happened? It happened. And so sometimes it can be a little bit predictable, is what I'm saying. But I'm certainly not going to go back to the Emperor's Azkaban ranting that I did. So let's move on. I just want to say I agree with you, your assessment of Quidditch being a bad sport. I have ideas of how to fix it, but we'll discuss it later. Oh, fantastic, Joel. I look forward to that. Yeah, you know, it is, in my opinion, that it is a not well thought out sport. Again, Wizarding World, that might be the point. But I know that some people completely disagree, so it's good, guys. That's the whole point of doing these videos. Chapter 20. It's a shame the movie couldn't take a little more time, let Hagrid recount his interactions with the Giants. By the way, any predictions for the Care for Magical Creatures lesson is so exciting to teach. Oh, just so for Hagrid, it's going to be so exciting to teach. I don't know. Maybe he got something from Europe. Maybe it's the vampire. No, it's not a Fantastic Beast. I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna go with the monkey dude who who disappears and can see a few seconds in a time. It's see a few seconds in the future, I should say. Sorry, because I have absolutely no clue. But I presume it's something. Oh, it could be Fristrels. Oh, it could be Fristrels. Because because right now Harry isn't that bothered about. When Harry sees the horses, he doesn't think, "Oh, I'm going to go and have a look at them," or anything. I reckon it's the Fristrels. There we go. Let's see my predictions. Oh, you know what? I feel like I'm actually going to be right there. Because we know that Hagrid has them under control. Plank said it. Oh my goodness. I'm excited. Wow. I hope I'm right. Joel, thank you so much for your comment. And thank you very much for your clarification. That's very kind of you. You didn't have to do that, and I appreciate it. And Maddie with an incredibly cute icon. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. I love the fact that both Lucius and Draco had their butts kicked by Weasley family members on separate occasions. Oh, that's so true. So true. We mentioned that just now. McGonagall had a good point about Malfoy being a sore loser, and that's why he was being spiteful, a spiteful little beep. And Harry and the twins should have not stooped down to that level. I agree. But the petty pot, for me, thinks that Draco definitely had it coming. I can't disagree with that. He's literally asking for it. There's a Tim Vine joke where he says, I walked up to someone and said, punch me in the face. And they punched him in the face. And when he's laying on the ground and everything, he thinks to himself, you know what? I asked for that. I also like how McGonagall was very put out by Umbridge appearing, or so was I, and offered her assistance. I wish we'd seen more of her reaction to the ban. That's actually very true. We don't. But I guess her point is that she's gone quiet. Do you think she would have argued for a lesser harsh punishment despite how furious she was with Harry and George? I mean, she does give Gryffindor preferential treatment. But I do think Harry has put himself into a position where you can't really argue against the ban. You really can't, guys. I'm loving this discussion, really am. Lastly, I find it adorable how eager and keen Hagrid was to tell his story, considering how he is firmly refusing to tell the trio about it at first. That's actually very, very true. There's a lot of detail he doesn't need to include. It's really sweet that Hagrid helped lift Harry and Ron's mood. Oh, it really did. Like, it's Quidditch what at this point? Quidditch who, I guess it'd be. Yeah, that's absolutely true. Yeah, and it's also the fact that Harry is teasing his own story as well, which actually doesn't get to tell, weirdly enough. That's a good point. I presume we're going to have a follow-up conversation. Find out why Hagrid's actually hurt as well. Could that be the Fristrels? No, he has them under control, though. It could be that could be why he's all beaten up, because of whatever he's got planned for his lesson. I didn't think that for a second, but it could be. Anyway. Maddie, thank you so much for your comments. Always greatly appreciated. And I need to give it a like so I need to know where I am. I think we're getting through it, guys. But like I say, the longer comments, I've slowed down a little bit. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, so we're not as far as I thought we were. 16 comments left though, so another hour and a half apparently going on the first half. No, we do need to get through these time because the chapters came to around 2 hours exactly. So we're at an hour and a half on top of that, so that's 3.5 hours. So we're now at 4 hours, so we need to get through this. Gav Knob, greetings, chapter 19. I remember it's being further in the book. Well, the movie does that. So Harry could not find a regular time for the DA meeting, so the DA does not count as a club under Educational Decree 24. Oh, very interesting. Wow. Well spotted. Luna's hat is great. Is that a Kellogg's reference? It must be a Kellogg's Tony the Tiger reference. You know that Tony the Tiger had an official Twitter page, and people of a certain persuasion, let's put it like that, started sending him stuff en masse because he's a chunky lion, guys. So much so that they had to actually delete the account. God. Oh, what a life, guys. What a life. I remember when I first got, like, when I was back into drawing, I met a lot of people. In fact, I still know them now, in fact, who were into furry stuff. And I thought it meant that they liked drawing, not animatronic, they liked anthropomorphic. They liked drawing anthropomorphic characters, which I did, guys. I enjoyed that sort of thing, you know. But it took me the longest time to realise that it is largely a sexual thing. And I actually had no idea. And I'm guessing Tony the Tiger didn't have any idea until then. Anyway. Oh, silly stuff. But yeah, still know them now. They're lovely people. On what grounds are their brooms being confiscated? On Hogwarts grounds. Sorry. They are being banned from Quidditch, not from flying. Yeah, that's the bit where the punishment doesn't really fit the crime. But like I say, maybe it's to stop them from practicing, maybe. They can fly during their free time. Ron was practicing before he was on the team. Are they banned from flying? Are they banned from flying? Because I do not think Umbridge specified that. So Harry could borrow Ron's broom? I think. Chapter 20. How does the High Inquisitor have authority to demand answers about what someone was doing when not at work? Well, I could argue that she doesn't demand it. She asks it firmly. When Hagrid says, "Yep, that's what I was doing," she then doesn't say, "You're lying. Tell me now, or I'll have you instantly fired." She doesn't. And so, in a weird way, she actually doesn't demand it. But she is definitely being extremely rude. But when Hagrid doesn't give her anything, she goes off. Not saying it's good. What she's doing is extremely rude and unprofessional, in my opinion. Happy Christmas and a Merry New Year. Reminder of Educational Decree 24 if needed. The pertinent sentence is that an organisation, society, team, group, or club is hereby defined as a regular meeting of 3 or more students. Regular. What is the definition of the word regular? I think you might have a point here. An arrangement in or consulting a contact. What? Arranging in or consulting in constant. In constant or defined pattern. Oh, or defined... or definite pattern. Arranged in or consulting a constant or defined pattern. Gavnob, that is beautiful. You're absolutely right. The DA is not it doesn't come under the decree. Well done, Gavnob. That's amazing. And the thing is, it would do if they had time. Oh, wow. Well done. Well done, Gavnob. That's brilliant. You should be a lawyer. Maybe you are. Fantastic. I love it. I absolutely love it. I did not know that was what the word regular meant, guys. I thought it meant something that happens a lot. You know? But no, it's actually... The definition is that's exactly what Gandalf does. Amazing. Kinsit. Super late as I... 2 weeks. Super late as I was on vacation when... recovering from from jet lag. Oh, I thought it's a leg injury then. I thought everyone's fallen to pieces. Super late as I was on vacation then and recovering from jet lag. Well, I hope it was a lovely time away. Haven't been able to go through all the comments to see what has been said, but I love Hermione creating these coins. It's so genius. What an easy way to communicate without words. Yeah, it really was. Because the thing is, Hermione does a lot of impressive stuff. I got to say, this was a real wow, Hermione moment. It's like this is a step up above your usual shenanigans. Sure, it's probably illegal, going on the whole creating fake galleon thing, but yeah, she is brilliant. CJ, g'day, Veggie. I hope you are having a lovely break and wish you all the best. All the best for 2016. Thank you, 2016. I've done it again. 2026. Thank you so much, CJ. You too. Chapter 19. I kind of wish Hermione had been put into Ravenclaw, and Ron in Hufflepuff. Oh, now that's interesting. I can see the loyalty aspect of it. Would have been a good opportunity to have inter-house friendship in front center of the story. Yeah, but I feel like particularly in the first book, Quidditch is really used as a significant part of the school. So they wanted that big rivalry thing to be happening. But I agree, that would have actually been really nice. Yeah. You know what? It's what they're doing in Hogwarts Legacy. So yeah, Hogwarts Legacy have your friend groups having, like, you know, being from different houses. Poppy's the best. Poppy's the best. I think the first thing I thought this morning is Poppy is a lovely name. Literally, I think that's the first thing I thought this morning. Is that on the book club? Oh, it is! Oh, someone's just made a first-time comment. Guys. So we will definitely cover it. Don't worry. I will definitely cover it. But that's very exciting. So I just made the first comment at the top of this blog. Right, let's read CJ's comment. Find your mouse. There we go. Hope you have chapter 19. I kind of wish. Yes, absolutely. Ron seems to come to himself from Hermione's kiss. Yeah, he's also confused, but he's definitely distracted. Let's put it like that. I wish the movies had put in more foreshadowing regarding Ron and Hermione. Yeah, because you do feel like there is an affection between them in the movies, but it's a little bit more punchy in the movies, I feel, right? Like the way they talk about each other is I feel less kind in the movies. I could be wrong, guys. I could be wrong. We have the ad-libbed scene in this bit, by the way, guys. We just covered it. Where, like, at the end of a scene, Ron, like, mocks something that Hermione says, and they all start laughing, and it's legitimate laughter. I believe you guys have told me. Yeah, that is at this part in the movie. Chapter 20. Umbridge can go. It's amazing how much I'm censoring in these chapters since Umbridge arrived. Umbridge can go herself, messing with Hagrid. Love him Australia. Well, that's basically what Hermione said at the end of the chapter, isn't it? But yeah, it's certainly a very tense scene. Certainly more tense than the movie equivalent. Anyway, thank you so much, CJ. Greatly appreciated. Heather. Hi, Veggie. First time commenter. Okay, this isn't the one which I was talking about, but yes. Thank you so much, Heather. Great to see you here. First time commenter. I've been speeding through your book reviews since I found you through your Hunger Games reactions. Oh, awesome! That's not too long ago, in fact. This comment may be a bit long as my first, but I promise to keep them snappy in the future. Perfect, Heather. Like I say, it's your first one. Go for it. I have dyslexia, and I understand the struggle. Oh, absolutely. You know what? That is actually a big part of it. I think that I used to get a lot more fatigued when doing these, but that is actually a big part of it as well, I must admit. I also just want to thank you so much for your videos, especially these book reviews. I'm in my first year of history. Wait, what? I'm in my first year of a history degree at Oxford. Wow. That's amazing, Emma. So it's been a turbulent time, and those have been a constant for me, and are very important to me. So thank you, Heather. That is amazing. Congratulations for getting to Oxford. Of course, I'd love to know what college you're in, or it could be Brooks. Wherever it is, it's an achievement. I hope you love the city. From what I gather, students who go to Oxford end up just absolutely loving the city. And I've talked to my brother a few times about this recently, where I don't have that affection for the city because I think I just associate it with bad times. I don't know why. Whereas I nearly said his name then. My brother absolutely adores the city, and so I feel like that long walk that I did a couple of days ago actually helped towards that a bit. But yeah, it's But it is a beautiful city. There's all sorts going on and everything. I don't know if you're a pub person, but there are plenty of nice pubs there. I need to say his name again. We went into the Oranges and Lemons, which is I call it Cowley, but it isn't Cowley. It's next to South Park, which I presume you know where that is. It's at the end of the High Street. It's the it would be the east end of the High Street. Yeah. And that was a lovely pub. I've never been in there before. There's many pubs that I've been in there before. Apparently, it used to be called the Angel and Greyhound, which is a better name in my opinion. But apparently, its original name was Oranges and Lemons because it's on St Clement's. There we go. It's on St Clement's. So if you know where St Clement's is, that's where it is. Yeah. I hope the degree is going well. I hope you're all settled in. I hope you're enjoying Oxford because it is a lovely city, guys. I just I've had unhappy times there, so sometimes it can be difficult to see through that. But when I'm walking down like Turl Street or going up to the Ratcliffe Camera and everything, or doing the university parks, which we did a couple of days ago, I do have to remind myself how actually lucky I am to be a part of this city. But anyway, that's great, Heaven. Sorry to make it all about myself, but yeah, that's amazing. You're doing a history degree at Oxford. And I'm so glad these videos have been helping you. I only had time for chapter 19 this time. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. If you have any notes about chapter 19 next time, you can throw them in next time. That's okay. Sometimes we don't do that, but it's your first time here, and then so I want you to be able to say what you want. I find the parallel between how Ron is being treated in this chapter and how Harry was treated in Goblet interesting. Unlike Harry, Ron isn't used to feeling like a big chunk of the school is out for him. It's so true. Ron's used to being the shield. He's now the target. That's a great point. I didn't see it like that. They even had badges again. Yeah, reference to goblets, of course. I guess Malfoy isn't super inventive. Well, yeah, I can believe that. Oh, I'd like to know what Draco is actually good at. He's good enough at flying. You can imagine he's better at potions than Harry, maybe, but for obvious reasons. But what else would he actually be good at? He's not good at careful magical creatures, and we know that. Yeah, I'd like to know. because he certainly is a very interesting character. I find Crabbe's reaction to the fight unusual. Yes, you know what, I didn't make this note, but yes, Heather, you're onto it. I'm so glad that you make this point. He was cackling whilst Draco was rolling on the floor in agony. Yeah, whilst he's literally moaning on the floor, Crabbe is laughing. Great point. Even if Malfoy was pretending to be in pain, it seems like an unusual reaction to your friend bleeding. I don't think he was pretending, personally. I mean, Harry's hand was like aching from punching Malfoy in the head, which obviously ends worse for the person punching generally, but it's going to hurt the recipient no matter what. Yeah, I thought that's slightly strange about Crabbe laughing, but I didn't mention it, so I'm so glad you have. Also, another sign that the author isn't familiar with sport, in my opinion. Chants and offensive chants are very common in sports, and the fact that the teachers did nothing about it suggests it's tolerated and possibly reasonably common. As such, I'm surprised Fred and George allowed themselves to be psyched out by Malfoy, a student younger than them who usually looked down on. Yeah, what Fred and George did, I do think is almost out of character. I not out of character. You have to remember, guys, unless they're defending Harry's honor, which might be what they're doing, they're literally one with intent, beating a younger student who is also getting beaten by someone else for saying that their family smells and that their dad's a joke. Yeah, when you break it down like that, it's bad, guys. I will defend Harry more than Fred and George in this, definitely. Because surely Fred and George have said worse stuff about other people than that. The fact that they smell. They're gonna be docked. They're gonna spike him with something, aren't they? I feel that coming, guys. Either way, Heather, great first comment. I'm so glad to hear that. Well, you don't say if your year's going well, but I hope. Okay, let's put it like this. I hope you went well at Oxford, and yeah, I hope you enjoy the city. It is nice. I hope you've been punting. That's the big thing to do in Oxford, but you have to do it at the right end. So I'm sure you already know this, Heather. But in Cambridge, I think that the punter, the guy with the stick, or the punt as it might be referred, I think, check this before you wreck this, but I think the ones in Cambridge stand at the opposite end of the flat bit, whereas in Oxford, you're meant to punt from that bit. I don't want to punt, guys. Whenever I've been punting, I let someone else do it. I'll do a Heights of bucket and fall in, or a Frank Spencer. That's probably a better way of putting it. Or get stranded on it, you know. But yes, there is a difference. So anyway, Heather, thank you so much for your comment. I look forward to more in the future as well. Dream myself away, dream. Hi there, Veggie and Woos. It has been a long time since I got a comment. I think it's been a little while. Not that long ago, but okay. Life has been crazy this year. Oh dear. I hope in a good way. I had a very big exam in April, and straight after passed it, I got into my last year of medical studies here in Germany. It blows my mind how intelligent the people watching these videos are, guys. It really does. That's why I'm surprised about Heather as well just now, because I'm not an intelligent person, guys. And so the fact that you're willing to listen to me waffle on, it means the absolute world to me. It really does. But wow, that's amazing. So you're in your last year of medical studies in Germany. Only 6 more months, and I'm a doctor. Oh my goodness, congratulations. Not that doctor, though. Oh, not the Doctor. Oh, I see what you mean. Yes, my brother has been showing me a lot of. We've been going through like random classic Doctor Who's recently. We like change up the Doctors each time and everything. But he's been particularly showing me Master stories recently, which I hadn't seen many Master stories. My Doctor, which I remember watching when I was very young, was Sylvester McCoy, and Ainley, yeah, that Doctor was in it a couple of times, not that many. He was in Survival of fittest. No, Survivor, sorry. Was he in the other Sylvester McCoy stories? He must have been. I just can't think of them right now. But he's been shown, because he's watched them all. Well, nearly all of them. But he's been showing me, like, certain Master ones, particularly with the first Master. And he is so good. He is so good. We watched The Demons recently. That is an excellent story, guys. It really is. At the end of it, I said, that's the best Master story that we've checked out so far. Him and Pertwee are brilliant. They really are. Anyway, sorry. Sorry, just go with your commentary, Dreamy, sorry. Anyway, all these tangents today is outrageous. Anyways, as my mental health is down and the drain, down the drain again, with 120% work for 8 months straight now. My goodness, yeah, that's gonna get to you. And my copy of the book is very sloppy translation. Oh, I see. I thought I'd only chime in to leave a sign of life and thank you for these reviews. You really bring joy back to me with them. Dreamy, thank you so much. That's 2 really sweet comments back to back, guys. I'm not sure I can take it. So no, that was a joke. These comments mean the absolute world to me, guys. I've not made it unknown that I've been unhappy, particularly lately. SAT's been getting to me this year, guys. It hasn't done for years, but with other things on top of that, like I say, the thing that essentially ruined last year, it has been really getting me down. And yeah, and unfortunately I've let that slip in certain things and everything. And so yeah, so getting comments like this really helped me fight through the dark times that I'm going through. So thank you, Dreamer. Seriously, it's very, very kind of you. I hope you get some downtime soon. Seriously, it's important. I hope you had some downtime for Christmas at least. Then again, Christmas was exhausting for me this year, guys. It really was. I already said that I completed Turtles. I did with the save feature. It's so close to being a brilliant game, but they just messed up so many aspects of it. Oh well. Also, isn't it fantastic to hear how well Neville and everyone is doing in the DA? Yeah, that was awesome. And when I heard it, I thought, okay, that certainly doesn't happen with Hermione. I'm sure it doesn't happen with Hermione. But then I checked back in the scene, and it's actually Pravati that he does it to, which I feel like it's a fair trade-off. They just had the scene, which I didn't like, which we went into last time, where Ron is like saying, "Oh, I'm gonna do it against Hermione," and then goes, "Ah!" when Hermione knocks him back and everything. They're not gonna then have Neville defeating Hermione. It's not defeating, sorry, but unweaponing. I can't think of the bloomin' term. But yeah, taking the wand out of Hermione's hand, they obviously weren't going to do that. So I feel like Pravati was, and it gives Pravati another moment, you know. Much love, and see you in 2026. You're already doing it as you're watching this video, Dreamy. Future. But yes, I can only recommend the full cast audio editions. I just finished the second book, and I can't wait for the third to be published in January. Oh, I thought they were all getting dumped at the same time. Oh, that's cool. That gives you something to look forward to, doesn't it? That's important. Imagine how flabbergasted I was to find out that Kit Harington, Jon Snow, voices Lockhart. How is he? Does he do it posh? Bloomin' Jon Snow as Lockhart, guys. You know nothing, Lockhart. Gilderoy Lockhart it would be, wouldn't it? You could have asked me to name who's voicing him, and I would have taken me at least 15 years to get that. I'm not against it. He seems like a good enough actor. Because I do feel like some of the Game of Thrones cast after Game of Thrones were in a heck of a lot of stuff, and then they were in very little because they weren't really suitable for the different roles and everything. Just my take. Now, that isn't to criticise any of them, guys. They're all very talented. But there was a time where Game of Thrones characters were in everything else. And that seems to have really calmed down a lot. But that's great, because I know that I feel that he had some mental health struggles after Game of Thrones, didn't he? So I'm glad he's still working and recovering. God bless him. Jon Snow as Lockhart. That blows my mind. And you say you were flabbergasted. I haven't even heard it yet. I'm absolutely amazed. Thank you so much for your comment. Dobby. Ha, Veggie. If McGonagall doesn't give the Gryffindors homework, she must really care about Gryffindor winning. Winning Quidditch. Yeah, well, we've heard about her and Snape having like snide remarks, or playful remarks, I guess, about Quidditch in the first book. It seems very convenient that Umbridge just happens to be walking around with her decree after the Quidditch match. Why take it with her? Did she expect Harry's temper to rise? I think she might be able to keep it on her all the time, maybe, in her bag, but maybe, possibly, she went to her office first before going to McGonagall's, maybe. But you have a point, though. Because we don't have like the physical appearance of them like in the movies. We haven't had Filch work for her at all, have we? I guess that might be a book exclusive. Knowingly work for her. Sorry. So or could she have had planned to provoke him? Oh wow! So she may have actually had something extra. What if she actually told Malfoy to keep taunting Harry until he snaps, so she has an excuse to use her decree on him? Oh, you know what? I was going to disagree with that, but then I remember we have the scene in the movie where she's giving Slytherin badges. It's obviously not the Weasley is our king badges, but like some sort of representation. When they're like stood in like a military line. So I was gonna disagree with you, Dobby. But maybe there is a level of that where the Slytherins are actually working with her. Very interesting, very interesting. A Dutch fun fact of the month. Excellent. No, my comments haven't really been monthly lately. That's fine, Dobby. I know what you mean. The room requirement is translated to Kamer van Hoognood. Hoognood, I think. Room of high need. Oh, I like that. However, Hoognood is also a Dutch phrase used to indicate someone really needs to use the bathroom. That's cool. I really like that. Yeah, I really like that. That is perfect. So this name is amazing reference to Dumbledore talking about the room filling with chamber pots in Goblet of Fire. What is it? So toilets are engaged or what? Vacant. So it could sit the room of vacancy would be a kind of reference to toilets. I love that. I absolutely love that. That is a Dutch boom right there. That is an improvement, quite frankly. I love that, Dobby. Thank you so much for making your comment. Let's do another head count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're into the last decade of comments, which is not right term. Is it worth having a break now? We're over 4 hours, so we're fine. We will be under 6 hours, which is the main thing. I want to get out of here though with Woozle. Looks like we've got another comment as well. Yes, we do. You know what? I'm going to have a very quick break. I will open the direct messages and cover that next. So we technically have 13 comments left, and counting because they're still coming in. But we will do the DMs one next. See how many we got. Quick as you like. I'm so sorry. I'm so slow for replying, guys. I really am. The only one that starts with book club is Hobbit, and so right now we only have one DM, and so we will start with Hobbit when we get back, and then we will push on to the last 12 comments that will be on here. In fact, I'll give this a refresh now. And we shall see if anyone else will fit in a comment at the last second. I hope so, but sorry about my ranting about the comment length, guys, because quite frankly, I've had so many tangents in this video, and I've repeated myself so much. So there is actually a couple of other comments before Hobbit's book review, so I will address them. I won't read them out. One that said, hope you had a nice Christmas. I hope you did as well, Hobbit. The other one is suggesting the French and Saunders Harry Potter parody, which I was planning on covering for the longest time, but I just never got round to it. And so yeah, maybe we should finally get that done. I'm sorry that it's taken me so long. That's ridiculous. It's like 20 minutes long. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. I'm gonna save that. But yeah, sorry I never got round to that. That was something which I was planning on doing years ago. Now on to Hobbit's comments. So book club, like I always say, guys, if you DM me your book club, you have to make sure that that it's all in one comment, ideally, because then you can start it with the word book club. And when I look at I don't know. When I look at the inbox, then the first thing I'll see is book club, and I know that it is. If you put it into 2 comments, then it means that's. Well, if the second comment doesn't have book club at the start, I won't know that it's for the book club. So either way, it's important to make sure that what I see is book club at the start of it, if that makes any sense. So, hello Veggie, Happy New Year, and I hope you had a nice Christmas. Yes, I just read that. So, I said in the first comment that, I'll bring it over a little bit, because I'm looking way too over. There we go. I said in the first comment that as a child I found this book unsettling. In 1 to 4 I had an agreed plan of Harry escaping the cool Dursleys, winning at Quidditch, yes, except for that game, absolutely, and solving a mystery and Slytherin's losing, quite. Everyone's happy, huzzah, huzzah, yeah, apart from the Slytherins. Banning Harry from flying. This isn't how it's supposed to be at all. Oh, that's so true. So yeah, it's like through a completely different filter now, yeah. That said, I do enjoy his remark about Umbridge having a horrible smile that Harry had come to associate with immense misery. Did you also notice she tried to ban Gryffindor from reforming completely, and here she bans both twins from purely ambiguous grounds. Both twins, purely ambiguous grounds. I'm not sure if that's true, to be fair. I think I'll have to look at the word ambiguous there, because I think George certainly deserves it, and I'm not surprised that Fred has also been added to that. Also, I'm not glad, obviously. Also, hat tip to McGonagall for attempting to close her down on this. That's very, very true. Yeah, it felt like we were going back into the previous encounter with them, but then it didn't, unfortunately. I feel required to say something about Ron here. To play Quidditch, a sport he obsesses with for his house, or is something he's always longed for, and remember his mirror of you'd think I'd know how to say this by now, wouldn't you? In stone. To achieve recognition and feel valued, out of the shadow of his siblings. So to see him crushed like this is terrible. But it would be bad enough if the juries were about his performance. But for the part where the students crowd to sing utter snobby, perfectly calculated to humiliate him, is the worst kind of school bully. Yeah, absolutely, yeah, it's true. And getting away with it as well. I always find that the two scenes, one with Panty Parkinson facing the stands and conducting her odious choir, and the second of Ron landing away from the team and heading off the pitch on his own, are practically emotive images, particularly emotive images. It's absolutely, I completely agree with that. I've got to say, actually, that's a very good point. If like with Ron, like if like you're losing 140-0 and your Seeker gets the golden snitch, do you have cause to celebrate? That's another part of Quidditch that I'm sure we'll discuss in the future. Haven't we all been in a situation where we've always yearned to do or achieve something, but at the back of one's mind there's a nagging fear that we'll mess it up, look silly, and people will laugh? Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, that is, to be honest, that's actually a motivation for a lot of people, weirdly, like to think, okay, I better do this correctly, because if not, that's going to happen, so I'm going to give it my all. Whereas Ron, he's seeing it as the inevitable. So when someone says you're going to lose the game, he's thinking, yeah, I probably am. Ah, man. How easy it is for us to put off, not apply for a job, or give up on a hobby, and be defeated by self-doubt. I think we are all Ron in this moment. I love that line. Justice for he of the great shoe size. Love it, love it, love it. Thank you, Hobbit. I mean, you just reminded me. I must have told this story before, right? So I've mentioned it before, guys, that I have an aversion to reading because of my dyslexia, and that is because of times where I was humiliated. And so, little personal story here, which I think I must have mentioned before, but I'll keep it short just in case I have. Drama lesson, and drama was one of my absolute only safe havens. It was a place where I was actually good at something. Art and drama, and I wasn't even that great at art, but drama was the thing which I was actually good at. And I think that is become a part of the channel as well, and so weirdly I'm actually using that. Drama class, I should say. But it was also a class where a lot of people who didn't want to really do anything would come into. And with a lot of teachers, particularly back then, and apparently it still happens now, and I disagree with this, but that's because I had a bad experience of it. A lot of teachers would think, oh, he struggles with reading. Right, let's get him to read. Let's get him to read. Let's give him the confidence of getting him to read in front of the rest of the class. And so I came to a part in a play that we were going to be doing scenes from, and I was asked to read it out, and I extremely struggled with it, and there were literally other students literally laughing right in front of me. We was once in. I'm actually, she picked up on my emotions, guys. But yeah, they were just openly laughing right in front of me. We're in a circle. There is no way that the teacher didn't see it. The teacher didn't say anything, because I thought they were thinking either one, no, he'll push through and then suddenly somehow stop being dyslexic. To be fair, she didn't know I was dyslexic at the time, but she could probably tell that I struggle with reading more than most people. And two, didn't want to admit the fact that this was a bad idea, and so just let it happen. So I had to do the whole thing. I had to do the whole thing whilst we were literally openly laughing right in front of me. And so that's why I don't like reading, guys, and other times. That's the one which stuck with me the most, because that was in drama. That was the place where I felt safest, literally safest. But the teacher thought it was a good idea to try and fix my reading by forcing me to read in front of people who will then be laughing at me. Still my favourite lesson. At school, though, guys. You alright, Bobo? Did you sense my miserable memories? She picks up on a lot, babe. Babies? I just call you babies. Done that before, haven't I? Yeah, she picks up on a lot. Are you okay? Or are you thinking about treats? Is that it? Is that the real reason you're here? Woozle. Woozle noodle. Do you like the name Cheddar? I mean, she likes the other C word, the over... What cheddar is. She likes that word. If I said no, her ears would go like that. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to say treat. Yeah, treat doesn't really do it. But if I say C, the C one. Have I got anything for you, Babo? Oh, I've got some donuts. You like these? What's this? Yeah? Go on then. Nice and fast because I need to get this video done. So we can get out of here. Need to get back into our walking, don't we, after all that food that we ate over Christmas. She had sardines for Christmas. Because she was going to have turkey anyway. She's going to have some of my brother's turkey. But she's not a big fan of processed turkey, and so I got her sardines instead, and she really enjoyed it. She really enjoyed it, actually. I need to get her again sometime. Sorry about the sad story there, guys, but yeah, like, Hobbit's comment absolutely provoked that memory, which is exactly what he's talking about. I think I must have told that story before. But that's why, you know, the idea of me doing a book review is absolutely insane to me, guys. It really is. Oh my god, imagine telling that, James, that one day you'll be doing a book review and people will actually want to watch it. It's astonishing. Anyway, moving on. Nessie Bobs. It's a wand, Woozle. You can't have it. Yet. Nessie Bobs. Hi all. Hermione impressed the students with her when she showed she knew the spell to create a proton charm in DA coins. Why aren't you in Ravenclaw? She got the idea, but Lord Moldybutt branding his Death Eaters. Oh, I see. Lord Moldybutt. That's very good. His Death Eaters with their come here scars. Better to have them engraved on a coin, not bare skin. The twins consider the twins considering admitting to being related to Ron because of his good Quidditch games. Harry being worried for whoever was standing next to him when told Warrington... I'm sorry guys, my brain's broken suddenly. Harry being worried for whoever was standing next to him when told Warrington was going to take the pot shot at him, as his aim was so poor. Oh, that's so true. Yes, that is a great line. I would have loved Luna's hat in the Sick film to roar like a lion. Yeah, but the thing is, it's a helmet which starts at the mouth. So it wouldn't really work, you know. Love Jordan's commentary in the Quidditch match, but it's not strong on the song being sung by the Slytherins. That's understandable. Draco getting barrels of crap beaten out of him. Yay, I've never heard that term before. Barrels of... Oh, maybe I have actually, yes. Yeah. Lifelong Quidditch ban, though. Hagrid's back, smiley face. Hermione wearing one of her own knobbly woolly bladders. Excellent callback. It's cold. Branch of Gilbrathian fire sounds good, particularly for giants. Absolutely. Not looking forward to Hagrid getting inspected by Toadface. Well, yeah, I wonder if that's going to be... You'd imagine it's going to be a Gryffindor lesson, don't you? I think it will be. Well, we shall see. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, Nessie Bob, thank you so much for your comment. You quick drink. Okay. So, Dustin. A Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, Veggie. I have a lot to say about this chapter, so I'll have to cut down my thoughts. We finally get confirmation from Hermione that the Sorting Hat talks to everyone and considered to put in Ravenclaw. Yes, which I think makes the fact that the shouting Slytherin from Malfoy that much creepier. Which I think makes the fact that it shouted Slytherin for Malfoy that much creepier. Oh, really? Was it notably louder? No conversation needed. Well, that's fascinating. I didn't realize that was the case for Draco. It kind of makes sense, though, doesn't it? We really get some Quidditch after a whole book without it, and just like that, it's over. I'm not saying violence will solve your problems, but if anyone deserves to be in an exhibition of Muggle dueling, it's Malfoy, which I think you'll agree with that the movie Harry would never fistfight Draco. No, not in a million years. Harry doesn't really care about Draco unless Draco is there in front of him insulting him. Outside of that, Draco doesn't exist to him. It's so different, and it's this whole thing of trying to make people better character. Like Harry has to be a more moral character. Hermione has to be less funny, because I think she's freaking hilarious in the books. Ron has to be more funny and actually takes on some of Hermione's moments. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame. Because we in Avatar and in other things recently, we've been discussing like the typical best friend character, which you get in a lot of things, particularly kids things, where it's like Persona games do it really clearly, where you have a whole bunch of friends, but there's one which is your best friend. It's the best friend to the protagonist, and they're always a bit bumbling. They're always more confident than they think. More confident than he should be, I should say. They're very cocky. They often womanize. They're the butts of most of the jokes and everything. Ron isn't that. Ron isn't that in the book, but he is in the movie. I don't know, guys. It's a shame. It's a shame, and I feel like it's going to be the. That is something which I do feel like is going to be there in the series as well. Unfortunately, I think it is. I just think it is, guys. Right, so we get some great insight from Hagrid about how wizards feel about non-wizards, giants specifically. Yes, absolutely, and a little bit from how Umbridge treats Hagrid. My hatred for her grows the more I had to read this book. Oh, God bless you for putting up with it. That's awesome. But like I say, it's probably the right type of heat, though, that you have for Umbridge. I hope so, anyway. Thank you so much for your comment. Jonas, thank you very much for the sidebars. I hope you had a nice Christmas and a smooth transition into... true transition to New Year, Veggie and Woozon. Hope you did too. I love this chapter about the giants and how much we hear about their way of life. Do you think it was smart to send Hagrid on this mission? With Maxime, yes. Without Maxime, I'm not sure if he would have survived, because he would have been turned upside down. That would have been it, wouldn't it? He has an emotional bond because of his mother. He even asked if she was still alive and found out she had died, been dead for a long time. This means they knew Hagrid's mother. That's so true, yeah. If I was Dumbledore, I would have been scared the giants will turn on him, because maybe they will see him as the child of a traitor, since her mum had a child with a wizard. I'm not sure if giants would think that deeply, but that is a great point though, Jonas. Maybe that is it. Oh God, I hope not. It is sad to hear about the fates of the giants being forced to live together, even though they would prefer to live in smaller groups alone. Yeah, worldwide, yeah. Hope you have a lovely day, and I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you, Jonas. That's greatly appreciated. Yeah, you make a great point about Hagrid's mother. I think that you may be on the money there. Thank you so much for making a comment. Oh, I didn't refresh. That's fine. That's fine. We have had no other comments yet, so we're into the last 10 now, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so we're on to the last 9. Reka! Hi Veggie and Woozle, and Happy New Year. Same to you too. Especially the Woozle parts. I've been busy recently with work. As the school year started, it's got hectic, so I missed a few book clubs. Well, that's understandable, of course. Yeah, my brother is basically swamped at certain times of the year where I just don't even bother asking if he wants to do something or anything. So I know that. Hermione's idea with the galleons is genius in my opinion. Oh, absolutely. But I probably would spend it accidentally. Well, I don't know, Rika. I don't know if you're one of these people who skip forward to read your comment, to hear your comment being read first, which I think a lot of you do. But I have my own sad story about that. Unfortunately, not something similar. But I probably, knowing things she had done already, it is a surprise that her idea was so tame in comparison to the Death Eaters. What? You imagine she'd recommended giving everyone a dark mark. That'd be incredible. Heal Hermione. Suddenly gets moved to Slytherin. I love how... actually, that's interesting. Does anyone ever get changed? Does anyone ever change school house? You must imagine that would have to be allowed. If they're just not fitting in, if they feel like they... Like, maybe at the start they say, my brother was Hufflepuff, I want to be Hufflepuff. Oh no, let's say Ravenclaw. My brother's Ravenclaw, I want to be Ravenclaw, please put me in Ravenclaw, Ravenclaw. The song hat puts you in Ravenclaw, and then you realise you cannot live up to the standards that the other students are, and you're clearly the odd one out, and you finally realise that you get on a lot better with Hufflepuffs because they're just better in every way. And so you then go to Dumbledore saying, look, I think I may have made a mistake, can I have a conversation at least with the Sorting Hat? I think that would be allowed. I think that would be allowed. So I love how McGonagall is not giving them homework so they can practice more. I'm not so much. But Snape not taking witnesses seriously about Elise's curse is insane. Okay. I do love Snape as a character, but while rereading this book as an adult and a teacher myself, well, quite, I see his flaws even more. Actually, I was about to... Because obviously you have listed out the comparison between what McGonagall's doing and what Snape is doing, and I was about to say, well, you should really judge them a little bit more similar. No, you shouldn't judge them similar, and you from a teaching standpoint would absolutely know better. So you love the fact that she doesn't give homework, so they can practice. But Snape, yeah. I think in my head, they are not a million miles away as being as bad as each other. Obviously, Snape's is worse. But from your standpoint, as a teacher, you see them as being miles apart. That's very... I really appreciate that, Rika. Thank you. I was never a big sports fan in real life. So it's... You ever notice that whenever I read something that's abbreviated, I have to go... like smugly saying that I know what it means. I really just noticed I do that, but I do that all the time. So, I was never that big of a sports fan in real life. So it's... Alright, mate. So it's insane to me how serious the rivalry is, and how bullying and cursing each other is just part of it all. Yeah, it's so unhealthy. It is so unhealthy. At least they have to handshake at the start. I'm surprised they even do that. As someone who struggles with confidence myself, I can relate to Ron. Were you surprised that Crabbe and Goyle are on the Slytherin team? I am. Yeah, I certainly didn't see that coming. I mean, they matched the usual physique of a Slytherin player, which is something which I don't really like, but I've already gone into that. It's very interesting that you struggle with confidence, because obviously in your line of work, it's confidence. It must be pretty important. So you're clearly good at combating it. But yeah, I feel like Hobbit said, I feel like we can all relate with Ron. And you know that I just gave my own personal story about having confidence shattered like that. Anyway, while I don't condemn violence, after Malfoy's insults and the whole Slytherin team, I don't blame Harry and George. Okay, but I also understand the harsh punishment to some extent. Although a life ban and confiscating their brooms is too far. Yeah, the broom thing almost doesn't make sense. But like I say, it could be just so they don't go to practice or something maybe. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. When you say you don't blame Harry and George, I think mine is I'm not surprised at Harry and George, but I do think that it was bad. It was bad. The second it kicked off, like I say, I'm sure that some book readers were like, oh, Draco's getting it and everything. My initial thought was, Harry, you done screwed up. In fact, I thought they were going to overturn the result. I genuinely did, guys. Which, you know, has presence in professional wrestling. I'm not sure it has presence in anything else. But, but also, I love all the interactions between Umbridge and McGonagall. She is amazing. I'm guessing you mean McGonagall. McGonagall. There we go. Yeah, McGonagall, of course. If it wasn't clear. I love Hagrid's story, and I hope we will see a flashback or even a cartoonish portrayal in the series. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Or a full episode, like I maybe said. I don't think they'll do that though. I like the tale about the. Oh, I see. I like the Deathly Hallows movie. Yeah, maybe that's how they get around it. That could work. I completely forgot about that sequence. That's very clever. Rika, I wonder, was Harry Potter in any way a reason why you got into teaching? And if the answer is no, that would be very interesting to me as well. But I would like to know if that's okay. Thank you so much for your comments. You certainly challenged my my thoughts on different aspects. Yeah, greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. Civilized Saint. Namaskaram. Hope you had a biscuit. That is a brilliant start to this comment. You are right. Pick is a fan art of Chamber of Secrets, and most I like after Order of the Phoenix. That's right, yes, we discussed that last time. Yeah, it took me a little while to notice it, I think. I thought the D.A. Gallians and the Hat's decision to sort Hermy into Gryffindor. At this point, thoughts on the Gallians and at this point, I question Snape's willingness to be a double agent for a good side when he turns a blind eye to injustice. I'm willing to go with it because I liked it. You know, one thing, it's not a criticism, but something I bring up a lot in this is that our good guys are good and our bad guys are bad in Harry Potter. Snape, and I know that some people will disagree with this, in my opinion, is not a nice person. But it doesn't mean that he's not going to be on the right side. And so, yeah, I see less of an issue with that. But it's interesting that you do that. Though this is my favourite book, there are a few down or boring chapters, in my opinion. Chapters telling short flashbacks feel this way for me. I'm guessing you're talking about the giant one, maybe. It seems the action happened off screen, off page. I have no attention to the characters introduced, and it doesn't interest me. Well, you're not alone, Civilized State. I presume you're talking about the giant story arc here. We've had another comment saying that they often skip that part, and so I don't think you're alone. I would prefer if it's defending trolls at the Polish border, disagreement with defeating trolls at the Polish border, disagreement with a vampire, scuffle with giants, etc., is told in a different point of view, as written in the first chapter of Goblet of Fire. It is Harry's point of view, though. No, it's not. It's Frank's. No, I'm wrong. I'm absolutely wrong. Yeah. Yeah, great point. This is my main gripe with the next book. Don't get me wrong. I'm certain moments from them, but I like certain moments from them, but I don't want to revisit them often or at all. I can see the next one being off-screen heavy. Yeah. I can believe that. We'll post better comments in the book when the book picks up. Planned some real good discussion points. Oh, fantastic! Blooming Hermione over here, planning stuff. Yeah, good discussion points for moments that are about to happen. Awesome. Looking forward to that. Wish you a Harry Xmas. Get it? I will. You will next time. Excellent. Fantastic. Oh, is it the Christmas chapter next time? It could be. Oh, we missed it by a month. Or 2 months. Typical. Awesome. Still, I say thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more, and then 2 on top of that is 7, and no one else has commented since. So we will push on. H, I don't want to be rude. Uh-oh. But who the ruddy hell are you, you Veggie? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, I know it's Hagrid. Don't worry. Warrington's aim is so pathetic. I'd be more worried if he was aiming for the person next to me. It's a better comeback than what we're used to from Harry. Yeah, it's quite... That's some sassy Harry right there. Maybe because at this point we feel quite happy. At this point... We feel quite happy and optimistic because of Dumbledore's army. Yeah, and also the fact that Harry's been doing very well in Quidditch for a long time at this point. And so, yeah, he has that confidence regarding that as well. I was surprised to read about a kiss on Ron's cheek from Hermione here. I haven't reread this book in years, and I'm not sure I can remember reading that before. I must have been too focused on the match. It was sweet though. Yeah, I can understand that because there is a lot happening. It's a very anxious part of the chapter, isn't it? And then usually when the anxious stuff happens, it all pays off and goes well. But for Ron, it doesn't. It really makes that chapter quite sad from the start when you think about it. Hold your hippogriffs. I haven't finished my comment yet. That is brilliant. Chapter 20. A point of a pound of mince instead of a face. Such a Ron line, absolutely. Hermione's excitement about Hagrid mentioning Dujon. Her. Did you see that before Ron looked at her? It's so funny, absolutely. Yeah, that's what I mean. That sort of Hermione moment is in the movies, but it's certainly few and far between. No, there's a storm coming, Harry. A line from Hagrid, of course. Oh, that is in the book. I thought that was a movie exclusive. I'm sorry, guys. There's a storm coming, Harry. Line from Hagrid, of course. I'm not a big fan of the movie lines that are so obviously written just for a film trailer. It takes me a bit out of the whole world and into the writing room. So it was a movie exclusive. You know what? It screamed movie exclusive that I just assumed that it was movie exclusive, and it was. Yeah, that really did. It really did. I mean, that line is in every bloomin' movie. There's a storm coming. It only works in the Terminator. That's the thing, because in the Terminator, when the character says that there's a storm coming, he's being literal. And then Sarah Connor is being figurative. Whereas in everything, everyone's just being figurative. And that's why it's such a good line in Terminator. Terminator, I much prefer Terminator 1 than 2, guys. And I really enjoy 2, but number 1's the one for me. The last time I watched Terminator, it really stood out to me how many times there's a bit where, and it seems to be in one particular scene, it happens like around 6 or 7 times, where like a character like say, okay, there's this thing, we need to be really careful and like really take our time with it and try and work out how to do it, and then someone just smashes it and it works. That happens so many times in Terminator 2, particularly in one scene. It's like every other line is that. But I do prefer the first movie. And personally, it's probably the only example of me liking the line, "There's a storm coming." Seriously, because it's such a cliche. At least Game of Thrones had winters coming, which was literal and figurative. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, you're right. That screams writer's room. And it takes me at the moment as well. Hagrid and Maxime are so brave. Oh, absolutely. Or deluded, I think Hagrid may have been to an extent. You know what he's like. He probably thought he was going to go completely fine, you know. I'll plan his lessons for him if I have to. It's awesome. The monthly reminder that Hermione is the greatest friend in the universe. She's absolutely brilliant. She really is. H, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciated. Oh. Kelly? Is it a silent H, Kelly? I'm going to go with that. Let me know in the comments if I got that wrong. I'm sorry if I did. Hi, Veggie. This is my first time in a book club. I thought so. I'm appreciating your Pokemon icon right there. I remember getting that dude in Shield, because I've only ever played Red, Go, and Shield, which is quite a gap. But yes, I remember getting that dude. Meowth's my dude, by the way. Always has been. Always has been. In fact, I have a toy Meowth somewhere, don't I? Oh, where did that go? Like a little one, like my Knuckles guy. Yeah, I'll have to get that out. I also got like back when we used to play Pokemon on the channel. I got like a Meowth hat, in fact, which she chewed on a bit when she came here. Sorry, baby, I'm taking ages, aren't I? We'll get out of here in a second. We're nearly done. We're nearly done. First time on the book club. Missed the last one, but didn't have much to say about those chapters anyway, so it turned out well. Oh, that's perfect. The DA coins are so cool. Right now, they are used just to pass along dates, but if the concept is just to change... If the concept is just that changes are reflected in all the coins, normal text should be possible as well. Yeah, absolutely. They can basically be magic texting. Yes, no, that's true. Now, if they are to do that, you'd want to then send the date again straight away afterwards, just so... Because I think that people are more likely to notice something odd about a coin if there's writing on their numbers. Because numbers, it's over everyone's head. No one's going to be following what they are. Whereas writing could be dangerous. And so if you send out a text message and then send the date straight away afterwards, after everyone's read it, that could actually be super useful. Very useful, in fact. There should at least be an alarm. Like a certain number, which means something's gone wrong. Keep your heads down. We'll contact you when we can. There should definitely be things like that. Or meet immediately because something's happened. Yeah, they should definitely have codes for that. But you could do that in number form. I wonder if any other characters we know had the hat seriously considered a different house than what they got in the end. Yeah, I think there's going to be plenty. I think Gryffindors are easiest ones to break into other parties, aren't they? Oh, Woozle, I'm sorry I'm taking so long. Obviously, we knew Neville. Oh, sorry, honey. Yeah, that's a very interesting question. And obviously, Luna must know her stuff if she's in Ravenclaw. but obviously she wants Gryffindor, so you'd think that maybe she wanted that. Because I don't buy it at this point that she wants to support Gryffindor because of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, particularly Hermione. I just don't. So I think it might be because of Ginny. We discussed it earlier on in the video. It's going to be a long video, guys. We must be over 5 hours now, I think. I wonder if any other character do. Is it just me, or does Muggle dueling get a big reaction? A bigger reaction than just spells and jinxes? Like, it's more unhinged way of fighting. Yeah, well, it must seem animalistic to people who grew up in the Wizarding world. You're right, Papa. My phone just make a weird noise. But also brutal as well. You know, there's always something a little bit funny about the jinxes, isn't there? Like they're almost like a bit slapstick. Whereas they were just slapping Draco's face at her. I suppose it does reflect on the fact that they were so mad that they either forgot their wands or wanted to do with their own hands. Yeah, well, Harry doesn't remember releasing George, and I think that it says that he didn't have time to go for his wand, so he just swung at Draco. But I think it was just like a natural reaction rather than a thought process. Yeah. Love your book reviews. The next few chapters are some of my favourite in the series. I can't wait to hear your thoughts on them. That's fantastic that we're getting to an exciting period, guys. Kelly, I hope I'm saying your name right, and thank you so much for commenting your first comment. I hope to see you here next time as well. For these mentioned popular comments. We got another Pokemon now, haven't we? I'm pretty sure I've confirmed that's a Pokemon. Oh no! Bennett, I've forgotten. We discussed your icon before. I'm sorry if it isn't. I think it might be though. Hey there, Veggie. I love these chapters. I'll keep my comment fairly short, as I saw that most things I wanted to say have already been said. Greatly appreciated, Bennett. I bet when people told you the books were very different from the films, you didn't expect Harry to beat up Malfoy. And starting this, I would have never guessed that this would happen. Seriously. Physically as well. I bet when people tell you the books were different... Oh, no, sorry. And oh my god, Hagrid's story, just so much of everything I needed. The differences in Umbridge really scare me, because if you thought she was evil in the films, you'll absolutely hate her by the end of Order of Things. Oh, I already dislike her, but no, I'm already on top of that. The scene with Hagrid, to me, is maybe the most evil she's been. Most disrespectful, definitely. Because there's none of this ahem stuff or anything like that, is there? And trying to be all prim and proper. She may as well get the light out and start showing his face. She's interrogating her so blatantly. Interrogating him, sorry. For one, because she acts like that even when she doesn't think she's seen by others. Oh, sure, okay, yeah. And it's written so good how complacent she plays with her power around Hagrid. Yes, wish you all the best and have a lovely day. Yeah, that is so true. Is this the first time we've seen the real Umbridge? That is actually very interesting, Bennett, because there's no act here. There's no performance. Wow, brilliant. Excellent comments. Moving on to Pumpkin Sparks 1, 2. Okay, so we've got the last 4 comments. Pumpkin Sparks, who very kindly helps me out with the Harry Potter book cover art videos, guys, which are a lot of fun. I hope you do check them out if you can. Hey Woozle's Human. Hagrid is back. It's adorable how much the Free really love him and run to him the moment that they see the light. Well, once Hermione's ready. and on top of all the work she is already having, Hermione seriously considering writing lesson plans for him. She's a massive good egg, which isn't very vegan, which is ironic. She got a tiny egg last book. Yes. Maxine's and Hagrid's cover story is such a strange cover story. Sorry, Maxine and Hagrid's cover story is such a strange idea for me. They first went to South France to pretend that Hagrid wants to go to Beauxbatons, and then they are nowhere near the school for months, and then they went to Poland and Minsk. So from there, it either keeps going east to the Ural mountains in Russia. There we go. That's been mentioned one time already. Or go north to the Scandinavian mountains in Finland. Oh wow, this one has not been mentioned. Urals are more likely, I think. It's so interesting that you guys have thought about exactly where this actually landed, because I just assumed that at one point they just not literally but appeared somewhere, you know, without the full backstory. But the fact you guys have actually leaked it out is amazing. The dip in the south of France is strange to me. In my opinion, it would have been way less suspicious if they pretended to see Europe together with Muggle cities, with Muggle city hop. They could magic communicate hop. They could magic community hop. It would make sense, and no one would wonder why they aren't at the one place they had said they would be. Did he actually go to the South France, or is that just what Hagrid says as a cover story? I'm not sure. No, because he said about Beauxbatons. It doesn't feel like a very well planned out idea at all, and you'd hope that Dumbledore would have something to do with the planning of all this. But yeah, the magic community hopping sounds pretty good, unless there's some way that the Ministry is able to get information from each time that someone hops, maybe. But yeah, that would have been a better cover story. I mean, Hagrid had nothing when approached by Umbridge. Also, who took care of Fang the whole time? Hagrid obviously just got back, so either Fang was on his own the whole time, or Hagrid didn't wait until the morning to get him from whoever had him. I doubt Hagrid would have taken him with him to the Giants. So who took care of the bestest boy? I think it would be Dumbledore. That's my go-to. The next one would be Plank, and maybe Plank would take him for his walkies, give him a spoon and everything, but leave him in the hut at night because that's where Fang feels most confident. And Hagrid just came back. If it was that Fang wasn't in the hut, then because I don't know if we've had any occasions where they got up to the hut and knocked, because obviously we would have heard Fang then. If not, then I imagine that Dumbledore would have done it, and Dumbledore would want Hagrid to come straight to him, regardless of what time. So those are my two options there. What do you think of Hagrid's plan for his lessons? The only domesticated herd sounds ominous. Oh, he does say that, doesn't he? I think it's the Fristrals. It's because we heard that those could be nasty, but Plank said how Hagrid has them under control. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I think this is going to be the more natural way of Hagrid finding out what Fristrals are, rather than Luna bumping into him in the woods. So I think that's what happens in the movie. Give some love to the noodle, please. There you go. That was for you. It was all from Pumpkin Sparks. We're nearly done, Bobo. You're looking at me like you want out. Oh, we've got one more that I need to refresh. In fact, I will refresh now. I feel like that's probably the best time to do it. Yep, last 3 comments, guys. Let's get it. So, Simon, we 3 kings of Orient are my dear. Of Orient are my dears. Orient. Kings of Orient are my dears. I have absolutely no idea. It's not something Scottish, is it? Maybe, but because like Leighton Orient's a Scottish football team, is it? I have no idea. I've only just realised that Everton's in Liverpool, guys. I had absolutely no idea, so I know very little about football. I really do. I didn't even know they had a derby. I had absolutely no clue. I don't know. You got me, Simon. Please do let me know when it's from. Rather a big chapter on Quidditch, which is primarily just character building and Ron's feet making an unexpected appearance. It's so true. You love to see it. All of it. All of them. Umbridge reactions to situations really comes under the cat. That got the cream description. She really does savor her power. She does, and this is weirdly something which I wasn't expecting. It's weirdly something that I didn't get from the movie character, which is bizarre because the performance is fantastic. Hagrid's tale should have been in the film, or of all the books, this is the one that should have been split into 2 movies. They miss so much out of the that fleshes out the world and the character building. Nice to get a bit more info on giants and what's happening outside Hogwarts. That's so interesting. Is there, obviously don't tell me what it is, but is there a natural point where you would have broken it into 2? Because obviously in Deathly Hallows they chose a very, very low point. So is there a high point or a low point that they would have been able to split it into that's significant enough to leave cinema goers happy or excited for the next part? Let me know. I'd be very interested. Obviously, if I haven't got there, don't let me know yet. But I don't think we would have got there yet. I can't think of anything that we would have had that would stick out as being a good cliffhanger moment. Not even cliffhanger, but a satisfying ending to a movie. You could have it with Harry being suspended from Quidditch, I guess. Be a bit of a strange ending. Anyway, Fanny, hello Veggie. First time commenting here, and so I hope you don't mind the length. This is fine for your first comment, Fanny. This is absolutely fine. Lovely to see you, by the way. Thank you so much for being part of it. You got in 2 hours before it finished, so well done. Nice work. Very, very good. I know half of my comment was for last month's book club, but I was so surprised that there were multiple comments saying it was wrong for Hermione not to tell the people signing the parchment that she put a hex on it. Yeah. Okay, I'll and this is fine. As this is your first comment, it's absolutely fine to bring up stuff from previous ones. Hermione clearly says to everyone that if you sign, you're agreeing not to tell Umbridge and anybody else what we're up to. So I really don't see why people are so upset about the curse hex she put and not telling them. That is a great point, Fanny. She hasn't warned them. She's just confirmed what signing the paper means. And so in her head, if they go against it, they're getting what they deserve regardless. From a bystander of it, having someone sign something because, hey, we're all going to get together, we're all going to be friends, and we're going to be working together as a team to go and fight the enemy. And then for one person to have that clause in there without everyone else knowing. I talked about it last time. The Tower of Babel, which is a Justice League comic, which was then made into a animated movie, which is what I saw, called Doom. I think it's called Doom. And it's all about the fact that Batman has this database of if any of the other Justice League go rogue, then he knows how best to deal with them. And that all goes wrong. You know, it's like the Doomsday device in Doctor Strangelove. So what I'm saying is that it's like hey, this is a sign of good faith that we're all going to put our names down here. I would argue that what Hermione did then isn't in good faith, but I completely understand why she did it. I do, yeah. And yeah, she did set out, you are signing this as an agreement. She's outrageous though, she really is. I mean, they knew that Lord Voldemort is back, and from the way he works, it's good to know who is trustworthy and who is not. Well, quite absolutely, yeah. Chapter 19. Not a sports fan at all, so had to ask ChatGPT. My brother uses that a lot. Not for lessons, just like asking it stuff. What, in fact, stupid stuff. He tries to crop it up all the time. What the consequences would be if, in other sports such as football or ice hockey, for Goyle, Harry, and George, and Fred, and Malfoy, if this would have happened in real life. And according to ChatGPT, this is very interesting. I think it was Crabbe, wasn't it? Or was it Goyle? Oh, have I been saying it wrong the entire time? I think it may have been. Okay, Goyle would have gotten a red card for the hit, for hitting the bludger after Harry caught the snitch, which obviously a red card means that you would skip the next game. At least that's the case in football. So in tournaments, it's a nightmare if you get 2 yellows or a red, because it means you could miss out on the final. Harry and George would also get red cards, but Fred and Malfoy would get yellow cards. Yeah, I know you do, particularly American football, you can't, there's certain things that you cannot say out loud, particularly regarding the refs. If you say, shut up, ref, something like that, then you will get a flag. And I don't know if your team would lose yardage. I don't know if you'd get ejected, but you have to be very careful with referees in the NFL. And quite frankly, I think that's how it should be in all sports. I think it's brilliant. They're just doing their blooming jobs. So suspend Fred and George would get yellow cards. So suspending them for 1 or maybe 2 games would be fair in this case for Harry, George, and Goyle. Okay. I'll say this, that you talked about football and ice hockey. We are talking about the fact that it's at school level. And I mean, that is actually crucial as well. But then again, I haven't been making that equation in my takes on this. So that's actually a great point. I think that the punishment is too harsh and political, since only Gryffindors gets punished, and Goyle's punishment hasn't anything to do with the sport. Detention. Oh, Goyle did get detention? A red card for a late hit. I mean, in boxing, if you throw a late hit, you don't get disqualified or anything. This is so interesting. Yeah, I've really enjoyed this discussion regarding the punishments, guys. It's been fascinating. Does any of these punishments make sense to anyone? Harry could definitely use some anger management, though. Yeah, my take on it, Fanny, which if you've gone straight to your comment, then you'll know once you've watched the rest of the video. My take on it is that I can see why Harry would do what he did. I do think that Umbridge's punishment is too harsh, but Harry has opened that opportunity to her. And so, I don't think it's out of... I could see it happening. I could see it happening in a school situation, that someone gets banned from a sport because of one fight. I can. And so, I do think it's draconian, but I feel like Harry gave her all the fuel to get away with it without it being questioned. I really do. And there's probably a part of McGonagall thinking, you know what, that is actually a point. But also, it's my team, so I'm annoyed. But yeah, I feel like even McGonagall wouldn't be able to completely say, no, this is completely outrageous. She can't go batting for Harry, but Harry's just beaten another child with an older student. Yeah. this has been a fascinating discussion regarding its punishment, guys. Thanks for doing this later than usual. Yes, absolutely. Well, you got it just in time. I completely forgot to actually post my comments. Well, I don't know if you celebrate Christmas, Manny, but maybe that's why. So we've all been very busy. So yeah. So thank you so much for your first comment. Hope to see you next time as well. You're very thought-provoking comments. Seriously, I really appreciate it. And me here appears to be rounding us off. Just refresh the old emails. Yep, looks like it. So, me here writes, I liked seeing Hermione draw inspiration from the enemy, the Dark Mark. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. I loved Harry's encouragement when Ron called his save in training an accident. Well, a few more accidents like that, and the game's in the bag, yeah. That feels like a Ron line, so I really like it. I really like it. Harry isn't always great as a friend. See Hermione for that, in my opinion. In my opinion, I apologize. Especially in this book. But this was really nice moment. Yeah, it was like the way I described it earlier on is it felt like a Ron line, and I really appreciate it because right now Ron needs Harry to be his Ron. Oh, I'm your Sam. Oh, I like it, guys. Yeah, that's sweet. I've been understanding of Harry's outburst in this book, and even liked his line from Quirrell in Umbridge's class. But his moment with Malfoy is the most disappointing. I've been with him. Disappointment is a very interesting word. Me here, I appreciate that. I'm loving how we're having all these different takes. This is awesome. I know Harry's been struggling. Is a hothead, and while Malfoy was being incredibly mean, yes, like the worst he's ever been, even by Malfoy's standards. Yeah, there we go. But it was still frustrating. Harry should have dismissed it as pathetic loser provocation, or replying when the same wit he showed before the match. Very good callback to the missed punch thing, or bludger, I should say. When he made fun of Warrington's bad aim, Gryffindor had already won, but Harry let Malfoy get away with it too. Be smart, Harry. Yeah, this is the thing, guys. That's what I love about McGonagall's line about saying the game was over. He just lost. It's about at that point I was thinking, okay, I kind of hope that Harry says about the fact that says that Draco started it by being provoking and said something about my mother, but before Harry can even get there, McGonagall's like, the game was over. And I thought, yes, she's absolutely right. Oh, it's been such a great discussion. This is a great discussion this time, guys. It's been a lot of fun. Hope you put up with my waffle about Quidditch again, because it aired its ugly head again. But, I feel like I was more positive this time. And it's been a while since we've had Quidditch, so... apparently Ron has grown so much that he is struggling to keep his feet from showing under the cloak. Oh my goodness. Which means he's already massive feet are even bigger now. That's a good point. The invisibility cloak must be absolutely ginormous. You ever play that game at school where you have like the what do they call it? The big parachute thing, which you need to throw up in the air, and then you all have to run underneath it and everything, to the other side and everything. It must be like that. To cover Ron's feet is blooming impressive. That's a lot of material, quite frankly. No wonder they're so expensive and rare. It's fully understandable why Hagrid's tail was cut from the movie, but his adventure would be peak content for the new series. We've discussed a couple of ways that they could do it. I'm very intrigued to see how they do it. I think we will see stuff to an extent, but we're not going to see the aftermath of the Gurg usurping. Anyway, guys, we're done. Thank you so much, me here, for rounding us out. That was a long one. And like I say, less comments than usual, no doubt because of Christmas and everything, but You guys had a lot to say in your comments. That's all I'm going to say, guys. And so thank you so much for being a part of it. Because I thought this video was going to come in under time, guys. But then I saw the length one and thought, no, this is going to be just as long, if not longer. And so, yeah. But, lots of passion in these chapters, guys, which is what you love to see. I'm going to go get this girl out of here. Because she's looking very sad. Guys, love you. Love every single one of you. Thank you so much for being here. Sorry this one was a bit late, guys. The next one is going to be a single chapter, guys, I believe. I will double check. I can do that now. I should let you know the correct amount before parting ways. Yeah. Oh, but then it's 53 and 50 and 50 and 50 and 50. Oh my goodness, they're all 50. There's so many 50s coming up, guys. I can't do all them in single ones. It will be all forever. Look, I think the next one's going to be a single chapter. We'll work out what we're going to do, which is called the Eye of the Snake. If for whatever reason, tonally, you think that is a mistake, let me know in the comments, guys. But I think we're going to have to, because there's so many chapters over 50 minutes here. And I love doing these videos, guys, but sometimes when I see I've got two chapters that are that long, I do feel a bit disheartened, because it's just going to be so much effort. Sorry, not so much effort, sorry, but it's going to be not so much effort, guys, I worded that wrong. It's going to be so intensive. Because when it comes to the book club, guys, it isn't that... I had to get everything else on the channel out as well. And then I'm given... basically a time slot that doesn't change for the book club. Book review, sorry. And so when I do get two chapters that are over 50 minutes, it's like, okay, I need to... There's not going to be much downtime during those days. It's the way I do it, guys, because I need to make sure I'm dedicating stuff to other things as well. Alright. Sorry to finish this on a downer, guys, but I think the next one is going to be chapter 1. If, for whatever reason, you think it's a chapter where not much happens, or there isn't much to discuss, or tonally it makes sense that it goes to the next one as well, let me know, guys, but I can't promise anything, because it's going to be long. This book is a chunky one, it really is. It's interesting. Okay, guys, thank you so much for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm VEGGIEKNIGHTS, and I'll see you next time.